I'm seated with Afrofusion and dancehall artist Addi Self, a former member of the Shatta movement militant. We'll talk more about his musical career and what it takes to survive in the Ghana music industry. I am Paula Amabruni. This is Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You're watching Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. Today I have with me a dancehall, Afrofusion, some say you do rap, Addi Self. Welcome to Talkatainment.
Thank you, Paula.
Good to have you.
Addi.
Some mention your name, Addi Self, Addi Self. For a moment, I thought it was Addi Self until I checked the spelling, Addi Self.
I really hate it when people say Addi Self.
Addi Self.
It doesn't have a meaning, you see. When you say Addi Self, when you say Addi Self, it means addicted to myself, you understand?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I just had to abbreviate it so that people can be able to mention it.
Addi
And I find Ghanaians Addi Self, Addi Self.
Can you
try to
imagine?
do put the L for the Addi Self, you know, so that it will be more meaningful.
Yeah, so let's do well and address our musician as Addi Self, addicted to myself. That's
Exactly.
it.
Yeah.
Great. So we're going to talk music, journey in the industry, how you're surviving, the impact. There's a lot about you that I really wish that we'll delve more into it as an education, and also
Yeah, you can swim into it. You know,
you can swim.
Yeah.
We're ready for it.
Oh yeah, fully. I'm
Fully.
always ready.
Let's get started, but we'll save the violence for later.
Yeah,
I know you're working on a new EP, and one of the singles that you said is going to be released in some few days.
Yeah,
Loyalty.
on the 9th, yeah.
So what inspired that?
Well, what inspired that is you know, me feeling like I give in loyalty and love and not receiving that back, you know, from my friends and, you know, most of my colleagues that I move with. So I just feel like putting it into my music and then let people, because I believe people also relate to that.
You just made mention of the loyalty and the dedication you give to people, but it's not reciprocated.
Yeah, exactly.
How do you feel about such situation?
Well, sometimes I feel bad about it, but you can't blame people for how they live, you understand? Everybody and how God created them. So sometimes I just put my feelings into music. I don't have to, you know, really, what would I say? Maybe I don't want to say I would put my blames on them. So I just have to, you know, put my feelings in music and then put it out in music and also educate other people, because I believe people are also feeling like that sometimes.
Talk of putting whatever you feel in music. You are one person, and when I look you up, I didn't really get controversy like you button someone or you do it. Well, how have you kept that brand? How have you kept that vibe? Because everybody thinks you're Rasta and they're going to do something, you know, but
everybody thinks that's all that is there. Yeah, well, that's my brand. I'm way different, you know. I just want to be different. Like how I sound is different, so how I also live is different. So, you know, the industry, everybody has a lane where they follow. So I believe my lane is just doing the music and making the art talk for me. You understand? You're
doing great. You let the music do the talking.
Exactly.
Do you love beef, or you think it's not a thing you want to do?
Oh, I love it so much, but I just want to do it at the right time, you know. And then the person who is, you know, worth it. Yeah, you get me?
Right. So who you going to battle? Like, you know, they target people. They target like someone that you know that you can.
Yeah. Anybody that step on my toes, I'll beat him. I'll beat him first before I battle it.
Less violence, we beg. Less violence. Now, I follow you on social media and I've seen the number of tours that you've done. One video that really excites me is how senior high school students, they sing your song back to back, word for word. How did you tap into that market? Well,
shout out to my senior high students. I really love them so much because I believe their energy is different and they are really supporting, because Addi Self, I always look at my catalog and I look at people that follow me, and I feel like I have the younger generations more. So it was a great vibe, and we just decided and started the self-love school tour, and I went to a couple of schools and it was a great vibe. Like, it was crazy.
So would you say that you are a new youth president?
Yeah. Well, some people call me the youth president because I am the one who always try to speak out for the youth, and especially the Zongos where I'm coming from. I try to speak out of stuff that I see around me and make sure that people hear it, and also try to take in consideration to make things great. So yeah.
So which school gave you the craziest vibe? I've seen that you did the SHS tour.
Which one gave me craziest vibe? Is it Bilal?
Accra boys.
Accra.
Okay.
Accra was crazy, like it was crazy, but this place too, Accra Polytechnic.
Accra
Polytechnic.
Okay.
Was also crazy. Like it was, they just love the vibe. They love Addi Self and whatever I'm bringing to the table. So I just really appreciate them. I would love to continue, you know, giving them more entertainment and education and everything around music.
Okay,
you know.
great. In July, you made a post on Instagram talking about you're going to have a meet and greet session.
Yeah.
How far with that?
Yeah, I did it. I did a meet and greet, and it was a great one because I think I saw a couple of people, you know, share it out. I did it first in my hood, you know. That's where I'm coming from.
Your hood, Mamobi.
Yeah, Mamobi.
Shout out to Mamobi.
Shout out to Mamobi. I don't know, the Mobi boy is here, right, for support the team.
Support the movement.
So it was a great vibe, you know. Most of the time, people on social media, not everybody really engages. Like they comment and everything, but they don't really show face when it comes to, you know, some stuff. But I really had to. It was a short notice, but we put it together, and the fans came out.
Okay,
and
so was it free or you charged those?
No, it was free, you know.
Because I know some personalities charge for meet and greet.
Yeah, but my meet and greet I don't charge because I love my fans so much that I feel like all the time they comment on my stuff, they didn't get to see me, so when they see me, I just give them a chance to take pictures and ask questions and stuff like that. So it's a free thing.
On the back of the SHS tour, which senior high school did you attend? Education level. Education level,
I went to Danak Senior High. It's a private school.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where I completed, and you know, I couldn't continue due to financial problems those days. So yeah.
Okay, great. When I was in, you know, simple and short, I'll put it to you. You're a ladies' man. It's not news to you, right?
Oh, it's news to me. I just said
Addi Self
from GhanaWeb TV. You're not telling me.
You never knew, you never heard.
Well, I have a song, Girl Them Daddy, you know, on my album. Last year I dropped my album, Zongo to BBC, which also really did great. And, you know, I have that kind of vibe, so I just did a song, Girl Them Daddy.
Girl Them Daddy.
Yeah, some of them just love my company, some of them just love my money. Something like that, you know. So, you know, girls are just girls, you know. They love the music and the lifestyle, so.
Girl Them Daddy. How many kids you got?
I got 2.
2 kids?
1 boy, 1 girl.
You married?
Yeah, fully. I'm taken.
Taken?
Yeah.
Charlie, they know the corrections.
Yeah, but I'll let them know, you understand.
So what do you do for fun? Your leisure time, what do you love to do?
Taking care of the kids and, you know, taking them to playgrounds and recordings. That's all I do.
Recording?
Yeah.
Are you a girl dad? I don't know if your kids, are your kids, which sex?
1
gender?
boy, 1 girl.
1 boy.
Yeah.
So do you take, because someone would say daddy is a busy man, he's always in the studio. Do you cook for them? How do you bond? I put you on the spot. This one, if you lie, your wife will watch out.
I do a lot of stuff, you understand me? I do a lot of stuff. Talking about when they wake up in the night. You know, some kids wake up in the middle of the night. I do wake up and change them and do all those kind of stuff, you see me? So I do a lot, try to cook for them sometimes. You know.
Cook for them, which meal is that?
Talia, spaghetti.
You try, you pause.
Oh, I didn't try.
Give me the credit. I see. But you seem like a very nice person.
Well,
I like your energy, I like your vibe.
Thank you very much.
What gets on your nerve? What would you say that this is a no-no for me? This is what I do not tolerate.
Well, I don't tolerate disrespect and intimidation, you know.
Okay, disrespect and intimidation.
Yeah, man.
Okay, all right. Addi Self.
Paulina.
How rich is Addi Self?
Oh, rich as F.
Because we know that, you know, some land East Legon are there, you have properties scattered here and there. That's what I heard. Went on the street that Addi Self, you get the blog day inside.
Oh, a deal. If somebody say deal, that means something day.
Something day.
Maybe say big thing, be something.
Something day.
We're just still trying to survive, you know. With these days, YouTube getting to pay us a little bit of money.
We they talk money what I they talk it. How much we that?
Yeah, and also, you know, with my album Zongo to BBC last year, I made a lot of money with that because people really purchased it, and it came on number 4 on world charts, and also number 1 in Ghana for almost 6 weeks. So and if they don't purchase your album, you ain't gonna get to that level. So it's all about people also patronizing what I do.
So the album was titled Zongo to the BBC.
Zongo to BBC.
Do check it out if you haven't.
Yeah, Zongo to BBC. You got to check it out. I dropped it last year and it's still doing great. You know, I don't know. Your boy is here.
All right. So I want to ask you, is music in Ghana lucrative? Do you make money out of it?
Well, not really, but yeah, if you really know how to strategize yourself and your brand, you're going to make your own money. Because I believe in this industry, everybody has to have his own office and try to run it, because it's not easy. You understand? So when I say having your own office to run it, like making sure that you have your own YouTube, because most artists out there push their songs on other people's YouTube.
Yeah, like the management.
Their management or their team. I've been through that and I know how it feels. You get me? So I feel like you having your own YouTube page, seeing how you grow, and you know, making sure that you put things right when you have stuff to do. You know, yeah. I just feel like when you do your own office, you will feel run
so
out. So
money did the YouTube then?
Oh yeah, money did the YouTube and also Apple Music and streaming platforms. Because right now I give Apple Music my project, you know, for myself. And they will sell it and they will take whatever percentage and they'll give me the rest.
Okay.
So it's also a good business, and also, you know, sometimes man gets shows here and there, and, and it's also bringing some cash in. So we're still trying to survive until God give us that big break.
Energy.
We could give us that big money that you people think say
we get. Then we go here.
Then you go here.
We go here. Yeah. Energy, I feel that.
Yeah.
Now, celebrities, artists flaunting their wealth on social media, do you think is bogus, or we should just let them live their life? Once you got it, you flaunt it.
Well, most of them are living a fake life, I would say, with no apology. And most of them flaunt. You know, when you have it, you just have to live with it. But most of them flaunt it, and next 2 days, you know, go see them with it, and you get me, those kind of vibe. You see some artists in the house, say this is my house, The next 2 years, no, you know, the house, the another house inside. You see your house where you don't go feel live inside for long. You understand? Some of them rent and lie to the people, but we just have to keep it real. Because Addi Self, I believe in keeping it real. Because I came from nothing, like nothing, from the Zongos, trying to come up doing my own music until I met Shatta Movement on Facebook. They signed me to their label. We did Taking Over, Thunderfire, a couple of songs, and I left Shatta Movement. And I believe it's just growth. And I want us to just keep everything real to the next generation, so that they will know that, yo, if you are venturing in music, it's not an easy task, but you can do it when you are really focused. You get me? So yeah.
You do.
Yeah.
Great. Now talk of, just because you make mention of the Shatta Movement, Self Nation, SM Movement.
Yeah, Self Nation, Shatta Movement,
Shatta
Alliance.
Movement, what's the correlation?
Well, it was a great relationship until I was signed on that label. Because when I met Shatta Movement first, it was like a brother and sister relationship kind of thing. Because we met on Facebook, you know, and we met in real life, started trying to work things out like a family, until we did a whole lot of singles together until, you know.
What was your favorite single?
Oh, we have Ghetto Star out there, and Ghetto Star is a great man featuring Shatta Wale. You know, that was one of my first singles I recorded with him. So from there, we had a chance to record Taking Over. And Taking Over,
we did so Ghana. That song was a job.
Yes, especially my verse. Me, I no one talk anything. Money they call me for my bread. Yamba kinchiki yadi. Nasa yenzu kumbani. This time me I do the party. Addi Self. We taking over.
It was fun. It was fun.
Yeah, it was great. It was a great vibe and a learning process for me when I was in the movement. So after Taking Over, Shatta Movement actually decided to sign me, even though I have my own Self Nation record label I'm doing, and they decided to sign me on the label. So I had to join Shatta Movement as a SM militant. You get me? That's how I joined Shatta Movement as a militant. So we worked together until, you know, we signed a contract for 3 years, and the contract time catch, and Addi Self has to move on.
Great. Yeah. On the back of Addi Self moving on after the contract time catch, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, Talkatainment continues. So back from that quick break, I'm seated with Addi Self, one of my favorite dancehall Afrofusion musicians. We've talked a lot, right from his career to his relationship with Shatta Wale. Now, Addi Self, how has life been following your exit from Shatta's camp as a militant? How has it been so far?
Well, it has been a great one, you know. I would say bittersweet. You get me? From you getting to have everything you want. Well, let's talking about, you know, going to shows and the fans are already packed. You get me? I just have to jump on stage and to, you know, creating my own shows and trying to put everybody together. You know, it's not an easy task. It's not gonna be easy. But Addi Self is doing it. It was a great one and a great experience for me, because I believe in life you need to face growth. You have to grow up no matter what. You can't live with your parents forever. Even Paulina, you where you be, woman self, you at some point your man will come marry you. So you have to leave home. And I feel like it was time for me to leave home and grow up and do what I'm supposed to.
So what informed that decision?
Well,
when did you have that wake-up call?
Well, it was about, as I said, the contract. You understand? The contract ended, and there was no understanding on, continuing or something like that. There was little brouhaha and misunderstanding. As everybody saw, Shatta came out talking a whole lot of stuff. So I just felt like it's just the right time. Destiny has to tell Addi Self, yeah, you got to stand up and do it for yourself.
So how did you feel with the whole comments about the SM militant and all that? Did you feel pain? Do you feel like after giving your loyalty, this is like, you know, how best you can describe us? And
Yeah. Of course, I felt bad. You know, I'm a human being. I had feelings, so I felt really bad and disappointed how it came out. Because if I have to live there, it could be a simple press release, and then the fans and everybody will know that, yeah, Addi Self is no more with Shatta Movement. But it was in a harsh way and it was like crazy. But I had to be strong within myself and tell my fans that, yo, let's pick up the pieces. And so many Shatta Movement fans still love me and they are following the thing, and it keeps me growing, you know. Did
you live with some of his lawyers?
Of course, a lot of people followed me, you know. A lot of people. We share the movement.
Chimpe. I feel that.
Yeah.
I feel that. One thing I realized is that I've seen some former members of the militants come out to badmouth him, like real level allegations against him, but none has really been seen of you.
Yeah.
Why is it so?
Well, because, you know, I'm a grateful youth. You know, I'm a very trying youth coming up, and I appreciate every little thing somebody do for me. I'll look the bad and focus on the good. You get me? I feel like, you know, Shatta Movement has tried for me in a way, because, you know, talking about my experiences in the industry and also all the big songs I was on and all that, I don't have to overlook that and you know, badmouth them or something. I just feel like I have to be grateful and move on, and that's how Addi Self is.
Great. So 2 years ago you released a song, Grateful Letter to Shatta Wale.
Yeah.
Now 2022, do you still feel the same?
Well, I've been grateful, and it's been 2 years, as you said. So as I left there, you know, most people, when they have issues, they will come out. Me being a dancehall artist, they thought it would be a diss song and all that, but I just gave them a different side of me, that, yo, Addi Self is a grateful youth, because, you know, through Shatta Wale and Shatta Movement, I was able to go to London, and we did a couple of tours there, and I had to go to BBC, and it gave me the experience to do my album. You get me? So I'm very grateful for that. I don't have to see things as in a bad way always. I just feel like it's time for me to move on. Whatever he says, I know how he is, so I don't have to take it too
How is he?
He's always coming out and saying things, saying his mind, you get me? So I just feel like that's how, you know, my mentor is. So I just have to see him like that.
Just focus on the positive side.
Yeah, focus on the positive side, because talking about on the real, you know, I learned a lot from him, talking about, you know, how to market stuff, how to move as a businessman in the industry.
Shatta is always talking about business. We don't know the music business.
Yeah.
So would you say that he's one man who knows the business?
Yeah,
even though people don't really understand.
Yeah, he knows the business, and, you know, show business is not everybody that understands it, because, you know, the business side of it is whatever you do out there, because you have people following you. Whatever you do out there it be content, and our content is king. And if you put your content on YouTube, you have the right for your stuff. You'll be making money. So I think he knows that part of it, and I also learned a lot from there.
Okay.
You get me? So
Great.
yeah, I just would tell every youth that they should be grateful no matter what in their life, because every little thing you have, you should just be grateful of it. Because Addi Self is very, very grateful in life. No matter what happens in my life, I just look at the positive side and feel like I can do better.
You can do better.
Yeah.
Has there been any regrets since your exit?
No, I don't regret, because I believe it's part of growth. I have to grow up no matter what. You for do it for yourself, nobody go feel, do it for you fully. Somebody can help you and give you a transport to this place, and you have to find the other transport and move on. That's life, you understand?
Great. Now, talk of music, your association with Shatta Wale, dancer musician. Would you say that in the process, did any artist or producer or presenter, whoever, agreed to not to work with you or associate with you just because of maybe a beef they have with Shatta Wale? Because some people say he's outspoken and all that. So once you are in his camp, some people who are not close to him, once you want to maybe record a song, shoot a video, whatever it is, they're gonna. Have you ever experienced anything like that?
Yeah, I experienced so much of that. You get
really?
me? Yeah, so much of that. Especially when I was out there in Shatta movement, I was like their defending champion. You get me? I've had a whole lot of instant that I go after people whenever they come after Shatta movement.
That's the loyalty thing.
That's the that's the
Why
loyalty.
people there like that?
No, it's not like that.
When you talk about Shatta,
it's not
the
like
militants will come
it's
for
not
you.
like that.
His fan base will come for you.
Self, when I'm in love with something, I serve fully. I was there to serve. You understand? And every king has served before. You have to serve. So it's just part of my loyalty to the movement at that time. So I went like me and so many artists, like some of the big artists. When they have issues with Shatta, I'm the one who come out and talk and
we saw it.
always try to address the issues, because sometimes he's also right, because when you are in his shoes and some of the stuff he does is right. You get me? Because be easy being an independent artist, taking care of so many things. Sometimes it's very frustrating. You get me?
So we should just accept how Shatta, because you go on social media like there they go again. SM fans, they pay no good.
They don't leave me.
Self nation, people you are like that.
No, I mean the SM fans, they don't leave me. As I leave Shatta movement, they see I'm like I was trying to betray or whatever, but I see them like they are not matured enough, because they've not been in my shoes to know what I've been through. You are just a fan and watch it. You get me? So I've been. So
what's your message to the Shatta movement who are always at you? Because
I'll tell them they should focus on themselves, because Charlie, at the end of the day, you got yourself to look up to. No matter what go on, it be you for do and for yourself. You don't have to watch anybody. So I just would tell them to focus on themselves and leave Addi Self alone, because Addi Self, I'm always myself. Done.
Great. I feel that. So please, on the back of, because I've seen it. When you left, I saw the whole reaction, and then the back, you menaced, you left, then you were backbiting and all that. When you hear your former label mates addressing issues, joints, come talk, back to back, he does this, he did that, he's not loyal, and all that. How do you feel? Do you call them to like, make you slow down, or it's like you add more fire? We managed to get points, so you hit on. How do you react to such news?
As the fireman or what?
When you say you are loyal, so I just want to know how.
Well, honestly, Joint and Shatta, I've met them. I came and met them together. You understand? They've worked for over 17 years before I met them. You get me? They are very close friends. So sometimes when Joint is saying his feelings, I don't really want to come into it. You get me? Because me and Shatta relationship are also different than Joint and Shatta. So wherever he feels, I feel like that's how he feels. I can't tell him how he feels or how to react. I react according to me all the time. Yeah.
I can count a number of people or lawyers who used to be in Shatta's camp having to come out to level so much allegations against him. One, he's selfish. Other, he doesn't care about them. During hard times, that's where you really see him turn out against you. It's a lot. What one word will you use to describe Shatta Wale?
Unpredictable. That's the word. He's unpredictable, because me and him are very close, and we have this deep relationship and convo. Different kind of convo, deeper convo you know, beyond music. But the next thing you see is on live telling me that you get me. So it's unpredictable.
I get that. But so you, as you stated earlier, you don't take such things to heart.
No. I don't take such things to heart because I'm in Shatta movement to do music, and if there's a point I feel like the music is not really coming out and the music is not, I'm not getting the push I'm supposed to get. I just have to move on and do it for myself because I believe in myself. You know, I'll tell every ghetto youth to believe in themselves, and when you want to do something, don't watch anybody, just do it.
Great. You're doing great for yourself, I must say. Self Nation, the whole energy, the vibes, and all that you're doing. I appreciate that. It's been great. So what will it take me to be a Self Nation? How you term it? To be part of the Self
Nation diva. Self Nation diva. Okay, we have one diva here, Paulina.
Yeah.
That now should be playing some 5 for us. You understand? Self Nation, they need defense, so go play 5.
I accept that challenge. I go feet play. I go feet play. So now your colors, some say is similar to the whole SM logo thing. Do you see the red? You see the yellow in there?
But SM it be green and something.
Yellow, green.
No, me my own is red, gold, green. I just represent Ghana. You understand me? My own, I just feel like, you know, I have to represent where I come from in everything I do. Like the way I represent the Zongo, and on my flag I try to represent Ghana as well. So it's just positive vibe.
Okay. I see you got a number of tattoos.
Yeah, man.
What's that one there?
Well, it's just, you know, same self, you know.
Self.
I'm me self.
I'm me self.
I'm me
see, there's
self.
1, 2, 2. I can see like
the one on my chest.
How many tattoos have you got in general?
Well, I got like 10.
10?
Yeah. I've not really counted them, but it's 10.
It's 10, yeah. I feel
this one is Self Nation. The one you see right here is Self Nation. The badge, the crest. The one
it's
you
right
see
here.
Is the yellow
okay.
One. That's it right here. This is on my heart.
How long have you kept your dreads to?
I think 7 years.
7 years.
Yeah. Even though I've been cutting some of it and things. So.
All right.
You like it?
I love men who have dreads on, but then we'll talk about that. Addi Self.
Yeah, we did.
Great. Now let's talk projects. What have you got coming up? Cooking up?
Well, right now I have Slam to Hills because if it's not a story, Addi Self don't really like to tell. You understand me? It's Zongo to BBC, which has done very great on all the guitar platforms, and I thank my fans and everybody out there who is supporting. And now I'm back with another project, which is just telling another story of my life. Like from part of my life, I was here and now I'm here. So I'm just continuing my journey. So this one, I have 7 songs on it, which is Slam to Hills mixtape. 7 solid songs, which also shows my growth within the music. I have different kind of genres in there. You know, I'm just opening my wings and flying away.
Loyalty is on Slams to Hills.
Yeah,
great.
Loyalty.
I just wait for that one. Any final message to your fans?
That one too, we go come on the 9th of September. Loyalty is gonna be out.
Okay.
And then on the 19th of September, the whole project is gonna be out.
19th.
And it's out now for pre-order. Slam to Hills on Apple Music and all the guitar platforms. You can go out there and purchase and stream and also 19th September is my birthday, so you know that's one of the days that I really get social media, you know, love and all that. So that's why I decided to release it on that day, so that when you are wishing me, put the album for there.
Go stream.
Then wish me and stream. If you know if you give me money, stream my album. It will help me. You understand me? So I just feel like we are doing something positive to help the youth in the music industry. So people should just support.
Addi Self.
Paulina.
I love your personality. I love everything you do.
I respect that.
I wish you the very best. You also got our support because Ghana, once the music is good, we resonate with the youth.
Respect.
We fly with it.
I appreciate that. Shout out to GhanaWeb for having me. Shout out to my cameraman and everybody, Charlie, for making this possible. I don't know. Shout out to my team, Self Nation. Believe in yourself, and we're gonna do it, and we're gonna get there.
Thank you very much for coming.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So I did this with Addi Self, a dancer, musician, Afrofusion artist who's doing great for himself, a former member of Shatta Wale's Militant. It was nice doing this with you on GhanaWeb TV. I am Paula Amabroni. See you on the next edition.
we are trying to change the conversation in our Zongo communities. We are fortunate to be living in the 21st century with the powers of technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship. That is what we are trying to introduce to the community. The reason why we started the Zongo Shark Tank is that we realized that in the Zongo communities there are a lot of young people with brilliant ideas, but they don't have the support in terms of financial support, technical support. So we open it up to every young person with an idea. Come and pitch your idea, and then we'll give you the support. Our support is more or less like a seed capital. We are planning to work with you. It's going to be an incubation program. We'll get support. Just yesterday, someone contacted me that is an angel investor. In other words, he has lots of money that he wants to invest. He has seen the Zongo Shark Tank. He feels that he can come in to support. So this morning I was telling the contestants that, look, everybody is getting something. You are not losing out. I just want you to give out your best. You know, inshallah, we will try and support all of you.
And welcome to BOST on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Na Oyokwoti. Stay tuned as I bring you news items that trended during the week and an exclusive interview. Now, today's interview features a state-owned enterprise that operates in Ghana's petroleum sector. Now, this key institution held its first annual general meeting in September and detailed how it was able to turn around operations after recording losses in 10 consecutive years. My colleague Mauli Aholumega sat with the managing director of the Bulk Oil and Storage Transportation Limited, Edwin Provincial. Enjoy the report.
Hello and welcome to BOST on GhanaWeb TV with me, Mauli Aholumega. Today we'll be discussing the turnaround of operations of a key government institution that plays a role in the downstream petroleum sector. Before I introduce my guest, I'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back from that break on BOST. I have here with me Mr. Edwin Provincial, the Managing Director for the Bulk Oil Storage and Transportation Company. Mr. Edwin, welcome to BOST. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And welcome to BOST.
Yes, thank you so much. Many thanks for your time.
Yes.
Yeah, so how's life been for you at BOST? I know you assumed the position in 2019. How's it going for you so far?
It's been quite interesting. There's been ups and downs, as usual. As a human institution, things don't go as planned. But in a nutshell, I would say that my staff and I, we've made some very good progress with the organization, and we are happy at where we've got into.
Okay. For those who don't really know what role BOST plays, can you just give us a brief idea of what BOST does?
Yes. So in 1993, BOST was birthed, and it was bad because of certain circumstances that happened then. And so BOST currently has 3 key mandates. The first mandate is to develop and maintain a national network of facilities for the bulk distribution of petroleum products across the length and breadth of the country. In order to do that, you would definitely need some storage. So we have some tank farms. You would need some different media for distribution. One of them is pipelines, which is the cheapest, which we have. The next cheapest is barges, which we have and we use on the Akosombo Lake. The next cheapest would be rail, but we don't have rail infrastructure. And the most expensive of them all is the BRVs, the bulk road vehicles, which we call the tankers on our roads. And so this infrastructure, the storage and the transportation infrastructure, enables us meet our first mandate, which is to build a network of national network of petroleum distribution infrastructure to enable storage, transportation, and distribution across the length and breadth of the country. The second mandate we have is to build strategic reserves. It's like an insurance. So BOST is supposed to ensure that the country meets at least 6 weeks of petroleum security when something happens and the borders are shut and we can't bring any petroleum into BOST, into the country. We are supposed to ensure that we have at least 6 weeks of petroleum stored as strategic reserves. This mandate, we've not been doing too well on this mandate, and the reason is that far back as 2006, there was a strategic reserve levy that was taken out, and it's been zero since then. So we haven't had the required resources to actually enable us buy and store this fuel the way we want to. So we are not too happy about this mandate, but the infrastructure is there. Hopefully policymakers will find a way to get this to work. The third mandate is to ensure fuel security in the country, i.e. we need to import fuels, and then gladly BOST is positioned in a way such that we can trade with our partners up north, the landlocked countries. So we are supposed to import and export products to our neighboring countries to ensure that we run sustainably. So in a nutshell, those are the three key mandates.
So basically you are centered around storage and then transportation, which is a very key component of every downstream sector, especially the petroleum sector. Now, I want to come to the turnaround of operations. I understand you've been recording some losses for 10 years. Yes, which is quite unfortunate. But you've been able to make some gains. If you can share that with us.
That's true. That's very, very, very true. In order to understand where we are today and what we've achieved today, and in order to really appreciate the effort that has gone in, we need to put it in a context. So we need to understand where we're coming from, and then what we have done, and then why we are where we are today. So I'm going to give you a run through quickly on BOST in 2017, because my party came to power in 2017. And so I'm just going to talk about facts and figures, and then we'll have a good conversation. So in 2017, on the financial side of BOST, what we came to meet is an organization that had trade liabilities. That meant that we had bought oil and gas products. It had been supplied, but we hadn't paid yet. And the volume of that liability was equivalent to $624 million US.
That's quite a lot of money.
That is huge. And so imagine being given, being made the managing director of a company. You're so excited, and you get in and you do your assessment, and you realize that, wow, you need to find $624 million to pay all these international oil companies, or else they would sue and they would make sure they get their money. Not only that, we also had some legacy loans. Monies we had borrowed from the local market.
That's from the previous administration?
Yes. Local market amounting to almost 416 million Ghana cedis. That is huge. So not only do you have to find money to pay to pay the $624 million, we also needed to look for money to pay back this 460 million Ghana cedis. And then we have these bulk distribution companies. You know, we are into the storage business. So some of them bring their products into our system, and then they come and pick it later. At this juncture, by 2018, there was a report that was commissioned by the Minister of Energy then, and it was realized that we owed these BDCs. They had brought in products, they came for the products were not available, up to a tune of $37 million.
That's a lot of money.
That was huge. That's huge.
Yeah.
And then we also had some capex liability hanging on our necks, up to almost $609 million. So if you look at the financial situation of BOST then, it was not too good. Now also, let's look at BOST infrastructure, because we were set up to store and transport, and also do some trading for sustainability. If you looked at our infrastructure, a part of the capex liability, $109 million, about $57 million, in 2008, we had bought some pipelines because we had planned that we were going to replace the existing pipeline between Tema and Akosombo. So we had bought some pipelines in 2008, amounting to almost $58 million since 2008.
That's a very long time.
And those pipelines were still stuck in Houston.
They were not
in the United States of America since 2008. As of 2019, they were still stuck in Houston.
Any reason why that was happening?
I wish I knew. But the pipelines were stuck. That's what I came to meet. And then our pipeline from Tema to Akosombo had been non-functional. It was out of service. Our pipeline from Buipe to Bolga, we have a total of 364 kilometers of pipeline. They were all non-functional. And then our marine assets, the tugboats, the floating dock, the barges, 100% of those assets were out of service. How would you run a company like this? And then we had 3 of our depots. We have 6 depots. 3 of them were out of service. They were offline, not working. We also have storage tanks, 51 storage tanks across the system. 15 of them had been decommissioned. All these assets are revenue earning assets.
And they were just lying down.
And they had been decommissioned for whatever reason. So in a nutshell, we had about 82% of our revenue earning asset out of service. How do you run an entity like that? So not only did we have these financial liabilities on our heads,
you had an operational one.
We also operationally, all the assets which could have enabled us have some income to be able to even pay off some of these debts were also out of service. And then if you look at the regulatory side, we had not audited our accounts in 2015 and 2016. Yet I'm sure you remember that bonuses were being paid in BOST during those periods. So on what basis were bonuses being paid if the accounts had not been audited? Because when the accounts were audited, those were the years we made our highest losses. And so it was quite interesting. That's why regulatory compliance is so important. We had also not paid taxes from 2010 to 2014. So we owe GRA almost 47 million Ghana cedis. We had some legal liability because BOST was broke. A lot of people had taken us to court, and even though we wanted to settle the things out of court, we didn't have money to settle it out of court. So there were a lot of cases in court amounting to 161 million Ghana cedis if we were to lose. So we had to make provision for those contingent liabilities. And then lastly, the BOST margin. I'm sure you asked me about BOST margin. But the BOST margin was earmarked for the maintenance and operations of BOST assets, and hopefully also expand the assets. In the wisdom of the founders of the company, when the BOST margin came up, as of 2011, it was 3 pesos. The BOST margin was 3 pesos in 2011. Fast forward to 2019, it was still 3 pesos. in dollar terms, the BOST margin had lost over 80% of its value.
That's a lot.
So maybe that may be accounted for why the infrastructures were out of service, or I don't know why they were out of service, but the BOST margin was totally inadequate for the purpose at which it had been set.
So there was no way you could make money from that.
You were 3 pesos. 3 pesos couldn't do anything then. So that was the state. So in a nutshell, you had a company that had serious regulatory and compliance issues. You had a company whose assets were only 18% of its assets were working, and you had a company that was heavily indebted.
All right. You've been sharing quite a lot with me on the sector. I'll take a quick break and then we'll be right back.
All right.
I've been speaking with Mr. Edwin Provencal, and he's the managing director for BOST, and we've been talking about the turnaround of operations and how they've been able to do this. He's been my guest on this week's edition of BizTech. I'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back from that break on BizTech. I've been speaking with Mr. Edwin Provencal. He's the managing director for BOST, and we've been talking about how they've been able to turn around their operations. Mr. Edwin, I've been learning quite a lot from you. Just quickly on the BOST margin, there are some calls that you should scrap it. It's too much. What do you make of that?
I mean, if I was sitting in their shoes, I would also make the same arguments. But it's if you compare BOST to a normal BDC, it's like comparing apples to oranges. Let me explain why. So BOST is set up to achieve 2 main mandates. One is a profitability mandate for sustainability, and the other is a social mandate. Now, that social mandate comes at an extra cost.
Okay.
Because left to me alone as a private person, I would also put my infrastructure in the most profitable areas. Accra, Tema. The BDCs, that's where all of them have put their infrastructure.
Industrial hubs.
Thank you. That is where they are making all their money. But I am mandated to build infrastructure in Kumasi, in Buipe,
in other parts of the country,
in Savelugu, in Bolga, in Akosombo, in Mamiwata. It's Rajaman.
I've never heard of that.
I know. But those social projects come at a cost. Now, those projects benefit the taxpayer. But it comes at a cost. So who should pay for that extra cost?
Okay.
That is what the BOST margin addresses. So the BOST margin helps me maintain and operate the facilities in the unprofitable areas of this country.
You've rightly explained that, but it doesn't seem to get to them the way you are explaining it to me. So what do you think you should be doing going forward? Should there be more engagement with them for them to understand that this is what the proceeds from the margin are really going to?
I think on that note, they know, because if you look at what we've repaired till date, everybody knows that BOST is working now because the 82%, we had 18% revenue earning assets. Today we have 95%, and it's bringing in new revenue. But guess what? Left to me alone, I would only operate in Accra, Tema. But insofar as the shareholder, which is the government of Ghana, mandates me to operate in the other areas that are not so profitable, that shareholder, which is all of us, needs to contribute to run those social projects.
Okay. Yeah, so now I want to come to Tema Oil Refinery.
Tor.
Yes, Tor. It's been coming up for
this
quite
is
some
BOST,
time.
though.
Yes, I know. But you're a lead in the sector, so I just wanted to get your
You want my
thoughts.
Opinion?
Yes, I want to pick your thoughts on
These are personal opinions. So.
No problem.
Okay.
I'd like for you to share that with that.
Okay.
So what do you make of the idea of giving BOST to a strategic partner?
BOST or Tor?
Sorry, Tor to a strategic partner. Don't you think we can manage this ourselves instead of giving it to somebody else? Guys, put me on the spot. Should Tor be given to a strategic partner? Okay, so let's backtrack. Let's ask the first question. How has Tor performed so far? And will it serve the interest of the good people of this country if it continues the way it's going? My answer would be maybe, maybe not. Okay.
But from the evidence, maybe not. We wouldn't. Would private participation bring in some efficiencies? Yes, I think so. Is TOR a national asset? Yes, I think so. Will TOR help solve, when TOR is efficient, can it help solve some of the challenges we are having today in terms of price escalation as a result of COVID and the Ukraine war? I think yes, it can. So, to answer your question directly, should TOR be assisted by private participation? My answer would be yes.
Okay. All right. Very diplomatic response. I like that. Yeah. So I just want to find out from you, we are wrapping up. There are concerns that there's not enough fuel for consumers to use. Yes. From your point of view, what's the updates there, and what can you tell our viewers to sort of allay those fears?
Okay, so what is enough fuel? In the BOST system, the BOST system alone, we have about 13 days of supply. But outside the BOST system, because there are other private tanks, etc., if you put all of them together, we have about 43 days, between 39 to 43 days of supply, because every day you have ships coming in. Yeah, but then as at early this week, total days to last is about 43 days. And so there's no imminent shortage. But I said that BOST is mandated to ensure petroleum security. So there needs to be had another conversation as to how do we ensure that BOST gets the right resources to live up to its mandate. I also know that the Honorable Minister of Energy, Honorable Matthew Poku Prempeh, is really passionate about this mandate. And I know the efforts he's putting in place to ensure that this becomes a reality. One of them, we've talked about TOR. How do we bring in private participation to TOR to ensure that TOR refines regularly, because it will help curb the pressure on the city on that end, because they'll refine and sell in cities to BOST. BOST will sell its cities to the market, so the money stays, and the money stays here. So all we need to do, the only exposure there will be on the crude that comes in. But I'm sure he's working on making sure that that works. The second alternative would be in the early 90s, BOST had a relationship with Petrobras, which was a Brazilian national oil company, where we had an open account. So they brought the fuel into the tanks, and then we had the petroleum security. Unfortunately, if you don't run this business profitably, it will grind to a halt. So that didn't work. And I'm sure the Honorable Minister is looking at other opportunities to revive that arrangement with other international oil companies through government-to-government arrangements. So, in summary, we are nowhere near fuel shortage. Yes, prices have gone up. Yes, the amount of money we had can now bring less fuel, but we have quite some decent amount of fuel in the system, and Ghanaians should not panic with respect to shortages. We cannot end this show without showing our appreciation to a couple of stakeholders. First and foremost, this success would not have been possible if our dear father, the President of the nation, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, had not given me this opportunity to showcase what we have for Ghanaians. And so as we say, thank you very much for the opportunity. This also would not have been possible without the support of Honorable Matthew Poku Prempeh, who has really shown his resolve to transform the state-owned enterprises under his ministry into world-class organizations. We say thank you very much. To my board of directors, who've been on my case from day one and believed in me, I say thank you very much. And without you, this would not have been achieved. To my audit committee, together with the Auditor General, who came into BOST to unearth a lot of operational inefficiencies, we say thank you very much, because without you, we would not have achieved what we have achieved. And lastly, to my staff and the union members, I keep telling them that I'll be a liar if I love BOST more than them, because I came to meet them and I'll be gone and they'll still be here. I want to say thank you very much, and Ayeko, because without them doing the work and without them being amenable to change and following the policies and procedures, this thing would never have been achieved. And I want to promise Ghanaians that this is just the beginning. They should look forward to BOST doing much more and bringing more value to the national development of this government.
I've been speaking with Mr. Edwin Provencal. He's the managing director for BOST, and we've been talking about how they've been able to turn around their operations for the 2021 fiscal year. He's been my guest on this week's edition of BizTech. Many thanks for watching. My name is Mauli Aholmeka.
Thank you, Mauli Aholumega, for that report. Up next is Biz Headlines. So on to our very first story. A renowned business executive and former chief executive officer of the Ashanti Gold Fields, Sir Sam Jonah, has revealed that Ghana's government has sold all its shares in Anglo-Gold Ashanti. According to the business mogul, Ghana sold 30% of its shares in the company in 1994. However, the rest of the 25% was sold after the company was listed on the New York Stock Exchange. He described the turnaround of events as shameful, as he bemoaned the low level of ownership the country has in major companies and businesses that are run locally. According to him, no Ghanaian has any shares in any of the mines in the country. On T-bills in Ghana. A report by Data Bank Research has projected that the government may face some complications in financing the repayment of treasury bills that are set to mature on October 3, 2022. The weekly fixed income update by the research arm of the bank noted that this may be associated with the expected domestic debt restructuring. According to a report, support from the Bank of Ghana may be sought in order to obtain more favorable refinancing options. A total of 905 million Ghana cedis is expected to refinance the total maturities of the 91-day to 182-day treasury bills worth 786.6 million Ghana cedis. Now on the Ghanaian economy, Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta has outlined a number of pillars which will be hinged on Ghana's possible economic support program from the International Monetary Fund. Ghana is currently holding negotiations with officials from the fund who arrived in Accra on September 26. The country is targeting $3 billion from the Bretton Woods institution once an agreement can be reached. Ken Ofori-Atta, providing some updates on the ongoing negotiations at a press briefing, said our economic program contains a set of time-bound structural reforms and fiscal consolidation measures to place our debt levels and fiscal accounts on a sustainable path over the medium term. The finance minister, however, disclosed that government is finalizing its post-COVID-19 economic program as the domestic blueprint to engage the IMF. The Bank of Ghana has cautioned individuals who have acquired loans through mobile money platforms to repay their debts. This comes after the central bank noted that some individuals have deliberately refused to register their SIM cards in the ongoing nationwide SIM registration exercise with the intention of avoiding repayment of acquired loans. In a statement, the bank disclosed that data on all mobile money loan customers are domiciled in the databases of credit bureaus, hence the decision to evade repayment, which will rather attract negative repercussions. It added that borrowers who have discarded their SIM cards are, however, advised to contact their respective lenders or telecommunication service providers to discuss repayment arrangements. To our last story, the National Petroleum Authority is set to commence the cylinder recirculation policy in key parts of the country by the end of December this year. The Chief Executive Officer of the authority, Dr. Mustafa Abdul Hamid, explained that development is expected to improve operations after a long wait amid the ban following the 2017 gas explosion which took part at Atomic. Addressing participants at the Ghana International Petroleum Conference, the NPA boss said government is determined to make the cylinder recirculation model policy a reality. In the entire region of West Africa, it is only Ghana and Nigeria that still operate LPG filling stations, and we should all work assiduously to eliminate the phenomenon of filling stations. Meanwhile, the implementation of the cylinder recirculation policy comes after the Association of LPG Marketers had raised concerns over the decision, which they said has been counterproductive for their businesses. That's it for this week's edition of BOST on GhanaWeb TV. Thanks for watching, but log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more news stories. Get interactive with us on all our social media platforms. On Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, we are at the GhanaWeb. Subscribe to our YouTube channel, GhanaWeb TV. My name is Na Oyokote. Thanks for watching once again, and have a great weekend.
We are back again, Charlie. This is Rwanda, Kigali, the country of 1,000 hills. In today's vlog, we are going to be exploring the city of Kigali in a double-decker bus, and of course, you guys are coming along. I'm here at the tip of the city, and yeah, I can't wait for you all to see the city through my lens. Let's go, guys. Kigali is the capital of Rwanda. It's roughly in the center of the country. The city has numerous hills and valleys. The city of Kigali is one of the 5 provinces of Rwanda. Kigali has been declared as the most beautiful city in Africa and the 3rd greenest city in the world. Every last Saturday of each month, the traffic is stopped for 3 hours to clean the city. Isn't this amazing? have a feel of what Rwanda market looks like. So let's go.
Great. Here, Ghana.
Yeah. Their market, and Anaket is here with me. Say hi. So where are we now? What's the name of the market?
So we are now to Kimirongo Market.
Okay, is it a popular market here?
It's a popular market that where you can go and you get everything actually. So
okay.
It's a mix of a lot of things.
Okay.
So there are African fabrics, there are food, there are actually different things that whatever you need you can find it in Kimirongo Market.
Okay,
yeah.
So since I'm here in Kigali, Rwanda, I have to get something from here at least. You know, anytime I visit a new country, I like to carry something like a souvenir or something. So we are going shopping, but then, and in as much as we are shopping, we are also taking a look of how the place looks like and what to expect when you are here in Kigali market. So he's taking me along, so let's go. Yeah.
Enter to specific things that you choose.
Interest, okay.
Yeah, of the interest. So I will be starting here. So the area.
So this is the food section.
Yeah, this is the food section. Arrange the veg together like that.
Did they complain when you film here?
No, when you come to the market like this, when you're tourists, really they don't complain. So they all want to welcome you. Come and buy things here. Come and buy things here.
Okay.
They are sweet potatoes.
Okay.
Yeah. So then they are grown from north, most of
north.
them.
Oh,
north,
okay.
Yeah. So next to the place where they are gorillas.
Oh right.
Yes.
That's where we are going soon. So I know you guys are super excited because I am very excited about visiting, seeing the gorillas. So we finally got to the section where we can see all the crafts. Oh, this is so beautiful.
So beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, even my life friend.
Yeah. So please ask her how much is this? How much is this?
10,000.
10,000. This is for putting the food and everything on the table.
Oh no, this is for decoration
for
to the wall.
Oh.
Mama. Yeah. So
I thought it's the thing that you put your food on.
Yeah. Just this one too. It's putting on the wall. Actually,
this is so beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see.
More things that we can. Yes.
So how much is this?
10.
I'm contemplating on getting something like this.
Like that.
And the good part is you can also hang it on the wall.
On the wall?
Because it has this.
You have that, yes.
So finally decided to get this for my wall deco. Yeah. It's close to something like this. And she says it's 10,000. But then I'm getting it for 8. After negotiation, so yeah, this is what I'm getting.
She's becoming a local at the market because she knows now how to negotiate to the market, to the local market, which is the best.
It's the best,
yes. Yeah.
So they have other beautiful artifacts, and we are going to be seeing others soon. So
she's saying, add this for 10 if you need it, if you like it. This one.
This one too. She give to me one. If she give me 2 of this, I'll take it.
2?
Yes.
Of this?
Yes.
Okay.
And you have this one.
I wonder.
I think one of the gift for you. You my friend. Will be the t-shirt.
The t-shirts.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and maybe one off. So when you look at on this t-shirts,
Yeah, the
you will
picture.
see the picture and the shape of the mountain gorillas.
Okay.
Yeah, the mountain gorillas, they are living in the volcanoes. So when you see this is the highest volcano, so the guy who made this was trying really to present about the volcanoes and the home of gorillas. That is where you can see trees and whatever. Where you can see this in Rwanda. That's why he's putting this.
Sister, I'm the next.
Yeah.
Forget me.
And they have to. So how much is this?
Choose after choose. I give you a good price.
I'm trying to figure out what I can get for my mom, my sisters, and my friends, and my partner. So yeah. They also have some beautiful earrings here. Since this is the home of gorillas, I'm going to get this for myself and a magnet. So yeah, this is it. They have bigger ones too, like this. How much is this?
15.
15,000 rand, right?
Yes.
So when you see this gorilla,
Yeah,
it's a female.
it's a female because it
can
has.
hold the baby like this.
Yeah,
So when it's a male, it would have the silver back here,
like this one.
like this one. This is a young male.
It's a young male.
It's a young male.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a young male. It's not really. It's still a juvenile.
Yeah, this is also beautiful.
I can show you. No. Person that look at different things here.
Oh, okay.
So I have a different color.
They have others. Most of the things here at the artifact store are quite similar, but then I'm still contemplating whether to get this type of earring for my sisters. And how much is this earring?
Can you choose? After to choose, I give you a good price.
This one?
Don't worry. Yeah, for first, can you choose? This.
How much is this one?
Now, wait a minute. And also, I have like these are table mats.
You said this is made of what?
Grasses.
Grass.
Grasses.
Okay.
Even these are table mats.
Oh, okay. For
It's
a
made
table.
of grasses and posters. You see, it's a 6 pieces also.
So how much is this for the 6 pieces?
Even a posters,
How much is this?
20 for
20.
6 piece and that one.
Including this one,
Even
the whole set.
Yes, all set.
This is 20.
Yes.
They have local bags. How much is this bag?
This one,
Yeah.
$25.
25.
Yes. Even like this. All like that model. See? All like this model.
Okay. Yeah.
Say cheers.
When you come to the markets,
Yeah.
like here, everyone will call you, please come and buy here, come and buy here. And sometimes you will find
end
yourself,
up-
you end
yeah.
up all the money.
Yes, all the
Yeah.
money is gone.
All the money is
But
gone.
then I'm really happy with the things that I got. It was close to almost 360 cities, which is very okay.
Yes.
Yeah, as gifts. So I'm super happy, and yeah, it's raining, and this is the fruit section. This is how it looks like from here. Are we in the rainy season?
Oh, now we are starting the rain season. This is the end of summer. This is
Okay.
the end of the dry season, and now we are starting the rain season.
Okay, so guys, I realized that they have this. We see it as plantain, but they eat it as banana. So this is
We have
banana.
this, banana. But we have also plantain. Look.
You have plantain. Oh, okay.
Plantain.
But if this is banana, then their banana is so big. Because
So
our
big.
banana is small.
Oh, they're small.
Yeah.
So the Rwandan land is fertile. That's
Very
why.
fertile land.
And the people, they know how to grow them very well.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So you grow them here in Kigali or at the north?
Yeah, even all the provinces of Rwanda, so they grow them. But the eastern province province. That's where they grow more than the other areas.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, just like Ghana. Even in Ghana, the eastern region is also the place that rains a lot.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, does it rain a lot there?
The eastern Rwanda doesn't rain a lot like the north, but it's somehow hot. It's the savannah area.
So it's time to go back to the hotel. And yeah. I hope you're doing amazing. In my previous vlog, I showed my experience of seeing the rare mountain gorillas here in Rwanda. If you missed it, kindly check it out and don't forget to subscribe, like and share. An exciting top hike, we lodged at a place called Virunga Inn Resort and Spa, which is located at the northern part of Rwanda. From my hotel is a beautiful view of the mountain, of the volcanic mountain. I was here at Kankensi, the Rwanda Development Board, to experience one of the world's most important celebrations here in Rwanda. The celebration is called Kwitizina, which is a tradition to name all mountain gorillas once they are born. So guys, this is going to be my last morning here and I'm going for the event. This is how I'm dressed. Yeah, so come with me, let's have some breakfast. This naming ceremony started in 2005, which has become a global celebration of nature by giving a name to the rare mountain gorillas. It is celebrated as an opportunity to thank the communities that live around the volcanic national park, the research partners, the vets, and dedicated rangers and trackers who protect the mountain gorillas. Look at how I look. Don't I look pretty? So guys, hi guys, we are back again, Chale. I hope you're doing amazing. I'm currently here in Rwanda, at the north of Rwanda, and this is the 18th edition of the gorilla naming ceremony, and I'm super excited you all are coming along. I'm going to be seeing a lot of celebrities here today. I'm super excited. Let's go. last 15 years, more than 300 mountain gorillas have been named. Today, Kwitizina forms part of an ambitious strategy to preserve their natural heritage. This is also to expand the role of tourism in Rwanda. Some names given to the gorillas were Imani, which means cheerful, Indasago, which means values, sacrifice, liberation, expand, live.
Minister Rwanda, Nyakubahwa Madamu wa Perezida wa Repubulika y'u Rwanda, Banyakubahwa bayobozi mu nzego zitandukanye, Banyakubahwa bashyitsi bari aha ngaha, Banyarwanda, Banyarwandakazi, muraho.
Born on the 4th of August, 2021, from the Noheri family to its mother, Umucho. I am very proud to have had the privilege of meeting this particularly special baby yesterday, and so it therefore gives me great pleasure and is an honor to give her the name of Imararungo, which means companion or cheerful. And this name was chosen to represent the joyful and entertaining nature of the mountain gorilla, and I look forward to visiting Imararungo,
which means offspring. This name was chosen to showcase the importance of the newborn gorillas as offspring that symbolize expansion and growth.
Share your experience. Oh my goodness. For me, it's been phenomenal. It's my first time at Kwitizina, and my goodness, Rwanda makes a big deal about these baby gorillas.
Yes,
which is
and
amazing.
they really invested a lot. I'm really impressed. I had a good time here, and the names are really like they have good meanings. So I can't wait to visit again next time.
Definitely next time. And what I love about Kwitizina is that, like, you know, this whole gorilla conservation, 10% goes to investment in the community. Okay. So it's really amazing.
Oh,
yeah,
thank you guys. Yeah.
Lady Visionary, guys.
Thank you so much for watching this vlog. I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoyed sharing my experience here in Rwanda, here in Kinigi, right? Kinigi.
The northern region, the hub of tourism.
Yeah, I'm super excited about this. Until next time on my next video from Rwanda. We are currently going to end the Kwitizina with
lunch at Ellen Center.
Yeah.
Like the conservation center, but we're having lunch here with like other dignitaries and stuff.
And the VVIPs. I hope to see Drogba here because I got to take a picture with him, but everybody was like wanting to take a photo with him. So yeah, this is how it looks like from here. Guys, look at this beautiful view.
Beautiful. What you should tell them, Stella, is look at God. God's beautiful creation.
This is God.
God is amazing.
Yeah.
And he did it in 7 days, guys. Please. 7 days. Our God is good. Cheers.
So guys, this space is really beautiful. And yeah, we're going to be having lunch. I think I'm the only one. Hello. hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience here. A big shout out to the Rwanda Development Board for making this happen. Thank you so much. I'm really grateful. I really appreciate the thought of bringing me here to explore Rwanda. Thank you. I love you all. Bye.
Also told their own and as I say, they won't send and to ton baby. I to be say, I won't swap bass and I walk as a word than I any days. Why won't you cheer the down? Intimate of passion, I want far phone and fro exo. Now, when let's catch up, David da. Even ye bid that. Moamus and Mujay, I made their sempan and I'm a bonus whom is said and say entertainment industry a moon como, Phyllis be a cause so trends just near day. Now, watch dear violence as when you so catcher. Global Citizen Festival na yekoya and fine. Na wosa we be a woman man pin and other kwekufado no so ho. Na ayat against the states amount of kwano so me di munchemu nyina bebro. Na hu say Dr. UN ni Joyce Jones was one todo mu ni ade bi munchemu say fake ni ade. Emu nkomo ena na watchi ma hihye ni nyama be som. Nti we de ye nche kra. Muma ye ntwa ye ho na ye koba nkomo on GhanaWeb TV. Mdi nchemu nyina eba be som. Ayo, say the Global Citizen Festival near the Akwakogu. Now one him say Asha Bai. Na just a top artist and so Eddie Mwakotin. Sakodi who be na just okay cause Sakodi performance ne day. Ese we ni sa catcher Stone Boy so be chibi my and just say any gidigba we day form. Just ono so be say stage ho my eye nua bia song be Jackie. Ono so one say ho kwa ono so be wo so say some dance move bia Jackie di my and just okay kan kasa. Na just say performance ne no do so be brave. We omotiwe ni makasa na dance with a purpose academy dance god Lloyd only crew na your musa no say wotiwe ni makasa na ohwe say na one osha battle was stage ne so say na sound choreography it was so on point say nkofo chema just sound na was sound there was sound ni ya nkasa na hu say na dance god Lloyd wa yira wo mu kakran komo bi so bechi ne so later metiwa ko honom ba wo ma ye sha simfi opemu na nkasa festival yo mbe ye wankra ha say Black Star Square man payin na dadan kwekufado edi ni ko trewo. Now when we say event, they said say it was well organized, well put together, where the standard and kasa. Now I was just in a stage say sound the anti for mintio try mic it was on point. It's a sound ni muye dan kasa na say hey say na de pashe baby sa say they was in one kind ni hu global citizen festival no mo replicate I show say we Ghana was mo nye bi na say hu say ni na ada ho but me say kai mo say ni na ye ska uni ska better na sound that so better na video quality aye na production adan ka uni ska better na why ni na ye ska say amount say industry we are growing, we will get the tomorrow ba chance mu invest into shows mu invest na be yes world class standard na na ye pese ye ni eje hu that's na me di kan catch on man pay na do dan kwekufado de ni ko trewo now so we tie nyomi bi ankasa na say oba man welcome address ne ja wo frey ye man pay no ba stage no bedu stage na me hu say dede bi koso ni ade na amafu chirema say ye man pehin otie guaso say obi edi ni di man first gentleman of the land aba gina simpie nim so person kasa fe de mete away pa away asa nkofu person mo yawa ye president asa enimguase bi ya ache na wo so nim so enimguase fata okani ba na wa president asha na atare kama ne ntama ni yire kwa Rebecca wo beautiful Rebecca empenfo atitiru ministry mu oh makokoko matekwa wo hobi no mpese mu president na just nkofu mafu buefu wo chema kro ma ye hyew mani ma ye hyew ntiti se na ode bia wo kase corruption akokoye se mampen won tie won kasa ye wo se on tie mu case ye just eyi on tie na mo ye no kwa nti wo se wonye opportunity ba se ogunu ni mase na just wo ye dede na wu oh na memu se mapani kan ni studio so we are singing na ahwe ni na no mom signal say ye mu ma mo twa ko ba to mo ye mu begu mehu ani wase ni na ye signal onu na make acho we are singing na ahwe kan afo ayu ani atete youth ye na je say wo bonu hu oh enim kwase asembe ni mo de mo ma ni fa na no di sembe tudwa o ye na ko mutime hia no Twitter ho no na bia ma tag no but we say debi opportunity ni we say na Africa we say chrome ha ye we light ka unye binto nkane ansemo tese ukogwa aso nyama bodidinde ni nyina mu nhwe ni yeye twetwe bra ye bra wokromati enya wo de se wodidu na eyi awe ni bubu na enim gwase a wokogu ye na na adodan kwaku fado ni penfu bia kasa kirema wo se enya sa nete eye deputy minister of tourism ai makokwaku mati kirema na enye te wo gbon wo gbona we o na eye osebo na wo che no tese wo gbona mu tese amona wo gbona baso na mafu chirema eye se wo hu ni wo se ni wo se nya sa nete man fo se mark no enturu fita mikrom ni pa wo se krape no se wo se enturu na wo twa ne sa enturu de anka cha se krape fo de fata na asa wo pe se asem ne no kware me wo se nkofo bebra reacting painful MPs bi se Ghana for youth mu ade wo se mani so hwehwehwehwe mu ade pay picture antare mufi mu ho president mutumi bɔ ne hugu ne masese wo se ma anya ade but mafo chema wo se kro ma yehye ne ebe ya ne ebe ye se wo tumufo na se mu ntie dia ene ye hye mo street ne so dia ene ebe bɔ mo away saa Nasa ya twaso dia mesanso gina mampehi na nadodan kwaku fado na asem so ya say case number 419 ya yedusi ene mia na me judge na nkasa against nimtuni be friend Kirani Ayat against mampehi na nadodan kwaku fado ene Ghana Tourism Authority wo hu ya 27 September na mampehi post video bi won Twitter all in say mu promote Ghana na che say video bi no mu compile nti wo say we twetwa since be brave wo kom ha say no wo chirema mo visit Ghana cause Ghana dey won ya ma party opese be you opese obehwe wani so ne nwa wa abrochi no mu ndam ani nchre Ghana ha say na ka video ni podi anka yefe ya ho na ehu say nimtuni Ayat nso post no chirema adi bi akoso ni enjo so ba ne senfi hisi den na che say mutumi use ni nwom wo say ni nwom bi ni sing be fa ni guda visual say wo video ni David Nicole say na try na wo say mo use visuals na e dey ayesa promotion no na ka ne bonus anka ne kwan ma ka mo promote but mo ambisa ni permission mo ambe hu na anka so ye ka na be say use video na ejeja wa kakra ma ne say na say mo ye because that's it any property mo anya sa me hu ane say eda ho no ma na say mo promote no so chema mo anya de na mo ye de ni enje hu nti video ne beto abont no say ampanyi no wona na nsan ya dance ya na yokogbo hu ogu ani ma say global citizen that's so okay for us and so abe binu chema Ayat wanya de te say anka won say we de o mampanyi na de ma say nto wada wona wasan wani mfifiri nya say unya mbo bia fi state and say ministry and say bio no wa ko say produce o chemo so ye security guard be say 3 months na muska no do trust a video nti anafem o say some time ago ko be hu sa Ghana Tourism Authority aka chunso aka be say aka mo partner no na aka video aka mo use ni ade ko since the day video ni dey me nkan dada o ma afi no na fe de ma boy to egua na fe de in 2022 ma san so use sa we na chese kofo bashi no be no bashi president say we dey akoye say de bia copyright chiro but we dey different aka mbaka ko kofo bi chema tourism authority na wanye ni nti e ho no ma na chese asem ni be ye bubruja na ka chese obi ade na no ato asem ni na tourism authority na de betu dwa so wo contact agency bi say one yes we nti of course one asema we betu dwa say we they had the right and say bia o man bisa Ayat no agency no na onu won ye adwuma na Ayat no tu no say okay sana mo pese mo ne mo twen ka we da kasanka o de betu dwa na ka ma sort out na na back door ma wa ka kra ma no ma ye masede na ka ye atwa so ba asema so mo ne twen no so ko no mo se mo ne me twen me ma ye ready and no so ka say sadia agency kuna mu say mu contractor ni so onye video mama mu fa ne din betu dwa Inti aba ne sa agencies say din aba betu dwa friend was some South agency. Ai, what the betu dwa say? What's a one day mood board be 2019 and I want the Ghana Tourism Authority eka obesa nka wo partnership bi na wo ye mood board ye video compilation bebre na sa video na video na David Nicole say try guda ayat video na eka ho bi but wo chire ma one MOU na one a ministry ni assigning one kada say 2022 year we one fast video enka wo chema except of that a video no mo year 2009 e be egbo but understanding they say it was not agreed one certainty sa asem na Ghana Tourism Authority eka say one agency na we say one si won hu enya no kware na say da be ye bubuja say dem afọ kan say the yehu say ministry no we defo I wait for what some ye de. In say na so obeye obefa kwan paso na wan sort out ayakọ say any property no ankasa ni material and na mo bisa na mo ya be am ye de bia so wo de chem fuse ODG crampo ade so de ne da betum wo che video na mampanyi post ye na say fuse OD ni video wo twa akra de show no so no de nya long team bia fuse de so fine wa contact no lawyers nti mo be fa asem no so na just wan hwe ma mo fuche ma ya yat lawsuits kese pa na wote so no be ye di echi abanye ska bebre nti bo modern na pursue sa kwade na anu atmo se ka kon se creatives e mumbu on wo ye won bibia na abefa mu sort out mu siki permission kwa bona se no mafa na mu use so sa de enye kofu bebre de wan otum but me de many di echi ayat case no against the state against another dan kwakufado against the tourism ministry e mu nchire mu bia de be say amfuche ma simple and short we de yes kasem sort boy na out no so entry no but me person me catch you say Ayat, he's a very good musician. Inti mubo madi ana mun check out ni video ni songs. Muba me fele na muba me feedback. Global Citizen Festival course wo Black Star Square ndi hu komo wie yo na wa hu se Asha Raymonds just say stage obegina so asawo di na DWP Academy just asawo once wo de to mu se boys ni bi be kums ni ade asawo de na ye fa nkasa na just say esiboni na se okahwe na formation wo de to so na ade mo say Asha hanum so yes awo mo bi ndada na it was a good performance. It was a good show. Now Asha say where they just warm up. He will be back again. I also the ni best answer try be enim da kon say bia December be pass it through and say yen dey share by any dey cheaper. But Stormzy he also made headlines after the show. Now also all through stage no share some shirts be Daddy Lumba just so pay tribute to no. Now Daddy Lumba who no so nani aso ni Stormzy ye ma so nani je ho pa. Now Stormzy stage your be or the I'll talk about and I'll be perform me one sorry remix no say Kwesiata and so feature so he also introduced Kwesiata on stage. It was so nice, it was so perfect. I just want na be jam we now what we na after party who say Stormzy any y'all talk shy now your talk presenti kente to Stormzy mama na no to dan as no so share no so ne why am dey na ni so ankasa na stage is so Global Citizen Festival yi Asha introduce some Nigerian musicians be Tiwa Savage or the neba honum bi na closer Oxlade or the neba hobby na mafu chima Ghana has a sense you top artist in ka person ko introduce obia and ka introduce yanga ye wo krom ha say yanka give us that platform na akofa Nigeria for aba be say won ti asia na all judge but no one choice benim so bomodian de DWP Academy dance group or the one band yanka esi hon ma Ghana for bi say want me who say Twitter mo be say mo push agenda bi but all in all no Asha no one choice na sako the performance na we say sako the watch say we landlord and kasa we say it was on point just a stagecraft bibia was on point Stone Boy and so honum just say they really had fun. Mama quite the say muje muni ankasa. Na ye hwe ne hu Shatta Wale. One do no say na one do no one but of course some announce program dey na munum so on count down. Say mama nya say bia ye mo wan ade. Na mo kasa na mu say find the kosi but Shatta Wale ampa. Ai na Asha okrom ha obeyi na Mr. Drew eka so peso ohunu. I know make it post be so or the person ko o way Asha be no chemo or be patch also person hu but am for chema then connection abe nanka ya ne say what say organizers for e ka say wo be Asha bra chrome na person on ne collaboration na so be so shana na ka say ka contact organizers na ba social media ka so you want to talk we say long because who ever chrome so you one of our biggest artists that now be say he's just too solo but muna say media I feel like you want to reach out you can reach out send a Cardi B take your opportunity Mr. Cardi B send a crapping polo take your opportunity time Cardi B ba ha say he said oh be na down for so to me communicating you know that was the same way me I felt like say Mr. Jude seized the opportunity into send be community KTBR to Asha and the fam he has made it the Mr. who says one time Asha and a video call being at say who said to confirm say indeed we share Asha and Global Citizen Festival and they one day they can't wait for the next time how they'll be here but I don't know say they are going to be back so all in all festival it was one of a kind say muje money near the be trying na say bui na mukobu man penya dodan kwekufado and no so about the mama yenchina ha say na yen try him kakra na say yakoba nkomo ne de say de be ayam no etefie bank situation ma be sani ni nego ha mamo for pame mau akwaba enkomo on GhanaWeb TV na just say when you go so I just wasu go so awuti and as work and say them wasu awuti say na etibia on say twi ni dey emu ye true na watchi dey inse bebre akoso na Dr. UN Joyce Jo wona wo sese wan ware mafuche ma just say they didn't see say busuafo na woje bia yintinsa na just say bia wan ahye na we didn't see that it's any the boyfriend say ntoro ankasa but Joyce any Dr. UN per se Ghana funi ne je di say no kware se wan ware I wanna was se wan ware Joyce so mu se wo ma no we post say on ni kunu Dr. UN wo jinweni na video bia beto abonten bi da mi hu na me se afem kakra nge se bia meni bre won ana se bibio but eba be funu se yen kase ne mu yedro because ebi ni mu se na ye nwini ne catch video bi beto abonten aze Joyce ni Dr. Yo mu case na unze case na nye natural DB enya ne a unsa da fo chia wo pese wo ye wo pese wo prove say they are indeed dating that say be a force B na BBB oh god no say be a me baby am na mo fele dia ba me hu ne me tumi ahwe video na wie me hwe kakra na me ja hwe na say me yi me ni kakra cause BBP mame dodo I don't know nya say be any bri won o che me mo ka say ama broni so I say ni Dr. UN atodo mutimi de mani bre dey bi but wo hwe video na me de me tumi ahwe ni 2 times me be see na me tumi hwe video no fuye na me say some different one be so na Joyce wo kitchen or ye adwan na Dr. UN be friend na okwa abonte na say e ka bi I don't know what they are trying to prove, but what Chema want told them say the amount for can say Dr. UN. So we say where Joyce now was out on so they need to say the near can say all the best. Na watch here na me ho na me hu say nkofo start post J Adolf ni picture and highlight me na watch her say rest in peace you lived on am say person much as pay one but to say you confirm na you reach out to authentic source and as a family na bisa so we no kware ana but ne ba Ruby na be to just na papa ni wuye nti mo amu fast mo fa information say leader of the City Boys band we wu no say nya no kware say papa tiase o tiase o te wo wonko ma te so onwu ye nti mo amu fast I we mo say mani ewu but sometimes so who assemble if am show we Brian na mo verify nti me say me catch show say J Adolfo on ka baby o tiase papa Kid girl them sugar na watchi ho afa wona adan kid na dey EP fufura betuja foreplay unti ana just wa pebi ete unse girl them sugar that he loves to play with words foreplay ni ade na normally dey mu yede champagne na just say popular in edi twan na ase na kid so baba private listening ya say o dey adofo share ni colleagues bi na wotie ni na just say agenda bi so ekoso e wo Twitter Obekaya in 2020 kidi be patcho e wo mrekwan kofo called dig up old tweets ahun so ye yam painful bi na ekufado je ni di wom sa akode kura sa akode rapper je ni di wom delay na this year dey no say delay wom Yvonne Nelson so na say wo fomfo chema den times na kidi the bongo ideas of our time na say cyberbullying na trolling or the be me ma na akoso 2022 ma 2020 yes sorry 2020 na kidi be patcho na afia bosumi yanse na bebe fi September mako October kidi was also akwa dig up sa old tweets na say de nsemporo na ye yawo no me say sana na wanu ye yawo na be mpo kire mu a ebiampo na kidi to accounts ni fi obi wonte sem ne de na cause na enyo no cause wo hwe kidi fine boy wo fe nsusu ni sa but kidi ara betu just so papa me chow time more make his post na say as o ye yankofo gu ani ma se bule won no say no osa no ye young no na adwimu che dan do kakra no akanyimla meka otsa na adwimu ndosa intina wan dream ho anko echi say those people will be affected those na do osrema kasa he shown remorse waka say we no so say mo fa no bone nche no moving forward be mo de ana say why ne ese na efata na tweet ibi na delay okoka say delay ente brofo say delay obi a say wan ko school na afi why nim so bad delay kwa we interview kidi wo delay show you so na delay take sa tweet no show so because we illiterate and just say one bobra wa bobra because so wa wo hwe ne delay ya untumi jan no so enkasa asem ne ba wa nim say delay call big girls people so hang onyame ne hene na girls me ma shout out yen so call kwap mind na ye ben won kakra no so we na so call Methodist University College nte ye say bi obi on call student ma ya mu say bi delay kasa wo twi mu nti on call school de wa boni degree nyina nti say ono so abebe reply kidi ba won say kidi so reacted na say e wedi nkwase asempam na ba ku bia na ye ya poro bia kese bi pa koma Yvonne Nelson ba mpese me chem say sa ye ya na di honom enye kidi na e kan yo me pa mo cho bebe because me hu say kofo say kidi wudi Yvonne Nelson atam yi ya no poto enye sa na nete then times first na ka we retweet obi Twitter sa na e ba nti say no de me pa mo cho mu say we say kidi anya ye bada ba ni sa ye ya no de na o ya Yvonne Nelson poto no me pa mo cho enye sa na ko ba nti say the simple and short kidi say Ghana fo ene ne victims na pa mo cho mfa ne bone nche no Shatta Wale dance all king in the whole Ghana kasa. Also one mama warning industry for YouTubers whatever social commentators muni na one mama warning mu odru we dey pre-warning. Also ba be releasing album in October ni birthday no so be release. Also mumbo modin ni obegbo de hu musu abeka se enyom ni nyede oh na we dey ye sankwas konko fine ko so on ubedi nkasa so we dey ono akasa ni pem no ama mo won ni mo bia and try no kana abeka se oh GOG gift of God album ni atwen abaye 2 years ni keka koi ni na akoba na enye o se mo nya ni audience wanya nyom na mamo nkwan ni eyi fans e wa brochi ni ade ni nwan adwimu do wo nyansa na o yes anyo ni mamo ntimamo nkase eyi nyom ni nyede o se bo abebo mu hu musu no ono ubedi nkasa no nim se Satan so wakan na wa aka iti mesra mankasa sada baka Shatta Wale asem nyede but on a more serious note say industry has say we san nim fifi wo kwa studio kwa bia na nko bida sana waka bia na Shatta Wale skya he get pass your father he bia na woni bi won say Shatta Wale say akokokto new house glass house no shre ni nyina echi na chese wa bone brasa na de bia o kana na small boys small industry and as a mama say radio mu fa here mo mbo bra mo talk ka mo si dan e be no pese mo didi na tem na mo didi na sen so say we de gift of God nyom no ba drop sa album na ya atwen also onim na so drop na say time wasters mo nim na mo che camera ti mo su say nyom na enye de na fa ine kosi also onim be di ankasa kasa nti me de one na brem no wa aso no ontie na watwe ya ayana na tornado odi tornado e de semetu jo so chema mafia gang diamond apia efia Schwarzenegger ne actress Tracy Boato say confusion basa confusion has come one company ma de say de say my boto de say why you ankofa na shake na de say nsem baba na hu say ebini mo hono ma mu bi hono ma mu twen say mafia gang asem tumu na ka efia Schwarzenegger ntwe camera nsi no so no really secret about Tracy Boato but Efia Shazega responded to Nana Tornado claim no case mafia gang confusion atom no say no kware. Also no ko wofie na Mr. and Mrs. Bedun Tiama Tracy and Frank Bestrano. No more hono na say ne plans also jato mu na blow na say. No so plans here made to try na say odum lights ka dum so ba na say yes na aye. So say on there na say what did you command ja. Our if we was sorry quite no PA so I did trace so until PA so ko ba ya ko bi woni fie hono ma watch say new plant it say tear up but say one replace it back we anka say anka no ponko so anka ko pace kana say ko repay 1 year si chena say new one no say na so ma na ko ya wo ye adwuma so or then who is the landlady boss back ko pe say rich actress Tracy Bachi na so ma yen say be ye hu adwuma no fair Tracy Bachi no say me ba Tracy Bachi surprise we twa me no so ni so no so ka che Tracy Bachi so also no do be ye ni bi I dom na yi papa ye na wa ye also no do be tua ne ka onu so be ye ni bi tie hwe ni ti e fi na ka be so trema akosi se mafia gang one camp no confusion be en by nti mu pese mu ti bibis fi na to na do hu se o ka se confusion aba o se ni nyina mo mbo ntungu. Teacher Kwejo Akasa any piao I one teacher Kwejo dear first no child warrior a man from District Assembly Primary School now just only GS nyanse seminator wo unit say the one unit cry just on chira de biem say the new YouTube ni ade na you other side way no ye but Ochema he's living a good life because time na no child the bro brain na san nim free now the end of the month 1,005 say see amusema saki so one bra na interview ye on e fia man kwata maklo ma Shatta TV show you so he looked good nyo bi ati se comedy nte wan come paka say wan saki no come bedi no say nya sa net na teacher Kwejo asan so e de ensempfufo wa kiremu ensem e course wa LED to dismissal no kirema any headmaster head teacher say wo school mu hono onu eno oyi na say wo be train simple and short also oyi ni man akasa ni mu odin o se ba ne sen ni show ya na nko ye wo United Showbiz with na Mike Brown na to say won say omo ye ne Saturday intina hwe bebi o ti Kumasi echi honum baby no be fi honum ababedu Accra hanum say Saturday na wa bre ntizi ono teacher yi na headmaster yi ka so ne ye tena wo bu amofe so wo kona unya scamp house odu bu awon renovation ya de ne ma ya supply amofe ni na ye ni so nti so be say bibi bu awo kakra nti aba ya wo be take 5 days off cause wo class one man na wo chade wo chema na teacher ko no ye P4 teacher wo class wa child mo teacher se bien nti ebe ya ka monye no rotation nti Friday na woni won na other teacher na achi no mama no so we dey ya sempa na tese opene so na tese nti Fridays dey na oni ho na asem yi kwa ba yi na o kire ma district full pay fu bi ho ma na won pen asem se dwuma na no ye na ye won ye wo so no adwen ho nti ase nti obese wo didi na se ne sa na tese wo kwatwe attendance sheet na ya teachers fu ba wo sign no what check out with 55 days in one academic term one back no say we dey any fine ko say wo chire ma wo twetwe na e kwa wi ase na wo onum say na is no news one asaken he's still saying say life still goes on into Ochema sad districts we won hu say also no don't me just say adwuma na ye na ye won ya wo ye ya na wo yi nedi na teacher Kwejo Chema asem ne bai na wo friend ni head teacher na wo so wo ya aware teacher Kwejo bisa permission say he will not be available on this day that day so say dey bio when be some sure meaning no say otrofo say na dance ni wo abochi Kwejo ko train colleague back no ka say dia dance mam no so be dia dance so ye no kwai headmaster na man ho kwa headmaster so say da enyo no be any den na say what asem you turn so bubu on so say be see na one sacking but Ochema no there I don't know so be pursue case but also no there be see no onim say agenda na mo ye no mo didi na say mafu Chema so teacher Kwejo Fridays won kwa ya bang adwuma private na ka betimi aka say wo ma days of na fa kobo personal we wo say no there wo mo say wa asem ye there na wo support student but sa we no nkwa de wo say you have to be citizen good citizen na wa wo term Friday na say wo absent for 55 days de mfo Chema teacher Kwejo anya but teacher Kwejo so say ono so e wo points nti mo angasa munde ye de asem na betumanim hina na asem ye ne de teacher Kwejo ana say GS na watwe de onu say sem no de na doso mikra mabre nsem okrom ha se be fele se hwem koso nsem be koso ayat against the state Ghana Tourism Authority ene kufado se video ya we use na fine kosi hi the man for kan se mon sort bray out no fan twane video no fan bone bra cause obrefu didi na adwuma wanya me boa that's it where he deserves it na say wo ye feels so do won be court nti ye hwe anim se views be twa won damage bi dia emu nkomo nyina me de be na won anu sama bro na watwi de nsem de no doso Dr. UN ne do a wati ahwe mo se ne yere just do once wa me se muma mun kisi bi ombe how yan adwe mu de mundi mu do wo isa sa kisi ne de ye shema kasa ye per romance ba nye sa romance ni bi sa na man for eka nti da se ne ama broni komo on GhanaWeb TV se na me de nsema bremo entertainment industry just in its trends and nzanya me course ni na celebrity news e da yanim na watwe de ebe so ni nyam da besomti me da masemo a mo hwe nyina mo nkoso na mo share video ne ade na mo so mo bomo da na mo follow me on social media platform Paula Amabroni me da mas pass e mo hwe e besan so ahia makramo.
We're home and we want to help build home. That's what we want to do. We want to bring our resources and help build back Africa.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This is your most interactive socio-political and personality interview program you can find online. My name is Ismail Akwe. In this edition, we are going to discuss the role of the diaspora in development of the African continent. Why should the diaspora be interested in developing the African people and also be interested in the economy of Africa? We have our guests in the studio who are diasporans and they have a very big heart. They're going to tell us where their heart is and why they are doing what they are doing. We'll be right back after this break. This is the Lowdown. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe and I'm joined by Millie Lauren Taka. She is the ambassador of the State of the African Diaspora and also the CEO of the Aaron Manville Foundation for the Advancement of West African Men. This is quite interesting. Also with her is Hope Gary. She is the CEO and co-founder of FLCC Bring Back Hope, and together they are in charge or running the Adopt a Road in Ghana campaign and also project. Welcome, ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's great to have you, and the projects you're working on are a mouthful. They are really targeted and they are in support of the African development and the development of the people. Yeah. Let me start with you, Millie. Yeah. Your NGO on West African or developing West African men is the Aaron Manville Foundation for the Advancement of West African Men. Yes. Why that?
It's a funny story, but when I came to Ghana in 2013, and I had so many people, men especially, requesting they wanted to go to America. And as soon as they heard my tonation and saw that I was a Bruni, I was just constantly bombarded, even proposed to. Mommy, will you marry me? I said, to get to America. I said, I can't rent an airplane or a jet to take all of you. But what the Lord placed on my heart was to start an NGO that would help the men and their families here in Ghana. Okay. I saw the struggle, I saw the hurt, I saw the pain and the suffering. So that was my inspiration to do something to help the men. People ask me, why men? I said, because the men, if you help the men, you'll help their families, you'll help their children, you'll help the mothers, because African men have a big responsibility, especially if you're a senior son. You have to take care of everybody. So that is why I started this this NGO.
So you give them jobs, or what do you give them actually?
What we did, we were meeting every month on Sunday afternoon in Pokwasi at Pentecost Church, and we would have a guest speaker that would come, that someone that maybe came from the poorest parts of Ghana, and now they were very successful. So I wanted to inspire them and to let them know you can make it in your own country. You don't have to leave. You can make it here in Ghana. So I had professors, I had doctors, I had TV celebrities. I was blessed to have good connections, and they would come and inspire the men and let them know their story. Once they heard their story, we had them fill out applications. So what do you want to do? Some wanted to be just a trotro driver. I said, that's all you want to do? Some wanted to start fish farms. Some wanted to further their education. So we zoomed in what was in their spirit to be, because I'm sure everybody has a desire of what they want to do in life. Once they told us what they wanted to do, I gave them homework. I gave them an assignment. You have to do your due diligence. If you want to do this, you do the homework. You tell me how much it's going to cost. If you want to be a trotro driver, how much the van is, how to get your driver's license. I made them do all the legwork and then came back and reported to me.
That's quite interesting and very progressive, because they managed to get some goodwill with their own support as well, because they are putting in so much effort. I'll come to Hope, but before then, who is Aaron Manville?
Aaron Manville is my son, who was born with birth defects, and he passed away at 3 months old.
Okay.
So this was way long time ago in the 80s, but I thought it would be befitting to memorialize him and to name the foundation after. He struggled for life, and the men in Ghana are also struggling.
That's very inspiring. Now to Hope. FLCC, bring back hope. Is the hope there your name, or hope as in the word hope?
Both.
Both, okay.
So Fort Lauderdale Community Center is a U.S. nonprofit, and we have been doing work for about 12 years in Fort Lauderdale, but in totality our organization has been ongoing for 20 years. In fact, 2022 celebrates 20 years. We have been helping families, youth, those who are at disadvantage with jobs, employment, housing.
In America? Or,
in America.
Okay, yes.
And what we had saw with the success of our programs were to come to Ghana. In 2019, when the president made that request for the return, we took some of our students and our staff and came back for the year return in 2019 in August. And that completely changed everything. My husband and I got DNA tests done on ourselves and found out that we were Ghanaian.
Oh, that's
so that
quite coincidental.
added another positive push for us to be here in Ghana. So it's not just a situation we're coming here to do, but this is family. So we're coming, we feel, returning home. And as the president stated, bringing our resources and helping our brothers and sisters here. So Bring Back Hope is several different projects that we have. One of our main projects that we're doing is the Adopt a Road in Ghana with my good friend,
which I'm coming to right now, because the main question for me is, why do you want to invest in Ghana? Why do you want to help develop Africa? Because already you've used the bumpy roads to get to the studio. You're also facing the heat. You're also facing the economy, sometimes electricity issues, the pricing of things. Everything is just in the negative, I can say. But definitely there's also the positive in the people. But why? Why Ghana? I'll start with you again.
It has everything. The people are beautiful. There's no one like the Ghanaian people. Their hearts are big. They want very much to succeed. They just need guidance. One of the things that we discovered was, when we were bringing our programs here, was that a lot of the young people could not use our programs that we had in the States because a lot of difficulties in just small things like maybe knowing Microsoft Office Suite were things that we know that we could bring them. There's so much here. there is so much here. You have everything, and even with the situations of the electricity, you have that back home. Water situations, if we look at the United States right now, and even where I'm from in Florida, there are many different challenges. So there's nothing different in the States really here. I could show you roads that actually look like Ghanaian roads in the United States, actually in Florida. But what we feel is the future, Ghana has it here. Not only the people, but the resources. And we feel that as things start to move in the future, this is going to be the focal point of where things are going to happen, and we want to be here when that happens.
And Millie, she's saying that the challenges we have in Ghana are also in the United States, but you have a lot of people wanting to travel. You chose to get citizenship in Ghana in 2019, and you got it.
Yes.
So why citizenship? Why couldn't you just come and do your work and go back?
Citizenship granted me privileges that I could not have just on a visa. With a visa, I was limited on time. I couldn't buy land. I couldn't vote. So many things I could not do. So when the quest for citizenship came, I wholeheartedly kind of fell into the role of helping us to get citizenship because we wanted to be home. Ghana is home. It's I can't describe unless you are not out of the country. I can't describe not knowing who you are or where you came from. My family also did DNA tests, and we're Ghanaian, Ghanaian and Nigerian. So you can't know where you're going until who you are. And when my feet touched the airport at Ghanaian soil, I was only supposed to be here 3 months to visit my Ghanaian family. My son-in-law is Ghanaian. But when my feet touched the soil, my spirit soared. And I wrote home and told my other children, I'm not coming back. And they were shocked. They said, Mommy, how? I said, because everyone in Ghana calls me Mommy. Everyone in Ghana calls me Auntie. And as my colleague said, the love and the friendship and the camaraderie, we're home, and we want to help build home. That's what we want to do. We want to bring our resources and help build back Africa.
We've been here for 9 years,
Yes.
and 9 years is quite a long time not to feel at home. So you feel at home completely. How often do you go back to the U.S.?
I've only been back to the U.S. once.
Just once?
And I couldn't wait to leave.
Wow. Just once.
Because it's just a different atmosphere. I miss my family, my grandchildren, but it's just different. It's just, like you could say, there's no place like home. And I wasn't born here, but I belong here.
Wow.
Okay. And I know.
And do they visit you, your family?
Yes.
They come to Ghana to visit?
And I'm trying to get all of them to come, but it's different reasons and different, you know, the things, the way the states portray Africa. I have to tell them it's not like that at all. So you have to come and see. And it's a beautiful thing to be around everybody that looks like you. It's relief. It's a relief. It's a pleasure.
It really is.
It is.
She's saying the truth. And you live here. So, you know, to wake up to yourselves every morning and to go to sleep with yourselves at night, you know, you're used to that.
How long have you been here too?
So in 2019 when we came for the year of return, I brought my son as well, who is a part of our staff. He almost ran away and we couldn't get him back because he wanted to stay, but we assured him we're going to come back. And so since then, from 20 on, we've been here. So we've been bringing our staff, our students to our programs here and doing exchange work here. So yeah, we've been here now. So
and do they like it?
They love it. We love it here. We absolutely love it. And it's just as Ambassador Tucker said, is that it's home. I mean, it literally every day when we get up, we're learning the language. We love it here. The people are absolutely beautiful. The children are respectful. There are challenges, but what we realize is that there are challenges everywhere. And what we want to do is bring our expertise back. we see and understand a lot of the reasons why Ghana is in the situation that it's in. And we understand a lot of what we see from the United States that has happened. And with that, we're bringing that information that we know here, so that our brothers and sisters here can understand what has happened to us in the United States, and really understand what has happened to them here in Ghana as well.
Well, we have a lot of Ghanaians who have traveled to the United States to work, and when they come back home, they only speak of the glory, the nice things, and make Ghana look so bad and in a very poor state. And everybody else looks up to them and wants to be like them. Everybody wants to travel. Everybody wants to go to the US to work and make money and all of that. However, there's one important thing you said is about the people. So I want to see, what's the difference? If you're in the US, I know you have all these other races. In Ghana, you hardly find people of other races. You see people just like you. And until you open your mouth, they wouldn't know you're not, you didn't grow up here. What's the difference between that? When you are there, how bad is it when you are with all these other people and they giving you all those vibes of difference, of not being the same as them? What's the difference? How does it feel like?
One definite thing is that when everyone in the United States that is not quote-unquote white is called a minority. So you can imagine being raised in a country where you are called a minority. Every application and everything you feel, they want to know your race. And if you're not white, you're a minority. Finally, some law passed, they said, well, you don't have to answer that question. Because if there is a definite discrimination in pay, the whites get paid more than the minorities, not just the blacks, but the Mexicans, the Spanish, you know, the other races. If I want to buy a house, they will get it for a lesser price than me. If I get we have mortgages where we have the houses we have to pay over 15 to 30 years, they'll get a lower interest rate than a black person. And when you walk and go to a public office or go to do business, it's sad to say, when you walk in the room, you look for another black person. Or you hope that you get a black person to help you. Because if you get a black person to help you, there is some camaraderie there, there's some brotherhood or sisterhood there, and they're going to help you. Whereas you get a non-black or someone, then it's going to be difficult, because it's just, they treat us differently. They couldn't say it openly, but you could feel it. It's in the atmosphere. So you're all, even when I came to Ghana, the U.S. was on strike. And that was crazy to me. How can a country go on strike? I was waiting for my passport. So my plane ticket got canceled, and they were going to charge me an exorbitant amount of money to change it because my passport was delayed. So what we decided to do, me and my friends, we decided to pray. So we got like 4 or 5 of us, and we got in a room and we began to pray. And so I called the airline, and we were praying literally that we get a black person. Literally, we were praying to get a black person to answer the phone. And you could tell the difference in our voices. And when she answered, and we said, yes, it's a black person. This is a true story. And whereas another representative for the same airline was going to charge me like $300 to $700 to change my ticket, she said, oh, madam, you could change your ticket for $7.
Wow.
So you see, there's an underlying discrimination there. And it's just, when you come to Ghana, you don't have to worry about that. Well, you do have to argue with the market people because they hear your voice and they know the price. But that's different.
Well, the difference, we'll talk about that after this break. I'll come to Hope, and we talk about the Obroni kind of relations you get, the Obroni pricing, the Obroni reactions you get from people, and others call it special privilege. Well, we'll talk more about that right after this break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe, and we are discussing African diaspora. We are discussing diaspora in Ghana, and our guest, Millie Lauren Taka, she's ambassador of the State of the African Diaspora, and also we have Hope Gary, and she's also the CEO and co-founder of FLCC Bring Back Hope. However, they are together working on a project called Adopt a Road in Ghana. We'll talk about that soon. But for now, we are talking about the relations with the Ghanaian people, why you're here and all of that. Millie told us about how different it is when you're in America around other people and then the other races. So there's this race wars, I'll call it that. However, in Ghana, we also have the whole Obroni war. They see everybody with an accent as an Obroni, and you're not Obroni, and you also get higher prices, and that's like the opposite when you're in America and all of that. So you have to negotiate and bargain. How do you deal with that?
My family. My family takes care of me. So instead of me being the one that goes out there, my son, my brother, my cousin, they go. And for instance, I had a situation where I needed some wood for my garden, and the young lady that I went to who was handling the wood, I brought one of my students with me who is Shatta Wale, who is a student at the University of Ghana, and also my son, I call him my son, Francis. And so as I'm in the shop, the way that the woman is speaking to me, she's speaking to me very roughly, but I don't feel it, but they do. And Francis is, oh, mommy, I don't like how she's talking to you. And Quadama was standing there like, no, I don't like her attitude either. She's speaking to you very roughly. My thing is, I don't see it, I don't feel it. So as the woman is speaking to me, she's asking me questions like, who are you, where are you from? And I told her that I'm one of the ones that was sold to the whites, that my brothers and sisters sold us to the Americans. And the call came for us to be able to come back home, and we're home now. So I would have been here and known my language. I wouldn't be the Obroni if I just hadn't been sold away. So I'm back now, and I'm asking my brothers and my sisters to have mercy on me as I come home and want to do the work for my people. And that completely changed the whole atmosphere. When the woman understood that I was one of the ones that was taken and sold and came back, it made a difference. It was, please let me help you. How can I help you, madame? I'm so sorry. Please. And I told her I would love to know, what tribe I'm from. But where I come from, that was stripped away. Language, tribe. And they can't, my brother and sister can't believe that when we came to the United States, and slavery, as we were taken in slavery, that we didn't, our identity is taken, our language is taken. We are completely and totally broken down with nothing. And we have to build ourselves back up with the help of ourselves. And so once that was relayed, and she was older, just a little bit older than me, that completely broke everything. And then Quadama was like, very good, Miss Hope. And Francis, yes. The understanding came. So the way that I approach it is I want them to understand that I am you. Because you hear something different doesn't mean that I'm different. I'm the same as you. In fact, I've done my DNA and I'm just as Ghanaian as you are. But don't hold it back from me or treat me differently, because I was sold away and taken away from my country, and because I'm coming back. And this is the reason why our love for the country is here. This is our people. It's funny, if we had been Tanzanian, then maybe we would be in Tanzania right now. But we're Ghanaian. And so our resources, our expertise, is to come back home and to build up our people here. Because again, we understand what has happened to us.
It is quite inspiring, and I'm sure a lot of people would get to understand that it's a matter of understanding. And I think a lot of people are not knowledgeable about the history and the past and all the things that happened to our families in the past. So there's a disconnect. They see everybody with an accent as foreign, and I'm sure if you tell people you're Ghanaian, they're going to have a problem with that.
They call me white.
Ah.
And I'm like, what did you say? I'm not white. Because you don't understand what we went through in America.
Yeah.
So, but my approach also is that I also recognize that the people here have suffered and they are suffering. So when they see an opportunity to make more money, it's not against me personally. It's, oh, I've got this white lady in the shop and she has money. Let me get as much money as I can get today because tomorrow I may not have business. I recognize the suffering of the Ghanaians. I approach it like this. If you give me a good price, okay, say I want 3 dresses. You want to charge me 300 cedis. You give me a good price for those 3 dresses, I'll be your customer forever. You will have a regular income. I'll come back. And I do. I serve the same people in my community. I try because I want them to have a regular income. And I said, but if you charge me a bruni, you won't see me again. And, oh, mommy, sorry. So, but I recognize, I don't take it personal. I recognize their suffering.
Yeah.
And the next day they may not have a customer.
Yeah.
So they try to get as much as they can get for that one day. So it's about recognizing the suffering. Like you said, everything's not perfect in Ghana, and nothing's perfect anywhere. But any way that we can reach them and approach them, and like she says, their attitude changes and they understand. I was also surprised that many Ghanaians don't know Black history.
Yes.
They've never been to the castles.
It's not taught in schools that much.
No.
Not at all. Yeah.
And they've never been to the castles. And when I came, I started taking Ghanaians to the castles. That these are your ancestors too. All of us ended up in this boat.
Yeah.
And this is how, all of this came about. So it's a matter of educating and compassion.
Yeah.
And we will build again.
Sure. Would you want to pay extra to be in front of the line in a long queue, or you would want to stay in the queue in Ghana?
I stay in the queue. I stay in the queue. I feel the need to be equal with everyone. I don't feel the need, even if I have a few more dollars to get in front. That's what we experience in the United States. We understand that. So that's not our position.
Yeah.
Our goal is we are one, and we will move as one. That brings me to a project that we're working on with the modernization of Katababi School in Timor West. And we understand that the only way that we're going to make a difference in this country is by dealing with the schools. Public school is very important. And we understand that a lot of private schools are up and coming, but public school is where we feel and where our project is going to help our young people, staff, teachers, introduce them to the history of the United States, of us in the United States, of the history of themselves. There are so many of our Ghanaian brothers and sisters who don't know the warriors that they come from, the sisters who were in power that they come from. They believe a lot of stuff just started in 1964, when Kwame came back, or in 1957, excuse me, when the independence of the country. Ghana started hundreds and hundreds of years back.
Yeah.
So it's important to understand who we are. And as Ambassador Tucker said, that if we don't know who we are as our history, we don't know where we're going. And that's why we want to come together. There is so much that we are experiencing where there are those who want to keep us from coming together. We understand that. That's another reason why we are here.
Yes.
There are young people. There are different words that I'm hearing, and I'm just gonna bring it out because I want us to deal with it. Kata. We hear these words and we want to change the idea. That's only because they don't understand who we are. There's a mixed message of what they're seeing of us on TV, and you have to understand that the narrative of us is brought to you by those who run the station. So if it's positive, it's going to be, it's more or less, it's going to come from a black narrative of a positive and pro, if we're going to get a positive narrative of ourselves there. But here, we're going to get our positive narrative. We're going to get it here. And again, that's what we're looking for. We're making sure that our positive narrative is here amongst all of us.
I'm so immersed in this conversation. Is quite profound because a lot of people are not educated on these issues. Reason why GhanaWeb TV has Diaspora Link program, where we talk about the diaspora and our brothers and sisters out there, the history, what happened in the past and all. And I know a lot of Ghanaians don't know that we've had 2 Ghanaians before the 1900s who had even started the return to Africa journey.
Yes.
And there are so many other stories from Africa where things have gone on, but you can't find them in history books in schools. And I was happy to read about the Kotobabi work you're doing, the school there, and this is quite great. But now let's talk about roads. Yes. So adopt a road in Ghana. Who came up with the idea? Was it your husband? Is that from your husband? Yes.
It was.
Yeah.
So my husband's, in the United States, there are adopted road programs. And basically the adopted road programs deal with litter, picking up, and organizations or associations or people adopting a mile of road. Their name is put upon it. It's their, it's up to them to make sure that the road is kept and trash free. And so my husband said, what if that same idea was brought back to Ghana? Because there's many of us who would love to put money and help with the government in putting money back into the roads. So we were having a lunch and we were talking with Millie, and we told her about this idea, and she was like, I love this. Let's do this. And so it began.
There was something that was on my heart. As an ambassador to Ghana, I want to leave the legacy that I did something to help the people. The roads are deplorable. Everyone knows. When I came to Ghana and they took me to my guest house at night, I was afraid. I never saw, I was going up and down and bumpity bump. And I told my daughter and my son-in-law, where are we going? Where are we? And then I found out that all the roads were like that. I thought it was just that one area. So my heart leaped when I met Hope and her husband, because literally I said, as this is my goal, if I can help improve the roads in Ghana, children trying to get to school on rafts, falling in rivers, people can't get their products to market. The rainy season, there's no gutters, no proper thing. People's home being flooded, and every rainy season they talk about it, and it happens again. Somebody, and I have this saying that we always say, somebody ought to do something. That somebody is me. If I can do something about it. That idea was so simple that came from her husband, but I was literally for months trying to figure out, where am I going to get all this money to fix these roads? Her husband.
He found the golden key. And how long have you been developing this idea?
We just started on it really just maybe about 2 or 3 months ago. So being here and being with you is helping us promote it and really getting the information out there. There are a lot of people all over the world who have visited Ghana. They love it here and even have commerce here. This will build, it will help. Transportation is what we need, and good transportation. And even though the government is doing a great job, they are. I've seen so much progress. but we need so much more.
Yeah.
If it rains, it almost is a river. You know, from the street turns into a river, and we can fix that. Those are things that we can fix.
To adopt a road in Ghana, who is adopting the road, and how are you going about this? What's the strategy?
So the adopt a road, as you can take up to a mile, you can do a half a mile, a quarter mile, however, whatever you like. But for those who don't know, a mile of road in the United States costs $1 million for just a mile of road. Here in Ghana, it costs $2,000 US to do a road.
For a mile?
For a mile. So for 10 miles is $2 million. We can do this. There's more commerce going up and down these roads in a day that's making $2 million. We can do this. The idea of people being able to put their names on it, and we're talking about the pavement, the construction, the labor, this is all going into this cost. And we want people to understand that this is a tax donation. So you'll be able to get your money back or write off on your taxes. This also, these benefactors will also be able to have their name on the road. We're even bringing people in for a week if they're out of country, and they'll be able to stay for a week so that we can take pictures of them underneath the sign. We're going to do a plaque. Media blitz, we want them to understand that we are very appreciative of their donation, and this is a way to get the information out and their name in the country, to let them know that they can do something as well.
We would have to go on a break, but we'll come back and we'll talk about how far you've gone with this, because in Ghana there are a lot of processes and you need to meet all the officials and all of that. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe. We'll be right back to continue this discussion. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe, and my guest, Millie Lauren Taka, ambassador. Of course, I have to add that all the time, right? It's very important. And then Hope Gary, and we are talking about diaspora affairs and what the diaspora is doing for Ghana and for Ghanaians. So we are discussing Adopt a Road in Ghana project, which the two of you are spearheading. And as you said, is quite an interesting and important project where people would support and put some money into the project, get roads done, and it's cheaper when they do it in Ghana. So people in the US may want to adopt a road, build it, have their names on it. However, the roads in Ghana, well, they belong to the state, and you need to go through the municipal and district assemblies, and you need to do a lot of paperwork before they give you permission to even put a bin by the road. So what are you doing? Have you already gone through that process? Have you been successful?
No, we've started it, and that is my role as an ambassador. I'm grateful that I have good connections and a good reputation in Ghana with the ministries and the Office of the Diaspora, the President, and I know that we have a ways to go with them, but we will approach them and do all the necessary 1-2-1-2 that they want us to do. Also, this will bring tourism. This will definitely bring tourism. People love to have their names. I have Americans, I have a road in Africa, this is my name. This will bring money into Ghana. This will bring revenue into Ghana. And you know the politicians like that. Bring the money to Ghana. Okay. So yes, we know that we have to do our due diligence. Right now we're just promoting the idea. We're getting the word out there. I've already made some contacts at the proper ministries, and we will meet with them, and we have a proposal, a specific proposal of the cost and what we want to do. And I'm just praying that they accept it, that, you know, accept our help.
If they say no, what happens?
We're really going to push this. I mean, there is 61% of the roads in this country that have been classified as poor according to the Minister of Roads and Highways. We want to help. I just don't see them not wanting the help. And they're doing a wonderful job with a lot of the roads that they've been working on. The President has been putting a lot of work behind this with the ministers to work on these things. But let us help. If you're asking the diaspora to come back, then let us come back and help. Give us the tools that we need in order to help the country. And this would be a good way to give us the tools that we need by allowing a lot of the restrictions that are there to be freed up so that donations from other countries, the United States, the UK, Canada, all of them can have an opportunity. And again, we're talking about revenue streams, we're talking about e-commerce, we're talking about business, we're talking about money, and we're hoping that that will be one of the motivating factors to put them behind us.
What responses are you getting from the diaspora when you tell them about the idea?
They love it. They can't wait for us to get this thing going. Please let us know when. Tell us when. How can we help? What's the support? So it's there. It's there.
And you're expecting to finish this when? Is it going to be a project forever, or there's a timeline?
There's no timeline.
There is not. I mean, as long as there are roads to be fixed.
Long term.
Yes.
It can't be done overnight. And it's a long-term project. But if this will also help the politicians in office. Do you know the majority, every time I take a Uber or a Bolt, they complain about the roads. The taxi drivers want to charge me, oh, the road is bad. I said, that's not my fault. Lower your price. You know. So this will help them. And again, this goes back to my NGO. I'm going to help the families. And they'll make more money. Their cars won't spoil. They'll pay more taxes. So let's fix the roads and get Ghana up and running like a modern day country, which it should be. It deserves to be, and the people deserve it. And our independence came how many years ago? Too many years ago. And what other countries are much far advanced than us. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm here to help, support, and to get things up to par. It would make me so happy to be able to drive from Accra to Kumasi on a nice, smooth road without being sore when I get there. Jostled around. Okay. So
if you are before the president right now, or let's say the president is watching, what are you going to tell him right now?
We love what you have done. We thank you for allowing us to be able to come back home and asking us for our help in coming back home. We are here. Support us and help us help ourselves. That's all we want. We want to be a support to the country. Let us.
An ambassador? Anything, any special requests?
I will speak to Honorable Nana Akufo-Addo. I gave you a big hug when you gave me citizenship. I'll give you a double big hug if you allow this project to go. I plan to even meet with his chief of staff to present the project to him and his chief of staff and his cabinet. So we love Ghana, and he told us when we got citizenship, make us proud. Help me to make Ghana proud. Help me to make you proud, Nana. Help us.
I would love very much to meet the president. That would be so awesome to have that opportunity. And again, to express to him how much we are thankful. Because to be honest about it, that his request was the only one that we've heard as to come home. And I'm hoping that more countries will invite more of us to come back home. But we want him to know we're here and we are answering the call. We are bringing our expertise. There are more people from the United States and programs that we have, cultural exchange. They're bringing their expertise here for free. They want to do it for free. They want Ghana to be successful. They want it to be what it always was meant to be, what it deserves to be. That's our love.
Big love. And I said it in the beginning. They are coming with a big heart, and definitely we are going to see some changes if you are allowed to invest in the country and to also put in your resources in developing the country. Thank you very much, ladies, and our culture, because you are part of our history and our culture, and we welcome you. We are happy you're here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're speaking with Ambassador Millie Lauren Tucker. So we're speaking with Ambassador Millie Lauren Tucker. She is the ambassador of the State of the African Diaspora. She's also the CEO of the Aaron Manvel Foundation for the Advancement of West African Men. And she's here with Hope Gary. She is the CEO and co-founder of FLCC Bring Back Hope. And together they are working on the Adopt a Road in Ghana project. So this project is calling on the diasporans to adopt a road, and then they get the road built, maintained, and named after them for a period of 5 years. Yes. And then after this brings tourism to Ghana, this also gives Ghana good roads, and this also fosters the diaspora and Ghana relations and makes it stronger. The bond becomes better. My name is Ismail Akwe. I hope you enjoyed this episode of The Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. Watch us every Monday right here on all of our digital channels. Be safe.
Be careful about people you associate with, whether they are your learned brothers or learned cousins. Surrounded by so many negative activities and the dangers of implicating innocent people, and oblivious to the possession of hidden electronic gadgets, is it asking too much to advise that we be careful about people we associate with? 3, be consistent in all your utterances and actions. Inconsistency is one of the main problems Jesus had to deal with in handling his opponents, that is the Pharisees and the Sadducees and the rest. Jesus tells us to let our yes be yes and our no be no. I don't think I'm far from right in saying lack of consistency is one of the major problems facing our society at the national, religious, and family levels. The 4th point, comport yourselves at all times. The expression of displeasure at the spate of indisciplinary and unprofessional acts among some of you, your colleagues, calls for proper comportment at all times. We appreciate your work and the pressures you have to contend with. One wonders sometimes, however, about the type of education and professional training those in question received, since comportment is not part of the assets they acquired. Such people are best described as uneducated literates or uneducated professionals. They have degrees, they have professional qualifications, all right, but they are not truly educated. Let not this be said of any of you, my friends. 5, avoid complacency in all you do. Complacency, which is defined as, I quote, a calm feeling of satisfaction with oneself, one's work, etc., is generally a derogatory term. It can be equated with having a bloated image of oneself. If entertained, it can cause great embarrassment, so please avoid it. Be courageous in your approach to life.
doing great things around the world. Yeah, we're all doing great things around the world. We're all doing great things around the world. Great things, yeah.
Welcome to our final episode of Diaspora Link first season. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I am your host. I'm super excited about the episode today. Before we even get into this episode with this guest, I just want to say that I'm very grateful to all of our viewers, everybody who shared the links, everybody who's tuned in every Sunday, everybody who's given us feedback, both critical feedback and feedback to say you love it. We do this because we want to share successful stories. We want to share challenges, and we are serious about linking up the diaspora. We are totally in love with our team and our partner here at GhanaWeb. Again, this is our final episode, so we believe in celebrating the small victories, right? We've been able to do 20 episodes with all amazing guests. We want to thank all of our guests who've appeared here on Diaspora Link. And today, on our final episode, I have a very, 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 very special episode, and I have a very, very, very special guest. I'm not even going to tell you her name yet, but we're going to get into this episode, and we're going to take her through the same thing we took all of our other guests to. So, again, thank you so much. My heart is full. Thank you for the support. Thank you for this first season for Diaspora Link, exclusively on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I'm your host with the most. This episode is so special, I had to put my grills in for the last episode. Let's go. Welcome back to Diaspora Link. Y'all know I'm super excited. This is our last episode of our first season, and I'm going to say that I saved the best for last, right? So I've had to pull her from behind the camera and put her in front of the camera. So we're going to find out more about somebody who's been behind the camera and who's helped us design this show and has been working on all 20 episodes. I'm not even going to tell you who she is yet. I'm just going to get into her choices and her top 5. Welcome, madam.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good.
Are you nervous?
I'm nervous.
Are you nervous?
I'm
good.
Nervous,
good. I want you to be nervous because, because now you're on this side of the camera. Mm-hmm. Okay. I don't have to explain the game to you. You know what choices are.
Yes.
Okay. So, choices. I'm going to give you your choices. You come back to me.
Okay.
Long hair versus short hair.
Short hair, because it's hot outside.
So even if you're someplace when it's cold, short hair.
I still prefer short hair. I really love hats, and hats look so good on like short hair because they always get the right shape, especially like the the Russian kind of hats with the long ears.
Okay. Next question. London versus Dubai.
Oh wow, that's interesting. Why did I have to think about this? I think Dubai.
Dubai over London.
I think Dubai over London. Because I know London and the United Kingdom so well inside out, I'm no longer excited by it. Whereas I've only been a resident of Dubai for about a year, so I'm still quite excited. There's still so many things to find in the whole of the Emirates, and I'm still just figuring out Dubai, so I think that's why.
That's why? Okay.
Yeah. Plantain.
I'm not, because I know plantain is your favorite food, so I'm not going to ask you anything about plantain. And I even know you're going to say that when we get to top 5. Banku versus fufu.
Okay, fufu. But that's just because I like the smooth flow of the fufu. Banku for me is a little bit grainy. It's like reaching over towards like kenke, which I'm not really a fan of.
Right, you're not a fan of kenke? No. But banku you eat?
Yeah, I have banku in my house right now.
You like banku? But you prefer fufu?
I prefer fufu.
Just because it goes down smoother, that's it?
Exactly. And even then, if we were adding like TZ, then I'll be on the TZ side.
Okay.
Because the smoother the flow for me. But always with the okra, spicy.
Always with the okra and always spicy. Okay, all right. I'm going to ask you this question, and I already know the answer. Brunch versus dinner.
Yeah, brunch.
I already knew the answer.
Yeah.
What is it about brunch? What do you like so much about brunch?
Firstly, I love an opportunity to meet with people over food and drinks, socializing and having positive energy. And when a brunch event is properly curated, it's just vibes. It's like the vibes of the evening club, but you're wearing daytime clothes. You can see people's faces clearly. You can achieve goals. You can make that sale. It can be a meeting. I find brunch is like the most flexible time of the day to meet people as well. It's the perfect time. It's not too early. It's not too late. Finish brunch, go home, get changed, chill with the family, go out again.
And brunch has to be on a Sunday. Sunday is the day for brunch.
So it's really funny because in Ghana, Sunday's the day for brunch, but in UAE for ages, Friday was my go-to day for brunch because of course Friday was a weekend and Sunday was a Monday. But now they kind of evening out, so I guess Sunday is going to be brunch day all over the world for me.
Okay, yeah. All right. Adda versus Axim.
Ooh.
East versus West.
So that's interesting. I only just first got over to XM. I went to the Baja private island a couple of weeks ago, so I now know the difference between Adda and XM. I will say XM because with Adda, of what I understand of it, it's beautiful, it's lovely. Of course, you know, it's my favorite place to be. But actually, XM, like when we were going to the private island, there was this point where the boat was going over a portion of the ocean that was lowered. So people were walking, but then when we came back in the evening, it was like a full-blown like waterbed, and the whole thing about it just fascinated me. Also, the way that the fishermen have their fishing things like positioned, like you know, you can't get those stories in Adda, right? Our boat guy, he drives us around, but there's not much to tell.
right.
With an Axim, you know, the guy was like, yeah, and then this happens, and you know, this part of the water will be raised later, madam, please look here, and when we came back, he gave me such amazing stories that I'm now fascinated to go around Axim a lot more.
Wow.
In fact, go around the whole of the East a lot more.
I need to do that.
You
I
do?
need to check that out.
Yeah, I'll take you. You're not good.
Really? You want to take me?
And he's a good DJ.
Witness. I have a lot of witnesses here. Okay, last one for your choices. This is an easy one for you too, but I'll tell you why I'm saying this. Entrepreneurship versus being employee.
That's not an easy one. I think you thought I was going to say entrepreneurship.
Yes.
But that's because you forget that I equally care about my career as a dean.
No, I know.
So I will always do both. I actually am a hybrid. I always do both.
You got to choose one. If you could only choose one.
Okay, if I could only choose one, I'll choose entrepreneurship because I can always be well-fed and extremely wealthy.
Okay. Well-fed and extremely wealthy.
With entrepreneurship.
With entrepreneurship.
With academia, not so much, you know.
Right, well, I mean, academia is not the only salaried, employed position, but for you it is. But
for me, it's where my passion goes when it comes to my career.
I want to thank our guests for playing choices, and now we're going to move to something called Top 5, and then we're going to dive into the interview. This is a special show. This is our 20th show. This is the final episode of Season 1 of Diaspora Link, so you can expect something a little bit different. Top 5.
Yes.
Favorite food. Plantain. So we're not talking about appetizers. Favorite food in the whole world. Plantain.
Do you realize plantain? I think I know 15 different ways to eat plantain.
Okay.
And this is across breakfast, lunch, dinner, brunch, snacks. Plantain.
You know what? I'm going to share something with the world who's watching about plantain. No.
Because I can have plantain with nuts. So it helps.
Listen, I wasn't even going to talk about how much you love nuts. Yeah. Right? I was going to talk about something else, about plantain.
Yeah.
And you know this because I shared this with you. Shatta Wale is a beautiful thing. And I want to thank you all for leaving the domain for me.
Oh, yes. Is you on ShattaWale.com, right?
ShattaWale.com. I'm one of those guys. I'm crazy. We wake up in the middle of the night and buy domains. We do crazy stuff.
I think we should do something with that one day.
No, we are. Okay. We definitely are going to do something.
Yeah.
And because, and what you just said in terms of 15 ways to make planters, I'll share more with you. Okay, favorite food is that. Favorite artist, if you only can choose one artist in the whole world across musical genres, what artist is that?
Ooh. You know, lately, I'm just going to stick with what I've been listening to a lot lately and who I'm just fascinated by.
Give me one artist.
Buju.
Oh.
Yeah, he's really stolen it for me.
Driver. Don't stop at all.
So, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, no, not Banton.
No, Buju who?
Nigerian Buju.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Phoenix, and literally every other song that we sing now.
Got you. Oh, I thought you talking
about...
it
would have been, no. That's because, you know, I
was
love
all
the bashment,
wrong.
the reggae.
She let me go.
No, because, you know, I love
and
that.
I know you love reggae, so I thought...
Nah, but he's stolen it. Yeah.
Of all artists,
I'm
you
in
get
shock.
one. You get to choose one right now in the whole world, and you currently. Wow,
I'm currently in shock about it. I do wake up in the morning, and I do have a playlist that is mainly Buju at the moment.
Wow. Okay, I'm gonna get into it.
Yeah.
Favorite book or a book that's had a serious impact on your life?
The Art of Seduction.
The Art of Seduction. Tell me why.
Robert Greene. Well, 48 Laws of Power was my first Robert Greene book, and that stole my heart for Robert. Right, and luckily I was able to meet him. And then when I met him one day, he told me that I'm one of the characters in Art of Seduction. It's called a siren. And I didn't really get it, but he explained it to me live, and then I went back and I read the book and I got it, because The Art of Seduction is mainly a business book, but people usually read it for more manipulative processes outside of business. But in actual fact, yeah, I just fell in love with that book because suddenly I could see my clients, my business partners, you know, in this book, and I just suddenly, it like opened everything to me. I was like, oh, that's what I have to do next.
Right.
So,
Art of Seduction.
Art of Seduction.
Next, favorite sport.
I'm not really into sports, but when I was an athlete,
one.
so track and field was my thing.
You were track and field? Did I know that?
Last runner relay, 100-meter sprints, 1800 meter run, high jump, shot put, and
this was high school, university.
Yeah, high school till about 20.
Really? I didn't know that.
I know.
I learned something new. Track and field.
Because my grandfather was like, he ran for Scotland in the Olympics or something.
Okay.
So when I was young, he just kept going, oh, you know, you should do athletics, you should do athletics. So yeah, I just did athletics.
Wow, I would have never guessed track and field. Dope. Last one is favorite place to vacation. This, you know, as you know, can be a place that you've already been or a place that you want to go. But this is a vacation.
Okay,
and
so
I always
this
have to say
Ghana.
It doesn't exclude Ghana.
Okay.
But I just have to say this for people like us because
we don't know how to leave.
Well, we don't know how to vacation sometimes. Right? So this is your favorite place to vacation.
Okay, so the best vacation I've ever had was in Egypt.
Egypt?
Because at first I thought I was going there for the whole find my people, you know, pyramids and stuff. But then we got this amazing driver. He took us to this place. There was serving pigeon. I was like, who eats pigeon? Okay, but it was interesting. Took us on a long drive to Alexandria. Stopped us off in like a bee farm. We got fresh honey. Got to Alexandria.
Wow.
Like it was so much.
And
like
it was a true vacation.
It was literally a vacation. I had no laptops, no phone, just me and two of my friends, and the best driver. And Egypt became it for me because now even my driver in the UAE is Egyptian. Just Egyptian drivers are just the best. They just seem so enthused. And so he made Egypt like the best holiday ever.
The best place.
Yeah, he took me to meet his family. Took us to meet his family, his friends. He was like, he was doing the most.
Wow.
Yeah, it was really nice.
That's our top 5. As you know, one of the reasons why we do top 5 is we want to get to know each other better. Like I've known this young lady here for a little while, but I've just learned something new about her that I had absolutely no idea existed. Track and field, like really, like word. Okay. Now let's actually get into the interview. Great things, around the world. And we are back. Now let's dive into this interview. I told you I wouldn't tell you this young lady's name, but now I will. Today I'm interviewing Miss Tanisha Tego. Tanisha is someone who's become a really good friend and a business partner. She's actually the co-executive producer of Diaspora Link with me. And you won't normally get a chance to have the host interview the producer, but we different. We different. So today I actually wanted you all to meet her and interview her the way that I've interviewed everybody else, because I'm also inspired by her story, and I wanted her to share her story with you all because I think you'll also be inspired. Tanisha.
Thank you,
the homie. What's up?
I'm good.
All right. So we've done top 5.
We have.
We've done choices. Now, tell me about Tanisha Tego. Tanisha Tego is of Ghanaian descent and heritage. You're a Ghanaian woman.
Yep.
Right? From the first day I've met you, you've been threatening me about the powers of a Ga woman.
Yes.
Right? And that I need to act right and be right. So tell me a little bit about your history. Where were you born? Where were you born? Your family, and a little bit about how you were raised.
Okay, so I was born in Ghana to my parents and my family. And then they traveled extensively. So we lived in Zaria, Nigeria for a while. We went out to Europe, spent time with my grandmother. Then by about age 5, 6, we ended up in Maryland, living on a military base out in Severn. And that was
who was in the military?
my aunt, my mom's sister.
Okay.
So my mom has this passion about helping everyone. So I've got 4 brothers from my mom, and yeah, she just picked up me and my younger brother and just took us everywhere. If someone needed help, she was like, "I'm gonna come and rescue you, but I'm taking these kids."
Right.
So we did a lot of like moving around. So we went to see my aunt at that particular time, and we were there for a while. But for my 7th birthday, reached up to my 7th birthday, I realized I just didn't like America. And I know that's really bad for me to say to you.
No, it's not. It's
Okay,
not
good,
because I know a lot of people that this place. Sometimes I don't like America.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I think as a child, with the amount of countries I'd been to, it was just confusing because the dialogue felt opposite, you know?
What do you mean?
So, like, everywhere else I'd been, it was all about all the things you can do, you can be, you can do da-da-da-da-da. Everything was so positive. But with America, like, the television always had, like, bad news, like, proper bad news.
Okay.
And it wasn't, like, bad news from another country. It was, like, bad news from next door.
Got you.
So, like, as a child, I just felt like, this place is not safe.
Right.
This place is not open. I was in Girl Scout. And the girls were all great and stuff, but they just had like, and for a child, believe me, like I felt like they had an overinflated sense of like themselves because it didn't make sense. Everyone was telling everyone we could all be president one day, and I was like, we can't. We're kids.
Right, right.
Because like you know me, I'm very literal. So I was like, no, we can't.
And the reality of the situation is that everybody can't be.
Everybody can't be.
The
But everybody
idea
could.
that you can be who,
Yeah.
right? But everybody could.
Exactly, and of course I aspire to be president at some point or one day, whether it's president of just a cookie shop or president of Ghana. I want the label, right? So. But yeah, it just felt really off to me as a child. And also TV was weird. So like at that young age, I also had so much different experiences of television. TV in Ghana, Nigeria, UK, Europe, America. So I had different experiences, and American TV was okay, but you know what really worried me was those adverts, right? When they like advertise a thing that's going to save your life, and then like the random guy speaks at the end. He's like, may cause death, your eye to fall out, but you should buy it because only $599. I'm like, no. So as a child, I was like, these adverts are
That's
so
interesting because that's pretty intuitive as a young person, as a child, to catch that.
Yeah.
Right? To catch those disclaimers at the end, like, wait a minute, I thought I was going to save my life, but you said.
Well, my dad's a doctor, so my dad never ever told anyone he was going to do something that might cause death. I mean, he probably warned them that, you know, don't do this because you could die, but he wasn't like giving out paracetamol that's saying they might cause death. And your adverts do that in America. You know, you guys, every
both
advert.
your dad and your mom of Ga heritage.
Yeah.
Both Ga.
Yeah, both Ga. But my dad's family has a lot of like Nigerian influences and participation.
Okay.
But my mom was born to her parents, who at the time was the paramount chief of I can't remember the word to say it now. Sempe. Sempe is like the grounds within Accra and a bit around. She passed away a little while ago, a couple of years back. So yeah, so anyway, so I was born into that kind of mix. But age 7, I was in America. My mum was like, what do you want for your birthday? So I said, I want to go live with grandma. She was like,
at 7 years old, you realized that you didn't want to live in, you didn't want to stay in America. So for your birthday, you asked to go to live with your grandmother, who was where?
In London.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'd been to her a few times, and
your mom gave you that wish?
Yeah, she wasn't happy, and at the time I didn't get it. Like I felt like she was really mean, but now as an adult, I'm like, oh my god, I was like probably one of the most horrible thing a child could say to his parent, right?
That I
like,
want to go
live with someone else.
I want to go live with someone
I didn't even ask her. I wanted us to leave. I was quite specific about the fact that I wanted to do it.
And but you probably were very clear from having moved around a bit that you weren't asking your mom to leave where she wanted to be.
No, yeah, because she loved doing that stuff. I just wanted to be where I wanted to be.
Okay.
So she let me have that. I flew on KLM with the air hostess. I remember my Nintendo, like a Nintendo kind of Game Boyish toy. I had a couple of teddy bears, and I had a cute little pull bag. And then my aunts and all my family met me at the airport, and it was all love.
And so from 7 until?
Yeah, till whatever. I just stayed with my grandma. My mum kept flying back and forth, and she eventually joined us when I was a teenager.
Okay.
And then of course I had a child at 16. I got pregnant.
Okay, so you coming from your family in Ghana, you went to the US, you went to the UK. When young women get pregnant at a young age, most of society says it's over for you.
Yeah.
Most of, not only do they say it's over for you, there's a large judgment.
Exactly.
Right? whatever happened is your fault because you have to carry the baby. So you went out and got pregnant.
Yeah, I got pregnant. Yeah.
You went out and got pregnant. The guy didn't do nothing.
No. Yeah, I was just me. Like Mary, Immaculate Conception.
Right. You didn't get married.
Yeah.
So what was your family's reaction? What was their response to you getting pregnant? And was it something were you ashamed? Did you just or were you just like, it is what it is, let me tell them?
So first of all, there was, for me personally, I mean, I didn't know I was pregnant for the first 23 weeks. So I had
23 weeks.
So like nearly 5 months pregnant.
Really?
Yeah, I had everything as normal. So I didn't actually know I was pregnant. We only found out I was pregnant because I was very sick at school, and then the teachers took me to the hospital. They did a whole bunch of tests, and eventually one genius said, well, how about pregnancy test? And then it turned out I was pregnant.
Wow.
And I was 23 weeks. And I had to, of course, decide, they were told me that abortions couldn't happen after 25 weeks because it's illegal. So I was like, okay. So I just took a week to think about it. I've always been very strategic. I've always known that I need to figure out what I want to do first before I start announcing myself.
Right.
Mainly because I've got so many brothers who are quite overpowering, overbearing. But also just because it's just always important to me that I'm good before I walk into something.
Right.
So I was like, I wanted to make sure. I did a lot of stuff like to research and figure things out or whatever, spoke to my teachers, went to the school counselor. And after a week I was like, yeah, I'm gonna have the baby. So I just waited another week. I told my mum after the deadline, after like the 25 weeks had passed, because what's the difference, a week is a week, isn't it?
Right. So that's when your mom found out.
Yeah, so I told her from school, I called her from the school phone to tell her I had something to tell her, because the journey from my house to school was like an hour 15, hour 20. So by the time she'd get to me, she'd already been
too late. When did you tell your grandmother?
Oh, so no, I mean, come on. I told my mom on the phone, the whole world knew.
So you didn't tell your grandmother, you didn't have like a grandmother or aunt or somebody who you could confide in?
No. I mean, my grandma would have been who I confided in. But the thing is, we're Ghanaian. And so the gossip tree is fast. And strong.
So
it's like a flame.
Okay.
So I called from school, and by the time my mum had arrived, I'm sure everybody knew. In the deepest, darkest villages of any country, they all knew.
They all knew.
She was livid. But of course, we were at school, all these white people around. What are you going to do, Mom? You got to be calm, you got to be easy, Mommy. And like, of course, the school counselor was like, come, let's step into the room, let's have a conversation about this, make sure everything's okay and stuff.
Did she feel like you just ruined your future kind of thing?
No. So that's one of the good things. Okay. So the whole thing about telling her in that whole event was very, like, I orchestrated it just to make sure that the question of abortion couldn't come up, right? As in an option. But after I told everyone, yeah, everyone had different responses, but in the most part, because of the nature of just the people in my family, how they are, how they've built themselves up, how they understand the world, everyone was actually the opposite. So at one point, my grandma said to me, so what are you going to be when you grow up now? And I was just like, a good mom. She was like, a what? She said, what are you going to be when you grow up? I was like, a big, good adult.
Right.
So I asked this question so many times until one day I actually had a good answer, which was about my job. I was like, I'm going to be an entrepreneur, I'm going to have businesses, I'm going to work in education. And so she said, good, because you don't go around thinking that a mum is a job. Like, that's what you could do that in your sleep.
Say that one more time.
She was like, don't go around thinking being a mum is a job, because you can do that when you're asleep. My grandma.
Your grandmother.
She didn't want me to think that just because I was pregnant and having a child, that was now my occupation. She was like, don't
you
get
can
confused.
still have a life.
No,
you can still be great. You better. You better. So take me from you being pregnant and your son, whose name is?
Tyreek. He's 20 now.
Tyreek, who's 20, who you talk about a lot, who I know you love very dearly.
Love him to bits.
So how do you get from being in school, pregnant at 16, to being a dean at a university level? Talk me through your educational journey from having the baby. Did you have to like drop out, catch up? Like where? One, tell me about the actual journey.
Okay.
And then just give me, where was your source of encouragement and energy? Where did it come from?
Well, it's just my grandma. It's my grandma.
Okay.
So my grandma was an educator and an entrepreneur.
Okay.
She owns New Hope School. It's in Kolebu.
Okay.
That goes from nursery to senior secondary school. So I always saw her doing that kind of entrepreneurial educator kind of role. So she was my main inspiration. But yeah, so with getting pregnant and being at school, I just went to school like normal. Then one day they turned around and they were like, oh, you know, she can't come to school anymore, she's pregnant. My grandma was like, she's pregnant, she's not stupid. And then these teachers were naive, they didn't understand my grandmother, so they continued to persist. So I don't know how she did it, but she managed to get the government to fund the teachers that teach me to leave school and come to the house to teach me at the house. So everyone at school lost maths teacher in maths class and stuff, like one lesson a week. And then she got me this amazing tutor, this blind guy. and he was teaching me English lit. And I'm dyslexic, right? So it's just my relationship with words is just awkward and different. And this blind man knew every single word in every single book and was telling me when I was reading it wrong. And in the beginning, we had a very difficult relationship because I would get very annoyed with him because in my eyes were telling me that's what I was seeing, and I know he can't see it, and he was saying he's not seeing it.
A blind tutor for a dyslexic person is an interesting combination.
So between him and her, my grandma and this guy, I can't remember his name right now, Anthony, but I can't remember his surname. Like between the two of them, I was like, no, I can never complain about being a mum, being disabled, being this, being that. I can complain about nothing. Like it's not even gonna run.
Right.
I did extremely well in my GCSEs. I got all the top grades in every single thing you could, and in maths I got even 100% and a special certificate from the examination body. I bossed it. And then I had a baby, and I continued studying. I did quite a few A-levels. So we have A-levels in the UK, so I did.
So what are A-levels?
So they're the thing before university that you do to get the credits for university.
Okay.
So with high school, secondary school, you get the credits to go to college, or you can stay on like an extra 2 years of a version of college in your secondary school.
Okay.
But because I'd already had a child and I'd left, I was like, I'm not going back there. Like I've grown out of that thing. So I went to college. And I studied psychology, sociology, critical thinking, maths, business, and media as A-levels. 3 of them as A2s, which is only 1 year, and then 3 of them as full.
Got you.
And I went to film school. But along the way, I would always talk to people. You know, I love talking to people, telling them about what I want to do, and asking them what they think I should do to be able to get myself there.
Right.
I think I'm very good at, I think that's the way I should say, I'm very good at making people aware of my shortcomings and where I need their help or where I would like their help. I've been,
and that's the place where a lot of people struggle.
Exactly.
That's the place where a lot of people struggle, is to be able to identify your own shortcomings and areas of improvement and where you need help.
Exactly.
To be better.
Yeah.
We're going to take a small break, and then we're going to come back to discussing your educational prowess to becoming a dean of a university, and then let's talk about how you got back to Ghana, because so far you left Ghana at an early age, America, London. Let's talk about what made you actively choose to come back to Ghana.
Perfect.
We're going to be right back. Peace, global African family. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I'm a co-architect of Ghana's Year of Return 2019, and I'm the president and CEO of the Adinkra Group. For the past 5 years, we've been bringing loads and loads of people to Ghana. Many of them, their first time on the African continent. Their first time putting their toes in the African sand, in the African soil. And so many people have had their life changed. Our birthright journeys are curated cultural immersion journeys centered around reclaiming cultural identity, exploring your ancestral heritage, and celebrating African resilience. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our Birthright Journey Partner Program. It's really simple, and you really don't have to do much other than email us at info@theadinkragroup.com. Now, what makes a great Birthright Journey partner for our program? Are you a leader? Are you an influencer? Are you that person that your family calls on to organize, or do you automatically know that that's your job? Are you somebody of status in your community? Are you a community leader? Are you that person in your church or in the school? If you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. Do you believe that every person of African descent should have an opportunity to touch ground on the continent of Africa? If you are, then you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. It's simple. We're going to show you how you can travel to Ghana for free. Not only can you travel to Ghana for free, but you can actually get paid to travel to Ghana. Really simple. Just contact us at info@theadinkragroup.com and set up a discovery call. You'll get to travel with your family and friends, you'll get to travel with your community, and the best part of it is that it'll be free for you. Or you'll even earn money doing it. So again, info@theadinkragroup.com. We look forward to seeing you in Ghana. We look forward to dancing with you in Ghana. We look forward to eating fufu, eating jollof, eating wache. Make sure you contact us now, and we would love for you to become a Birthright Journey partner. Madasi. Welcome back. We are here with Tanisha Tego. Let's get back into the interview. So, you're obviously one of those people who are naturally talented educationally, right? Not to take away anything from anybody else, any of your teachers, your parents, your DNA, but there was a natural talent in you that allowed you to be able to have a lot of success, absorb information, absorb knowledge, regurgitate it. So eventually you went to school, you got your degree, and then you went to graduate school.
Actually, no.
Okay.
So first I was a film and television producer. I went to film school.
You went to film school?
I worked on quite a lot of film and TV projects. I was the BET UK producer.
So BET UK producer, okay.
So like a lot of the It's My Thing, you know, BET has those It's My Thing segments.
Wait a minute, did you include all of this on your resume when I was interviewing you for producer for this?
No.
So I must have been so in tune and smart that I just knew. Is that what it was?
Yeah, you must have.
Okay.
Because I remember when you asked me, I was like, and I said to you, Diallo, I'm not sure about this, but then I was like, okay, whatever. He doesn't know.
BET UK.
Yeah, BET UK, but also like cinematic films. I've made documentaries like The Story of Lovers Rock. I've worked on massive blockbusters in the UK like Adulthood. There's loads of stuff. Even music videos. For example, everyone loves the Azonto video, right?
Right.
But few people realize it's my video. It's on my channel. When you watch Azonto video, there's a cartoon of me. I produced that.
Really?
Yeah.
I need to go back and check that.
You need to go back and check that. So
that YouTube, that Azonto YouTube video is on
a
your
channel called Tanisha Tego with the 40-something million views, 30-something million views.
Wow.
Yeah, because there was a point in time where I was moving away from television into the internet space.
Okay.
YouTube had come up, and I hadn't yet, and they didn't have content ID, they didn't have like monetization processes, so it was like super early to the game, and I hadn't figured out exactly what I wanted to do yet. But the partner I was with at the time, he loved dancing, and he had this like these masks in the back of the car all the time. So we already came up with the concept of Afro mask. Like, you know, I'd pick songs and they'd dance to it and they'd upload it on YouTube, see how it went, and it went viral every time, like hundreds of thousands of views every time.
Right.
And we'd actually planned that particular video to be for Sarkodie, the one that became Azonto. And Sark ended up doing another video somewhere else, and a friend of mine, Ricky Davis, told me about this guy she knew called Michael. Michael, of course, became Fuse, and we'd never met or anything, but he was really eager to have that done with the song, because I think at the time it had been shelved. He'd made it a while back, but nothing had really happened.
Right.
And we had a whole choreographed dance routine. We had a whole plan.
Right.
So we were like, yeah, cool. And then he jumped on, went along to the shoot with the guys. He also filmed some bits on his camera as well, sent me some shots, and put together the video.
Wow.
And that was Azonto. Went viral overnight. The boy lost his mind. He thought I deleted the video for it. But you know, like, you know, back in the day when YouTube videos went viral, there were a few signifiers, right?
Right.
One, the video looked like it was gone. To you, if you're like a regular viewer, it looked like it was gone. Or two, it was stuck on like 301 views. I think 301 views is the most popular version where you know you're viral now. And it was like this for a couple of days. So he didn't know what was going on. He thought I was like stalling his video, but really the video was blowing. And then one day, a few days later, we look on, finally it just said 1.5 million views or something like that. And I was like, I told you that was the problem. Because I'd seen things go viral so much.
Right. But it's interesting because even from the US, Azonto was probably, and I'm gonna be bold enough to say this without having as much Afrobeat or Afrobeats history, but Azonto was probably the breakout Afrobeat song that really started and pushed this wave of Afrobeats that's happening now. Because of the dance.
Well, it was not just Azonto. So the thing is, it was actually Sarkodie, You Go Kill Me. And Sark was doing a lot of media work traveling, because we even put he came to the UK, we put him on Tim Westwood, a lot of stuff, put him on Radio 1. So You Go Kill Me was the song that was supposed to be the Azonto video song.
Okay.
But then at the same time, we had this great other song, Azonto, and he already had the video. So it was kind of like both of them, I think. Because You Go Kill Me was also big.
You know, from the American side, it was the dance.
It was the,
It was the Azonto dance that, and that video of the dance that took people, when people started to say, oh, Afrobeats. Well, what's the difference between Afrobeats and Afrobeat? That's when people kind of started to see, oh, well, Afrobeat is political, Afrobeats is this.
And it's funny you should mention that. My company was called Afrobeats Limited at the time when I produced that. Exactly.
Okay, so you music videos, documentaries, films, you did that.
Yeah.
So how did you go from there to academia?
Yeah, so my grandma just kept saying, and when will you go to school? I was like, but grandma, you watch my shows, you watch my films, like you see me in places.
Grandparents and older people in your families, they don't care about nothing unless you go to school.
Like school. As I went to film school, I have certificates. No. When we were
you were playing games.
Yeah.
You didn't go to school.
Like, you didn't. In London, we were in London at the time, and I was in a place called Greenford. I can't remember why I was there, but I remember I was in a place called Greenford, and there was this university there called GSM London, and I was walking past, and I was like, oh, yeah. So I walked in. Oh yeah, I remember because my friend had lived next door. So I walked in, and I just asked them, what's the most difficult degree program you have here? Because the thing with being dyslexic is that it drove me away from formal studies. It really did, from an emotional kind of confidence perspective, because I always thought I'm not going to be able to do it. So at that point I just decided, if I'm going to uni, I'm just going to go hard, just going to do the hardest course they have in the uni, and that's it. I asked them, they said oil and gas management with business. So okay, fine, how do I sign up? I signed up, and that was it. They just started.
And you did well, obviously,
I got
because
first
you're a
class.
dean.
Got a first class in that. So I got a first class because what I used to do is I used to teach my colleagues, because as the dyslexic person, we learn better when we teach something, even if we don't know it.
Okay.
So I would learn, have a class, and then a few of my colleagues would always promise to come and do a study time with me after. We all got firsts together, so that was lovely, like our little study group. But yeah, I did that. Then the university hired me because one of the teachers, Maurice, had seen me teaching.
Prior to you graduating?
Yeah, like literally like a month before the final dissertation deadline, they were already like, yeah, Tanisha, we want you to come and work with us when you finish, which was lovely. And yeah, so it became something called a teaching fellow. Now the whole way through, I'd always been teaching, by the way, just so you know, like I'd always had little teaching jobs with the local government, local council, whatever. But this was my first time teaching in higher education in universities, which is very hard to get into. So the teaching fellowship was like the perfect door in, and it was created in this uni by a lady called Christy, who became like my hero / arch nemesis, because we're both very strong personalities, and I'm like the bottom of the food chain and she was the dean. And then we were just always finding each other like. But yeah, I did that for a while. Did an MBA, specialized in educational leadership and management. And then I began my PhD journey, cybersecurity of smart energy grid systems. And you're currently still on your PhD journey? I'm doing that third year now, yeah. So in the whole kind of academic journey that I was continuing, of course, every new thing I studied, every new time I got better, I just got promoted. So I just got in this thing where I was always promoted in January and August, to the point where my teaching fellow colleagues,
middle of the year, top of the year,
exactly, and it was just coming at me. And then my teaching fellow colleagues, they weren't really feeling it like I was feeling academia. So after a while, I just thought, let me leave them, because people say, there's not enough black people in academia, there's not enough black deans. But you know what I saw? I saw that people don't really want it. I mean, I wanted the top because my grandma was insistent that I do something that she can recognize. She only recognizes things at the top. So for me, I needed to keep going. So I was like, let me leave them. And that's how the journey to being dean came. Like, I have a rule. I do a job for like 3 to 6 months, and if the 6-month line comes and I'm not like super in love, I just start going for the next job if I haven't already been offered promotion. So there's only so many levels to go through before you get to dean. So literally it's like teaching fellow, lecturer, module leader, head of the program leader, head of department, then there'll be some managerial word or something like that, and then this is associate dean, and I'm associate dean. So
I haven't heard you mention or say that you ran into any roadblocks because you're a woman. I haven't heard you mention racism, white supremacy. There are a lot of things that are valid, and I'm not saying that people are complaining and you're not. These are valid things that that prevent us from being great a lot of times. And it's just interesting that a young African woman from Ghana, US, London, child at 16, you're still raising your son as you're doing all of these things, of course, with a strong homeschooled your son, of course, with a strong network and support with your grandmother, your mother, and having this in your family. Did you have those instances, being number one, being a black woman, right? And well, being a black woman, which a lot of times they say is double the challenge. Did you run into any of those things that?
So I think I run into them so often I'm like desensitized. Like I'm always offending someone, putting someone off, making them feel awkward. Like I'm over it. Like one thing that I'm really glad about from my upbringing with my grandma was like she didn't really accept when my excuse was someone else made me feel away, or someone else, or it was because of someone else. She was always very insistent that I take ownership, and I'm very much the same with my son. Actually, I think I'm the same with everything. It's all about taking ownership. So criticism of me and the realities of who I am, like, it doesn't really bother me. So if someone's like, oh my gosh, you're black, I'm like, I really don't get the point that you're making here.
Right.
Or, oh, you can't do that because you're a woman. I literally don't understand the point that you're making here. So I'm just going to continue doing what I'm doing, and eventually I think you'll figure yourself out, and at that point we'll just stay friends.
But how do you maneuver in those situations where it's not just somebody pointing out that you're black or you're a woman, but it's somebody putting a blockade or something in place? Is it just a matter of, oh, it's a block, let me figure out how to get around it, through it, or over it, and that's it?
I'm super unfazed.
Where and how in your history did being a Ghanaian woman
help
mean something to you? And the reason why I say that is because I know when I first met you, we were in our early conversations, and you kept saying, I'm a Ghanaian woman, like, maybe, like, you kept reminding me, I'm like, I'm from Trenton, and so, like, and what's that mean? But you said it with such passion that it means something to you.
It does.
So when along your journey did that, like, really sink in of what being a Ghanaian woman means?
So I was literally the first granddaughter born after, like, I think over 10 grandsons. Okay. So when I was born, my dad's mum was first, like, my first memory of someone, like, really overpowering. She was an African traditionalist belief system. So she'd explain to me, like, all our Ghanaian kind of, like, mummy water, all of our kind of, like, bits that are more traditionalist beliefs. Quite a lot. She's really into, like, meditating. She's into, like, this whole different world of being a person. And we're from Jamestown, right? So, okay, our house is in Mampobi, but we're from Jamestown. So we got family houses in Jamestown. So growing up, something like Jamestown was very normal for me. And just like my people there, they really, like, they hustle hard, like, they move hard. And I'll meet people from Jamestown anywhere, you know? So I think being from there, having her first was like the first kind of foot in that I could survive most things, because not really much else left when you can already survive on the minimal, right? And that's literally. And then, of course, going to my mum's world when I was 7 and being with her most often, that gave me the strong Ghanaian woman mentality, because my grandma, she would always warn someone before she fucked them over. Like, she'd be like, listen, you're about to annoy me. You're about to
that's a warning.
Just a warning, okay? Which I always didn't really understand at the time, because I was like, if you're gonna do it, just do it, innit? Like, why would you give someone a warning? But now, as an adult, I really realize that whole kind of, the reason I always go on about being a Ghanaian woman is because we have a limit, and we're extremely expressive. And I think, you know, all the different tribal groups around the world probably have their stereotypes, but yeah, so like my grandma, she was so strict on the UK side, right, and so serious, very rooted in our culture. And of course, our husband was the paramount chief, so I was, you know, I had to do all these, like, chief and know all this chief and queen mother behaviors and how to behave at this point and that point and what to do this here. So I got a lot of our traditional kind of ways of being Ghanaians. I got that really gifted to me. And I think along the way, it's always been part of every single thing that I do. Like, I remember one of my first like proper boyfriends, when I actually realized what I was supposed to be, like, what a boyfriend was supposed to be. He was a Jamaican guy called Jason. We're still good friends now. And I was so into being an African woman. I'd always tell guys if they wanted to date me, like, listen, I'm African woman. I listen to African music in my house. As the African music in my house was just the first thing, just so you're aware. And I made this man fall in love with "Allow Me to Kiss Your Hand." You know that one? He would blast that thing in the car. This Jamaican guy, you know. So he'd play Bashment, then the next track would be, and all his friends would be like, "Where are you getting all this African music?" But I was so into just the fact that I'm African. Like, I don't know everything about what it means, but I know that if you don't appreciate or like that, then you've got no space with me. And so back to the whole thing about roadblocks, I just feel like there is this a lovely kind of sense of self-assurance and black privilege that combined were gifted to me. So from the position of self-assurance, like, I am, like, child or no child, I still have a learning disability. I do have a learning disability, sorry. So that kind of self-assurance plus the black privilege has just never really allowed me to let anything not go the way I want. It's there. It's there to be gone through, over or around. Exactly, and I'm a strategist. So all of those things just offer me opportunities to be more strategic.
So so now you're in Ghana, right? I know that your company Apples and Pears, you have an office in the UK, you have an office in Dubai, UAE, and you've done a lot of work in terms of helping other entrepreneurs. You have a lady entrepreneurship camp.
Club and camp.
You have a lady entrepreneurship club. You have a boot camp for entrepreneurs. You've been in Forbes, CNN, like you've, you know, and so I think it was really important for us to go through the early part of your life to land here, right? Because right now you're in Ghana by choice. You could be in the UK, you could be in the UAE. If you want, you could probably leave tomorrow, right? Why are you in Ghana? Like, why now are you coming back here? And is it like, you know what? Well, why was it important, or was it important for you to come back here?
So so my father passed away February last year, and
rest in peace.
So, exactly, he's good. I know he's good because he keeps meddling in some stuff. Like the other day, we need to have a meeting. He's one of the ancestors now, using his powers. But he passed away last February. So I came back around March, April time to support and sort out funeral things, and that was really emotionally taxing. And then I just ended up staying longer. And I actually left the last associate dean job I was at the time there, around that time. So I just came, and I was just here till like May. And then I went back to the UAE because I needed to sort out bits for my bank account and just things, you know, because now I live there. I did that for I think a month, and I came back. And then I was invited to speak out again in the UAE. So I flew out for a week, and I came back. Back in August, and I was like, why am I keeping coming back? Like, I don't even live here. The country I keep flying to for a week is where I'm resident. Like, I'm going back to fix bills and fix things. I'm supposed to go
And
home.
then coming back to Ghana.
I keep coming back to Ghana. And of course in Ghana I'm homeless. Well, I was homeless at the time because, you know. So I was like, okay, I need to fix this. Of course we got working. I met a lot of really amazing people. And I think what Ghana offered me from August till about December was a lot of therapy that I really needed. I was definitely a daddy's girl, and really strongly rooted in my grandma, my grandfather, and my dad, who all passed away like within a year or two of each other, with my dad being the last, over the last 5 years. And I was just losing reasons to be here, you know. So I was never going to choose to go to Ghana because it felt like every reason I had to go to Ghana was like going every year. But the new relationships I built here, they just did things, you know. They just made me feel so good and so solid. They challenged me, they questioned me, and eventually I just felt like actually Ghana has every single thing I like in a place. Sun, sea, good people, plantain. It just has everything I like. Why would I leave?
Right.
So I just started winding down what I was doing in the UAE, building up a new kind of infrastructure for the company. So it just had a global approach, because of course it started as a UK company. I never had intentions for it to be international. And then I just started working from that position, and that position, once you find your lane, everything just fits.
Right.
So
and Ghana is the center of the world.
Ghana is the center.
Ghana is the gateway to Africa.
Seriously.
So now is the perfect time for us to play Africa in 60, since Ghana is the gateway.
Yes, it is.
Since Ghana is the gateway to the rest of the African continent, you know Africa in 60. You have 60 seconds to name as many African countries as possible. 3, 2, 1, go.
Ghana, Lesotho, Togo, Abidjan, Sierra Leone, Nigeria, Mali, Morocco, Somalia, Sudan, South Sudan, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, South Africa, Rwanda, Burundi to be fair, Guinea-Bissau, Cote d'Ivoire. Did I say Cote d'Ivoire?
No, you said Abidjan. You said Abidjan. I let it slide because, but go ahead. But now you said the country.
But now I'm also thinking about the islands, our little islands. I'll remember them in a second. Okay, where am I? Then we have something central. So DRC. Is Swaziland still called Swaziland? There you go.
Take it.
South Africa. I'm good.
We got more time.
Oh, I thought you were saying I thought you were nodding out. Okay. I don't know why I can't think of anything else.
Okay, done. You got about 25. That was good. You got about 25. You got about 25. You was ready to stop. Like, okay, that's not. What you talking about? We got 10 more seconds here. We gonna finish this out. We gonna finish this out. Okay.
But
so-
also, I don't want to. I'm glad I only got 25 because I think our winners was so good that if I
Right.
beat our winners, I'd be able to.
Yeah, no, but.
So I'm glad I got a
but the
good,
pressure-
respectable number.
You know what? I've thought about. I was like, somebody is going to pull up on me one day and be like, Africa in '60. How many can you name? Like,
Actually,
I'm gonna start studying. No, I'm not doing. We ain't doing that. That's what we're not doing. So, okay, so you're in Ghana.
Yes.
Right? You kept coming back here. Ghana has everything that you want in a place to be. Is it important? Is Africa important? Is Africa important to you? Is Africa important to entrepreneurs in your life, your lessons, your world affairs?
Yeah.
Or is it just another place?
No. Africa, like literally, it's all about Africa. In fact, from the UK, from the position of when they started to Brexit, we knew they were going to need to look to Africa for a lot of their agricultural needs. We knew that Europe was going to come towards Africa more. China's already been trying to come towards Africa. In fact, China's the biggest beneficiary of AFTA, which most people don't even consider. The West, the Americas, whatever, they've always been into Africa. And everyone that's not into Africa, they're just not into Africa because the marketing tells them to stay away. And that marketing is done by their own people, just who are too greedy and don't want everybody joining.
Right.
So Africa is it, right? I don't see my place in me being in Ghana as me being only in Ghana. I do see it as me being in Africa on the continent. I wish that there was a lot more free travel across without having to stop at places like Kenya. I wish we could just go where we want to go, but it's fine for now. I do also wish that the travel expenses weren't so expensive for Africans to go to Africa, but it's okay. We'll do good for now.
Inter-Africa travel, we already know. We talk about this. To go to neighboring countries, tickets are $1,000, $800 for a 2-3 hour flight.
Well, someone was saying to me that I think either it's Ghana and Nigeria or Ghana or Nigeria is like one of the most valuable routes for like BA. So, a lot of these airlines are just making money off of us because we do have money. They just make it look like we're in poverty, but the prices they be charging us.
They make
You could go from New York to, I don't know, LA on $54 or Nevada at least on $54.
Yeah, less than $100, maybe on average $200-300.
And I can't get from here to Togo for that price.
No, here to Togo is about or about the same price, which is an hour away. Definitely here to Senegal, here to Sierra Leone, here to, and you can probably get from here to East Africa for less than you can get from here to other West African countries. We got to find out what's up with ECOWAS. They need to get their act together. They definitely do.
So, that's why I'm here. I'm here because I definitely want to be in the African continent. Of course, I'm really proud to be in Ghana. I'm proud as a Ghanaian, but I love a lot of African places. I love Zimbabwe. I love Mozambique. I love South Africa. Not sure whether Egypt has decided whether or not they're with us, but I'm loving my Egyptians.
Egypt is a part of Africa.
It is a part
it's people on the outside who keep trying to take Egypt from us. You know why? Because they want to say that we didn't create the pyramids. So they want to take Egypt away to continue the narrative that some aliens came down and built the pyramids and Africans are not great. These idiots.
That's why we stay unfazed.
The day I meet a smart racist, I'll shut up. But most racists just aren't smart. You guys are stupid. Like, the things you say and do don't even make any sense. Like,
It's true. But yeah, so Egypt is another one. But yeah, and I'm really curious about a lot of places. Sierra Leone, Senegal.
Right.
Congo I really want to go to.
Right.
So yeah, I'm just happy to be here. The continent is where it is. And for entrepreneurs, this is a very good place to be because in one sense, it's fertile ground, but in another sense, it's actually very advanced.
Yes.
And if we just look at how China has managed to benefit so much from the free trade agreements, that alone tells you that there is an advanced level of business that we need to get into in terms of import, export, packaging, in terms of even like pricing strategy.
It's all here.
It's all here. It's all ready. And there's so many, and also, of course, as well, our transaction processes, like our payment processes, like Momo and stuff, give us that exclusivity from Visa and MasterCard that we don't really need them for.
Exactly.
So there's a lot to be done. There's a lot to be done. Once the tech people get their act in order and start figuring out how we can do all of those things, the financial transactions, from here to Kenya, and I'm paying in cities, they're receiving it in theirs, we're good.
Have you made the solid commitment to be a part of this future of Africa to the world?
Yeah.
You're here. Like, this is you've because even though you might still go back to UAE, you still might go back to UK, but now that you found you coming back, didn't know why you was coming back, and you're here, do you see that I'm probably going to be in Ghana. Like, I'm going to be in Ghana. I'm going to be in Africa. At least.
Yeah. I mean, so with Apples and Pears, our mission is to support 30,000 businesses by 2030.
Okay.
And what we do is we help people to start, build, grow, and sell businesses. So any of those methods is fine. I'm definitely focusing us more. We've got clients across 18 countries, but I'm definitely trying to focus more on the African continent and boosting the number of countries from Africa. I would love to be able to say in 10 years that the majority of our portfolio is African grown or started businesses, but that they are internationally trading, that they're internationally known, you know, a few IPOs. Like, that's what the goal is for me now, and I want that to happen from the African continent. Because I think with age, I'm just getting a little bit more kind of overprotective of Africa and Africans. You know, I don't want to say patriotic, because you can't be patriotic to the continent.
I got you.
But you know,
well, you
like,
can.
You can? I don't want to confuse people and make them think Africa's a country. You
know?
No.
So the reason why I say you can, because being from the U.S., somebody like me who traced my DNA to find myself, I always say I am a child of all of Africa.
Okay, exactly.
I mean, which is,
same.
you know, I'm a child of all of Africa. Like, even though I've been able to trace here, and you know that you are Ghanaian, but you can still decide for no other reason other than because you have decided that you are a child of all of Africa, and you're patriotic for all of Africa.
Yeah, and I am.
Right.
And the older I grow, the more I am. I mean, I started off, I studied Black history like ages ago, Robin Walker, and I was really into this whole like Black everything. I met Black Panther members. I did the whole thing, but yeah, just as I've grown, I've just realized actually I probably will retire in Africa. I mean, look, my son's 20, so I'm an empty nester. So if I'm going to be an empty nester anywhere in the world, why would I not do that in the African continent?
Right.
So that was kind of like the first reason why I was like, Africa, like it's just all about that. But secondly, because the most potential is here, right? So
youngest continent.
It's the youngest
all
continent.
the natural resources, the best weather.
The best minds.
The best minds, the best energy, the best vibe, Charlie.
All of it.
Ghana enjoyment capital of the world, Charlie.
And you know, I'm trainee chief enjoyment officer. So until I get my full badge. No, but like for real, like I love soft life in the day, enjoyment in the night. Like Ghana and the African continent gives it all to me safely.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
With respect. Like I feel like I can do anything and achieve anything from the continent. So those are the reasons why, yeah, I'm rooting myself here, and I definitely think entrepreneurs should as well.
So this is our final episode of Diaspora Link.
It is.
Right? We have successfully done all 20, and we saved you. I said to save the best for last.
Thank you.
So why don't you tell everybody on a scale of 10 to 20, with 10 being incredible and 20 being unexplainable, just how good has it been working with me on this show?
So if 10 is incredible and 20 is inexplainable.
Right, if 10 is incredible, like how just...
I mean, in the most part, working with Diallo has been pure perfection, and I'll say that because I like variety, I like a bit of spice, I like comedy, I like joking around, but I also love travel, I love meeting new people, seeing new things, hearing new things, and we do that.
Right.
So actually working with you is probably like more like a 30.
Hey, look at you.
You're welcome.
Look at you.
You're welcome.
Look at you.
It is probably more like
say 30 one more time. No, I'm just... No,
it really is, because the thing with being a producer and producing content is technically it's very technical.
Right.
Like it doesn't need to matter to me who you are, who's behind the camera.
I want to shout out two people. Kevin Swain, Chris White. These are two gentlemen who showed me what it means to have a technical team and what it means to be an executive producer, right? These are two people who I listened to, experts in their field, who told me, shut up, go do your job as an executive producer. I'm the director, film, I know what I'm doing. I'm the sound guy, I know what I'm doing. You go, get out our way, like you're in our way. Yeah. When I met you, and I asked, who are you? You said, what did you tell me, fairy?
I'm a fairy. I'm a psychic fairy.
You're a psychic fairy.
But I am a psychic fairy,
right.
You know that.
You told me you were a psychic fairy, and I was like, okay, but when I met you and I saw you, it's interesting because I looked and I just said, like, you weren't dressed particularly spectacular, or it was an average day, you know, and I was like, who is her? Who is this? Like, I felt that you were different, and I felt that we were kindred spirits. And I came up to you and I asked you, who are you? And you said psychic fairy. And I love that response. And then one of the other things that really attracted me to work with you and find out more about who you are is you said something very clear and open about, I talk to my shrines all the time or something. And I haven't found a lot of people who openly speak about ancestral veneration, communication, even in a joking somebody who you just met, because it scares a lot of people away. It's spooky. And I'll say that I'm very happy that I've had an opportunity to meet you and work with you here, as well as to learn more about apples and pears. I will say that you have helped me to step my game up professionally in a number of ways, and I absolutely enjoy working with you. And as much as I absolutely enjoy working with you. But I'm sure you enjoy working with me more, because I just have to say that.
I was like, what's he gonna, is he gonna cry? Is he gonna say something silly? That's what
I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry. But no. But no, seriously. So let's end this. We've gone a little longer than all of the other interviews. I mean, I asked you to join me on a journey that we were beginning with GhanaWeb, and this is the end of our first season. What made you say this is the project I want to work on? Or because people come to you all the time, right? You have other opportunities, but you like, you know what? I'm gonna take my time to do this. I believe in this.
Yeah.
I mean, outside of the obvious, what? Like you like he's a trick.
Yeah. I
so
mean,
now y'all actually get to see how we are off camera. This is the real Diallo. Well, no, seriously. Like, what made you? What made you say this is important?
Well, firstly, from a production perspective, the day that, of course, we were talking about this, we happened to already be around the crew who's now actually our crew.
Right.
And I could feel their competence. It was very obvious that they knew what they were doing. When the concept of the show was shared, it was instantly like, Diallo has to do that. Like, you have to do that. That makes so much sense. It's perfect for you. And I think it's just a combination of like the GhanaWeb team are clearly very competent in everything that they do. You're extremely competent in everything that you do. And I'm competent in everything I do. Sometimes
perfect formula. Perfect
it's
formula,
a perfect,
right?
So
everything works together.
It was kind of like, Diallo should have a show. It should be on GhanaWeb.
Right.
And of course, then you remember I went into how it should look. And I obsessed about that for like a month or two.
Right. And
production values and stuff, remember? But once we got there, it was just so obvious this is what the world needed. And the moment we launched and released the first episode, like the feedback, right? Perfect. It's exactly what I could feel when I thought about the combination of things. And that's why it was easy to pick this. There are, of course, other projects where people might have more budget or more this or more that. But getting that energy right, I think after all my different experiences as a producer, that I can tell straight away when something's the right thing to do, whether or not it's high ticket.
And we actually, like, I get a lot of feedback from people who are like, thank you.
Exactly.
Right? A lot of it is just gratitude, like, I need this.
Yeah.
You know, and I know that by the time people get a chance to view this episode, they would have seen all 19. And for me, it was really important that people get to hear your story too.
Thank you.
So not just a producer, but for people to be able to see that it's not just me sitting up here hosting. You know what I'm saying?
There's
being from the diaspora, but our team is people of the diaspora who believe in this and what we're doing.
Yeah.
I want to say thank you for joining me on this journey.
Thank you.
We want to tell everybody that season 2 is coming. Season 2 is going to be amazing. We will be continuing to bring you Diaspora Link with different looks, feels, and flavors.
Getting out of the studio a little bit.
Getting out of the studio. You know today was special because I wore my... I had to give y'all this for the last one for Tanisha. So thank you. Thank you, Tanisha.
Thank you. It's been really good.
We're going to be right back. We're just gonna do like a little flash thing, and then we're gonna bring the whole team up because we want you all to see the team that's worked with us from GhanaWeb. We want to put everybody on camera. It's a little bit different. I wish I had a bottle of champagne to pop just because it's significant that we completed our first season, and we want you to see everybody who's helped to make this happen so you can see their face and we can thank them on camera too. So
you're doing great things around the world.
From all of us here at the Diaspora Link team at GhanaWeb, we wanted you to see that there are real human beings behind the cameras and in the offices working together. This is our whole team. We wanted you to see everybody's face. We want to personally say from Tanisha and I, thank you to everybody here for a successful first season of Diaspora Link. We look forward to season 2. And, you know, what do we all say together? Do we like say Madasi? Do we all say hamburger,
I think
cheeseburger?
we should say plantain.
Should we say plantain? Okay, so we're going to say plantain since that's, which absolutely makes no sense, but we'll do it. On the count of 3, we'll all say plantain. Then we'll say Madasi. Is there a GhanaWeb theme song or something we do? Okay. 1, we're going to say plantain, y'all. People need to know that we really crazy. 1, 2, 3. Plantain. You see how this? Hey, Madasi, everybody. We don't have a proverb for today. However, we will end this show by saying we know what unity and teamwork looks like, and this is what it is. So we hope that you've enjoyed this first season of GhanaWeb, all 20 episodes. Please go back, replay, rewatch, share your favorite moments, and we will see you on season 2. Peace, everybody. Boza!
You're doing great things around the world. Great things, yeah. Great things, yeah. Around the world. Great things, yeah.
On the Ghanaian economy, and today we have one such opportunity to listen to what government is doing in the face of a global twin crisis. Before I invite the minister for his presentation, permit me to acknowledge some dignitaries who are here with us this morning. As I mentioned, we have the Minister of State at the Ministry of Finance, Honorable Charles Eduwahin, with us. We also have the Deputy Minister for Finance and Member of Parliament for Etiwa East Constituency, Honorable Abena Ose-Asare. We also have with us Dr. Patrick Nomo, who is the Chief Director at the Ministry of Finance. And of course, our Speaker and Minister, Honorable Ken Oforiatta, with us this morning. So we will invite Honorable Minister for his presentation, and then we will come to you for your questions.
Thank you very much indeed, and Chief Director, if you could start us with a prayer, then we'll move on.
Shall we please bow down our heads for a word of prayer? Our Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for your grace that has sustained us until this time. We thank you for the men and women you have given to lead us in economic management. We want to thank you for the opportunity to meet with the press and speak to the issues that challenge our nation at this moment. We pray, Heavenly Father, that you be in our midst, take preeminence. We pray, Lord, that every idea that will be shared, every thought that will be shared, every suggestion that will and clarity of thought and speech, that Lord, even as he speaks, it will be very clear to every member of this nation what you, God, has for us and what you are doing at this time. We thank you, Lord, in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much indeed. And And really good morning, Honorable Minister of State, Charles, Deputy Minister Abena, Deputy Minister from Information, distinguished ladies and gentlemen of the media, and fellow citizens. Good morning and welcome to this fourth press briefing on the economy this year. This is a continuation of our engagements on 20th January, 24th March, and 12th May. So these bi-monthly engagements have complemented the statutory update we provided on the economy when we presented the 2022 media budget review to Parliament on 25th July 2022. Given the crisis that is impacting us globally, we will look to be doing this on a monthly basis to year end, so that we engage with you more and give you regular updates. Recent global developments since 2020 have now been described as the worst global cost of living crisis in 50 years. Our economy has not been left out of this considerable economic uncertainty. The priority for government has been to restore macro stability and address welfare challenges confronting the economy. Despite these efforts, we have seen inflation spiral and depreciation of our domestic currency that has impacted cost of living and businesses and the general economic circumstances of families in this country. Specifically, inflation remains high at 33.9% as of August 2022, and the cedi has depreciated by 37.1% against the US dollar as of 27 September 2022. Indeed, during the 2022 media budget review, I highlighted that our present situation was a painful one to report on. We haven't seen anything like this since August 2001, when inflation rate hit 33.9%, almost equivalent to what we're experiencing now. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at an important moment in our economic history, and in the context of today's briefing, it is important to focus on the progress being made to put us firmly on a path of macroeconomic stability. We have since Q1 first quarter 2022 cut discretionary expenditures in our budget by 30%. In addition, we announced a number of expenditure measures to keep public spending in line with our tightening economic conditions, including restraints on purchase of new vehicles and a moratorium on non-statutory travel. As part of measures to shore up our reserves, improve exchange rate stability, and address some of the funding needs, the Ministry successfully worked on a 750 million Afri-Exim loan facility, which was received in August 2022. We thank Parliament for the accommodation in this also. The traditional cocoa syndication loan expected in the last quarter of 2022, which will promote the cocoa sector, will further help us build our foreign exchange reserves and provide a strong buffer for the cedi in the last quarter of the year. Additionally, the Bank of Ghana has introduced enhanced measures such as a special foreign exchange auction for bulk distribution companies and a gold purchase program to contain the depreciation of the cedi, which is now slowing down. So far, provisional fiscal development for January to July 2022 presented within the context of the 2022 budget revised deficit target of 2.6% of GDP and a primary balance of 0.4% of GDP show that 1. The overall fiscal deficit amounted to 31.1 billion, 5.3% of GDP, against a target of 31.2 billion, about 5.3% of GDP. And that the corresponding primary balance for the period was a deficit of 7.6 billion, 1.3% of GDP, against a target of 7.8 billion, 1.3% of GDP. Current year expenditure has also largely been contained owing to the operationalization of expenditure cuts announced since March. We are on course with expenditure rationalization efforts and will continue to enforce strict adherence to these measures across all MDAs whilst ensuring efficient delivery of public services. The Ghana Revenue Authority has intensified its efforts to shore up domestic revenue mobilization, particularly in relation to the enforcement of compliance measures. The increased visibility of GR officials at shopping malls and various commercial establishments and at our borders across the country is in pursuit of meeting our revenue objectives. Such exercises form part of an ongoing drive to ensure we take significant steps forward in remedying long-standing challenges with domestic revenue mobilization, indiscipline, corruption, and leakages. Of course, heightened tax compliance and increased tax audit exercises will continue to be complemented by policy initiatives that allow us to tap into a wider pool of taxpayers in the years ahead. Towards this, therefore, we are looking at areas around the e-levy to ensure its efficient implementation. Overall, our growth outturn of 3.4%, an impressive 4.8% in Q1 and Q2 of 2022 respectively, coupled with modest improvements in our fiscal position, suggests our economy is gradually on the upswing despite the numerous shocks we have faced over the past 2 years. These figures demonstrate that in spite of recent challenges, there has been economic growth, modest as the gains so far may be. This progress gives us a solid foundation to confront the challenges ahead. Undoubtedly, global risks remain on the horizon, including a strengthening US dollar and higher interest rates, which negatively affect external borrowing. This development is exerting enormous pressure on our balance of payment position and thus the need for us to expedite engagement with the IMF. Within this context, government is finalizing its post-COVID-19 economic program as a domestic blueprint to engage the IMF. This document has already benefited from input from key stakeholders including civil society, social partners, labor, employers, and faith-based organizations, academia, industry professionals, and the leadership of Parliament. Additional stakeholder engagements will be held to solicit further inputs for the program. Our economic program contains a set of time-bound structural reforms and fiscal consolidation measures to place our debt levels and fiscal accounts on a sustainable path over the medium term. The program is hinged on 7 pillars, namely debt sustainability, fiscal consolidation, strengthening monetary and exchange rate policies, building strong financial institutions, macro-critical structural reforms, maintaining peace and security, and economic growth and transformation. The IMF negotiations. The formal negotiations for a fund-supported program began on Monday, September 26, 2022, and discussions are advancing smoothly. The IMF mission will cover a period of 10 days, and in line with His Excellency the President's dialogue with the IMF Managing Director, Kristalina Georgieva, negotiations will be fast-tracked to ensure that key aspects of the program are reflected in the 2023 annual budget statement in November 2022. Government is committed to ensuring that a comprehensive package is negotiated with the aim of restoring and sustaining macroeconomic stability, ensuring durable and inclusive growth, and promoting social protection. As stated in our press release dated 26 September 2022, on the commencement of the IMF negotiations, having a sustainable debt path is a prerequisite for the IMF program. Therefore, the IMF, World Bank, and the Ghana team are currently undertaking a debt sustainability analysis to inform the program negotiations. In addition, the IMF and government team are working to update the medium-term macro-fiscal framework to inform IMF program design. Also, the government team and the IMF team are discussing policy measures and structural reforms, proposing an economic program aimed at addressing the economic challenges facing the country towards restoring and sustaining macroeconomic stability, fiscal and debt sustainability, as well as promoting durable and inclusive growth and social protection. Ladies and gentlemen, we simply have not reached any agreement with the fund on the parameters of any debt operation as we are in the process of completing the debt sustainability analysis. Government shall continue to actively engage all stakeholders in a clear and transparent manner as we seek to fast-track the IMF negotiation process. Ghana needs a viable domestic financial system to support its development program, especially in these 3 years with limited access to international capital markets. Therefore, everything must and will be done to protect our financial sector, and there must be room for a win-win conversation through extensive stakeholder engagement with both our domestic and external investors. Ghana has always had a collaborative approach with its partners, and we shall, I'm confident, come out of an historic arrangement. This is a government that protected the savings of 4.6 million Ghanaian depositors with the reform of the banking and financial sector. Even in our early days, we owe it to the economy and Ghanaians to keep protecting it. The sanctity and the well-functioning of the financial system is sacrosanct, and we need the support and trust of all Ghanaians to deliver this. Let us join hands to get this done. The great Celtic miracle in Ireland in the 80s was a result of such collaboration, especially with Labour, and we shall also be blessed with the Ghana miracle. A 5-member committee consisting of prominent financial services professionals will lead extensive stakeholder engagement across all the key segments of the financial sector: banking, asset management, pensions, and insurance. The announcement of the committee members will be made in the coming days, and they will immediately get to work to engage key stakeholders in the financial services sector. Additional to ongoing engagements of civil society organizations, social partners, labor employers and faith-based organizations, academia, industry professionals, and the leadership of Parliament. We welcome all contributions to this great public debate, but we must be careful to build and not to tear down our nation. Ladies and gentlemen, we will leverage on our strengths to rebuild the economy, focusing on our productive sectors. Initiatives such as the Youth Start program that will provide 1 million jobs over the next 3 years will support entrepreneurs with loans to build their capacity to create more jobs and realize the present vision of a Ghana beyond aid and an entrepreneurial nation. The Development Bank of Ghana, which we capitalize at 750 million, is also supporting the private sector to invest in areas that will stabilize the economy over the medium to long term, with positive knock-on effects on job creation and economic growth. Taken together, we cannot lose sight of the remarkable progress we have made since the pandemic. And I believe that in the months to come, our robust policy approach response will help to considerably ease the challenges with inflation and the exchange rate pressures. I am extremely confident about where we will land on this journey. We as a country have survived 142% inflation, yellow corn hysteria, mass exodus from our country, and more recently, a successful exit from the 2015 Extended Credit Facility IMF program. So let us go for the spirit of courage, for the Lord is of this nation. Let us not fear, for he who is of us is greater than all. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I remind each and everyone that Ghana is the only place we have. Its progress, its prosperity is our collective duty. We have overcome many challenges and risen to the occasion many times. This is another challenge which we must overcome. This too shall pass if we remain united and purposeful. Let us not forget that the battle is indeed the Lord's. As the book would said in Genesis 11:5, if as one people speaking the same language they have begun to do this, then nothing they plan to do will be impossible for them. Thank you very much for your attention. God bless you. God bless our nation and make it great and strong. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the insightful presentation, Honorable Minister. If you are joining this press briefing, we are live on GTV and Joy News. We are also streaming on Facebook at Ministry of Information and Ministry of Finance. It's so refreshing to note that, as Honorable Minister mentioned, in spite of recent challenges, we are recording economic growth. That was one point that was really encouraging, and I believe that there is light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. It's now time for Q&A. If you have any question, this is the best time to ask. If you show by hand, we will bring the microphone to you. You mention your name and media house and then proceed to ask your question. Okay. So we'll take the first question from here. If there are any hands, okay.
Please keep your questions brief and to the point, please. Thank you.
My name is Maxwell Adumbila from Graphic. Minister, I noticed the optimism around getting a program by December, but our history shows us that we normally would take about 7 months minimum to get a program, from time of announcement or engagement with the fund to the time we seal a program. What makes this time unique? Where is the optimism coming from that we can get a program by December, and even we can have the November budget coming from the IMF program? Thank you.
Okay, my name is Ebenezer Sabote from JFM. My first question is a bit related to my colleague's own. It has to do with the 5-member committee that you indicated that you'll be forming. I'm just thinking, is that committee the work of the committee not going to delay the program negotiations, since government is in a hurry, in a way, to get it done? That is one. And then secondly, I was thinking that you were going to give us some updates on the previous press conference that you had. You did mention some budget cutting measures that government was undertaking, like the moratorium on purchase of new vehicles and stuff. I was thinking that you were going to give us an update on, at least let's know the impact of that savings that we have been able to done to the economy. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Please, if there are any hands, this is the best time to pick the questions. Otherwise, I take that to be the last. Okay, Echo.
Thank you very much. My name is Echo from Bloomberg. One observation. I was happy to note that you said you're going to have more monthly briefs, and so that would help. It's very welcome. Thank you. Honorable, you also mentioned about this board or committee that you have put together. I didn't quite get the exact work they are going to do. Is it also going to be part of the DSA analysis that is ongoing? And I want a bit more clarity on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. If there are any hands, we can pick 2 more. If not, we go to Honorable Minister. Okay, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much indeed, and welcome. I think the issue of the timing is that, we've seen countries like Zambia, rightly you have mentioned, gone through a 2-year negotiation by getting into the common framework. And really, I don't think we as a country can afford that type of uncertainty over that period. And why are we hopeful that will be different? because in the discussions that I had with the managing director of the IMF, I mean, those were the specific issues that we talked about, how to fast track this so that we will get into organizing ourselves a lot better. But more importantly was the meeting between His Excellency the President and the Managing Director of the IMF in Rotterdam. And it was very, very clear in terms of the commitment that the fund showed. And she did say that they were determined to reach an agreement by end of the year, and that they've started constructive discussions with us. The team is here, and they are here on a mission. But as the mission chief told us, this is not a mission of 10 days. It is a mission through the end of the year. So there is increased intensity and acknowledgement that this must be done. With regards to the committee, coming from all of you, no, it will not delay. I mean, I think if I were to even listen to Bloomberg and Joy, you seem to have the answers for what this is going to entail. So within the confines of this period that we are in discussions, we will be able to come up. We expect them to be able to come up with input ideas as to where we should be going. I mean, the truth of the matter is that the variety of options, we can all, think of them. The issue is the idiosyncratic nature of our market and making sure that whatever we do goes to create, a stronger financial ecosystem than before. And the best way to do it is to have a committee of experts working with the stakeholders. So that's good. With regards to the issue of the budget in terms of the 30% effect, goods and services are below target by 41.4% due to these cuts. Domestic capex below target by almost 2/3, primarily due to these expenditure cuts, and overall expenditures were below target by some 7%. So we are making a headway, and the question is, in a sense, how much more adjustment can one do? I think the going forward, I don't know, call Bloomberg, what did you ask? But I think, that also leads to sort of this critical period in our economy, and the question becomes, what do we as citizens or as social commentators or as journalists do? Because it's a very fragile period for our economy and global economy. I mean, the classical foundation of journalists, as you know, is to educate, to inform, and to entertain, in a sense. But I recall that I think it was P.A.V. Ansa who said that in countries developing with such fragility, the underpinning of all of this work that we do must be one that always remembers social cohesion. And if we trip beyond that, we are not sure whether we are educating, we are informing, or we are entertaining to the peril of the society we are in. So really caution to all of us as citizens, all of us as social commentators, the Bloombergs, etc., which really we must be very cautious about and really understand where PAV Ansa was coming from. The need for social cohesion and to have the society we all would want to live in. Thank you very much.
Cole, can you take the mic? Okay.
Thank you. Okay, let me take it again. We still have, as a nation, we have people who have invested in us. They have given us bonds and what have you. So sometimes there's a lag in the time that official information is made available and then what the market is craving for at a critical time. This brings in a lot of analysts who say a lot of things. And so when it happens like that and then we come to the officialdom and there's a lag, that vacuum will be filled. This is not for me as a person or even Bloomberg or any media house, but generally, I think that's why I recommended that monthly briefing is helping. If there's a way that more frequent, even on a maybe bi-weekly basis, there will be somebody to give briefs, it will help everybody. Then whatever the official position that Ghana has on any position is quickly mentioned and it is known out there. That is just just a comment. I didn't get clarity on the committee you are putting together. Is it fair to say that this committee is also going to help lead in the DSA analysis, and that are all options available on the table, different forms of restructuring if need be? You say we've not gotten there, we've not started yet. Help me with a line that clarifies this statement. We are putting together a committee to help do especially what, and what options are on the table.
Thank you very much, Cole. I mean, the issue of information, I know all journalists have relationships, official and unofficial, but for a major article to be predicated on what may be rumors, in a sense, makes it difficult for me to accept that the gap created that, because you have a nation at your behest, and it can trigger unintended consequences because of that. So, we have engaged all stakeholders in this issue, and some of them have written papers. We had some very spirited discussions. On Friday, we were in Koforidua, for example, with the ranking and chairs of the various subcommittees to talk about that. I think the financial subsector is a very special and important sector, and that is why we're encouraging that type of setup, so that their input, however it happens, it will then be looked to incorporate in our discussions, because it's important. I mean, the DSA is happening, what does it throughout? It's a throughout sense of fiscal adjustments. You have a financing gap, and then you're going to split it between fiscal adjustment and your debt operations. So let us be informed by what the domestic financial system thinks is a way to go. I think you've heard enough of various options that can be done. There's an article from J.P. Morgan. We all know the variety of things that could be applied. But I think it's important for the industry players to lead this whole discussion, so that we are well informed going forward. So that really would be their remit, so that there's a cohesive and comprehensive way in which we incorporate their views. But we are not predicting where things will go, and I think until the DSA is done, everything else is really speculative, and that's what we do. But the one clarity, as you can see in the statement, is that we know about ensuring that we have a strong domestic investor community, which is you, me, everybody, and the banks, so that we can depend on it. They'll be confident about their assets being protected, and we'll go forth together to resolve these issues.
So my name is Esther Idu, and I'm coming from GBC News. So I'd like to know, how does the latest Fitch downgrade affect your negotiations with the IMF? And also, we have a budget timetable for 2023 to be in November. And how soon will the IMF discussions end so not to disrupt the budget timetable for this year?
Thank you for the question. Okay, the last question.
All right, I'm Isaac Adu from the Finder newspaper. Minister, from where you sit, how soon will we restore macroeconomic stability? How soon? Thank you.
The Finder, that's a big question. But I think it's really an excellent question. I mean, I think this is the 18th time that we are coming to the fund, and you look through the history of it, and you really in the end come to the realization that there are certain structural things that we must do, as a country, if we are to move out of this in and out of the turnstile of the IMF. And I think that we need to take a view on that. I mean, yes, we need to address our debt issues so that we can sustain and build to it. We need to look at the way in which our compensation is going, such that the ratios, maybe come down to about 35% of our revenue, which means our revenue must considerably go up. If you break down our wages and salaries and compensation, you realize a majority of them earn very low incomes, and then we have, maybe a much smaller minority, topping up to make this huge burden. So how do we create more equality within that and get also more productivity to be able to change that equation? And then there are areas such as our earmark funds. I think we now have about 14 of them, which means that government's revenue are already quote-unquote earmarked before they are used. And we need to examine those. Those were some of the issues that came up in Koforidua with the parliamentarians. And then you look at our foreign exchange issues, and the question becomes, why do we have these retention agreements, and shouldn't all of the resources of these companies, oil or mining, go through the Bank of Ghana as a matter of fact to reduce these foreign exchange pressures? That's important. How do we move into an export-driven economy so that we are not importing food to the tune of $2 billion, but we are actually exporting food? That's important. Why do we not have our own gold refinery to support central bank's policy decision now to be buying gold. So those become important ways in which we will then change the structure of economy so we don't go back to what we are experiencing now. The program likely will be 3 years, and that's the period in which we expect to climb out of this in a strong way, to have a strong economy going forward. And with regards to timing, yes, the budget, God willing, should be read by November 15th per the rules. And so, yes, we are multitasking to ensure that all of these things will enable us to meet those deadlines. But we will do it. The issue of the Fitch downgrade, as you mentioned, is unfortunate. In their email to us, they referred to the Bloomberg article that influenced their decision, and so the downgrade has, well, it sort of further depressed the bonds on the international market, resulting in additional losses to investors. I mean, once we got downgraded to CCC, we are also expecting that the economic program that is going to be that is being worked on, which will be the sort of the basis for the IMF discussions, will then, help us to come back to some strong matrices to then be able to get our sovereign ratings revised over that period, and we are confident that it will. I think returning sort of access to the international capital market is going to take a bit of time, 2-3 years, and so during that period we'll work on our ratings also to be able to get there.
Minister, we'll take your final remarks.
Great. Well, let me really thank you for being here. These are difficult times, but really we are, in the throes of the discussions with the fund. Things are going really well in terms of where we want to land in 3 years. The analysis for the DSA, debt sustainability analysis, is rigorously going on, and that would inform us by the end of these 10 days as to what we are going to specifically do in various areas: fiscal adjustment, structural reforms, debt operations, etc. But let's rest assured that as is want for us to be a very collaborative society, we will work with our domestic investors as per through the committee, work with our external investors, and come up with a win-win solution that, as I mentioned, will be an historic solution that has not been seen before. We have gone through as a nation very difficult moments, and really we are very comfortable that it can be done. But going on this is also we reaching out and people reaching out to it, to us, to build in a constructive way, because that is really important for us to have that peace and harmony, speak that one language, and ensure that the Black Star is where it should be. So yes, I'm confident, difficult periods, but we have done it before, and the battle is indeed the Lord's. We will get there. Thank you.
Honorable Minister of State, Honorable Deputy Minister, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the press, thank you so much for making time for this important exercise. And as Minister mentioned, this will happen more frequently so that we get to interact more and inform Ghanaians. Thank you and good morning.
We're going to talk about some of our digital developments from GhanaWeb. I've already told you how we have started. We didn't just start out of anything, out of space or anything, but people actually sat down. It took hard work. Hard work, dedication. I always see Rob Bellart talking to the machine, talking to the computer. We talked about artificial intelligence. That's what's happening right now. You should be able to speak to the machine to do things for you. If you are not able to do that, forget it, please. If you can't use the machines, the machine that you have in your hand that you're using for different things to WhatsApp, it does bigger things than what you are using it for right now. Okay? Good. So we'll be talking about GhanaWeb TV. We're talking about Age Africa Agency, which will be my highlight for this morning. And then we'll be talking about GhanaWeb Club. All of these things you probably do not know, have not heard about, but we'll talk about it. We'll talk about GhanaWeb Memorial. Wow, we're even talking about the dead people and everything. We're still talking digital. What are we talking about? You see how we're developing, how innovation happens? Okay. Next, yes, GhanaWeb reporter. I will not dwell on this because my colleague Ismail will come and talk about it. He is the editor-in-chief. I'll leave that for him. When he comes, he will explain a lot more and we'll go through some practices with you and you get to know. Next, of course, how do we get to buy our data to do our stuff? One-stop shop, that phone that you need to do your stuff, you can always buy your data on it. Next, and then we'll do some other things that we are doing. We go to the airport and stuff like that. On the screens, you probably be seeing GhanaWeb doing some things on the screen out there. That is what the screen, those big screens are used for, and not for TV watching. The TV is in your palm. You are actually holding it. All right? Okay. Next. Great. So, and then here we will talk about my hairdo. Even in doing hair, getting styles of hair, there's digital. Move on. Good. And then how many of you know that we also have an awards scheme which is called the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards? Some of you should be nominated in the next year because we'll finish the nomination for 2022 anyway. So next year we're hoping that once you do very well, you will be nominated. And that will be just fine. All right. Next, okay, so here is my motivation, and I'm sorry that the screen is not showing what my motivation is, but I'll tell you what it is. My motivation, that take advantage of the big tomorrow, and tomorrow is now. Did you hear me? Take advantage of the big tomorrow, and tomorrow is now. Now, if you think that the future of the new media is so far away, I'll tell you it is futuri. Some people pronounce future as futuri, right? It's a fast if you're thinking that the future is very far away. It is here now. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you that if you take advantage of the future now, you are ahead of the game. The video we watched talked about 10 years and everything, but those 10 years are here already. And that's what GhanaWeb has done. Next. All right, so we're going to talk about GhanaWeb TV. TV anytime, anywhere. How many of you always want to rush home to go and watch TV? Show me. Yesterday, some of you were rushing to go and watch the match. By the way, Charlie, yeah? And I think it was Max TV. Thankfully, we thank them so much for showing. I didn't see it on GTV because I was looking, I was watching. But do you know where I watched it? On my phone. All right? It's TV anytime, anywhere. And that is where the world is going. In 10 years or less than 10 years, those screens that you have in your home, you use it for something else. I don't know what you use it for. Whether you sell it for scrap or whatever, I don't know. But you will definitely use it for something else other than watching TV. Well, my background and everything is from traditional TV and all of that. Thank you very much, Metro, UTV. Well, they are all moving digital, and I don't feel shy or afraid to say it. That's the truth. They are all moving digital. And I'll tell you why. Because I'm coming from there. We don't know how many people were watching us. We don't know. We can't tell. The sample is too small or too vague. So it's difficult to tell how many people are watching. So GhanaWeb TV, if you move on to the next, please. GhanaWeb TV is showing the way, and we call it the AVOD. What is it? Go on to the next, please. Thank you. As part of the things that we have done at GhanaWeb is to put AVOD. How many people know what AVOD? How many of you know what SVOD is? How many of you even know what VOD is? It's called Video on Demand. Guys. Okay? And we've got different types of it. We've got what we call the SVOD. I'm teaching you. Some people pay to know this, or you probably read a lot before you get it. All right? So, SVOD is subscription-based video on demand. Those ones you pay, and of course you get it. So your Netflix and whatever that you have, those even DSTV and all that are SVOD. There are no adverts on it. The only way they make money is through your subscription. Okay? So some of the things, in fact, also YouTube and all of that are more on that area. We also have the transaction video on demand. So TVOD, transaction, you make a transaction, you pay them at a point in time, and then they give you your subscription, they give you time to watch it and all of that. Okay, some hotels, when you get into some hotels, you pay, and then they show you the thing. You can't watch it anytime, anywhere. And then we have what we call the AVOD, which is the advertiser-based video on demand. Now, all you need is an internet. But how do we pay for it? That is where the matter is. So advertisers come to it and then they pay for it. And this is what GhanaWeb TV has done. All right? Or this is what it is. Go to the next for me, please. Thank you. All right. So all these programs that you see here are on GhanaWeb. We have our own platform that we show our TV. I will not give you all the secrets to it and what we have, but when you come on GhanaWeb and you click on GhanaWeb TV, it will take you to all of these programs. And they are AVOD, advertiser-based video on demand. Video on demand means that you can always click on it and watch it anytime, anywhere. In the bus, while you're waiting, while you're here and you're bored, you're waiting for people to fill this room. You don't have to go and watch, go home and watch your set to see things. But like I said, our traditional TVs are getting onto digital, and that's the way we are going. We are always showing the way. All right, go to the next one for me. Thank you. Now, next, please. So this is it's not rocket science. It's there. I mean, if you are a researcher and you look at things, you'll be able to tell. Look at the line that is going down. That is linear TV. It's unfortunate you can't see the colors very well because of the projection. But that line over there that is coming down is linear TV. When I say linear TV, I'm talking traditional TV. It's the whole world. That's what's happening. Okay? And what didn't used to be the case, and the lady said it even in her video, you know, what didn't used to be the case is digital. It's going up. All right? So we are, and this is even just 2021. Give it some 2 more years, 3 more years. In fact, right now, you yourself set yourselves, how many of you actually sit and watch TV? You watch it on your phones, right? Digital development. Next. So that's for GhanaWeb TV. Please let's go to the next. And all of these indicate, I mean, there's so many things I can't talk to you about. Come back, please. Come back one more. Thank you. So in all of these, we have. This shows, of course, that GhanaWeb has obviously the biggest numbers. There's no doubt about it. Okay, you can always check, and that's what digital does for you. All right, it gives you the reports that you're looking for in real time. All right, that's it. It's very difficult to see anyway. Let's go to next. Let's look at things that we can't see. All right, get back. Next. Right, okay. So, average daily views on other TV stations, so high. Let's not even talk about the TVs and all of that, but they're very, very high. Next, please. Now, when you put GhanaWeb into some of the TV stations, and these are old researches and everything, you find ourselves somewhere in number 8, thereabouts, before where people got to know about digital. All right, next, please. But if we put ourselves together into the digital space, see how stretched we are. And you can do the same with your TVs as well, or anything that you're doing. And I tell you, that's the reason why linear TV is moving towards this. If they don't, they'll die. And if you're working for TV stations where I have come from, I'm telling you, take advantage of the digital now. You're better. Okay? Because the future is on the phone. Right, next. Next. Thank you. Next. Now, this talks about the other places where advertising goes on. Okay? Most of you have seen SVTV, most of you have seen Kofi TV, most of you have seen Sammy Flex, and Concern, and all those guys, right? Right? Okay. How are they doing it? This is it. This is the reason. Okay? Advertising is on the internet. Plus it's cheaper. Okay? I am not spoiling traditional TV business. That's not exactly what I'm here to do. I'm just here to talk about the new media and the future, which is now. And I say take advantage of it. All right? Okay, next. Let's go next. So, well, in all of this, I have told you about AVOD. I have taught you what SVOD is, the TVOD is, what VOD actually is, and what GhanaWeb is doing, which is the AVOD, which is advertiser-based video on demand. Next, please. The differences here are very, very clear. With online, better selectivity, data versus no data. If there's no data, you don't see any data, but it's the data you see in real time, measurable on a daily basis. Advertising formats include a call to action. On GhanaWeb TV, when you watch any of the programs, you can actually visit the advertiser. Very simple, straight. It's just like you're watching YouTube. You can visit the advertiser. All right, and it will take you to their back office, their call center. Call center is dying anyway, but it can take you to their email or even their WhatsApp. Okay, very, very interactive. Okay. I think we can go on to the next. Let's go on, please. I've said a lot about GhanaWeb TV. Please go on to, if you can get the next. Yes, keep going. Keep going. Thank you. The formats are there. We do the squeeze backs and the crawlers and all of that also. Okay, so these are some of the presenters we have on GhanaWeb. So the hosts, you can go on, please. Let's show the sports check. Bloggers Forum now is eForum. We've changed it. We've talk entertainment. Also, it's fused with another eForum. So we've got entertainment. We've got the lowdown, which is general issues go on. We've got moves and cuddles. Relationship type of thing. Bistec, go on. All right, Untold, some things that you don't know about. The guy comes with Untold. The Chi News is every time. So everything that is read on GhanaWeb, the news, the headlines are translated in Chi. And so you can click. For those who cannot read and those who still want to get the news, they can also get it in Chi. Say it loud. Go on, please. Go on, trending, Ghana sports. Yesterday I watched our sports there. The eyes on the road, around Diaspora Link. Go on, election desk. Go on, and Komowo Hall, gossip show, special. Go on, and so on and so forth. Of course, yes, I also host one. Isn't that nice that I also have to host one of my business moments? Okay, so, well, obviously, Eric Blijo is here, so anytime you guys want to do any business with GhanaWeb, of course, we're here to actually do business with you. So, yes, we can talk about other things, other developments, all right? And we're talking about GhanaWeb Club. Go to the next, please. Thank you very much. What is this? Where community members actually meet to take advantage of some privileged partnerships that we have, okay? We've got partners and we've got members. Now, in GhanaWeb, we have over 800,000 members, people who have signed up to be members of GhanaWeb. Okay, so we put them in a community. And then also, we have got partners. So Melcom is a partner, Woodin is a partner, we've got other big partners coming up. Okay? Now, what we do is that we've negotiated with these partners to give discounts to our members. All right? So our members go into Melcom and they can get a very huge discount. Digitally. They do that digitally. We have not seen them before, but they are there. We know who they are because we have unique numbers for them, And that is what we have to do. The market becomes more effective if more personal and relevant with data-driven approach. This is what GhanaWeb thrives to do. To make sure that once you are there on your phone, you can always go and do things. Okay, go on to the next. Now this is what it looks like. If you're a premium member and everything, you get to know your partners get to know you. Our partners get to know you. We get to know you through your digital card. Next. Okay. Next. Okay. Now, so for benefits to GhanaWeb, you can save up to 33% on products and services from GhanaWeb. All right, you get 5% discount shopping. What have you? Woodin has, sorry, Malcolm has just changed their brand logo. We relaunched, and so that's very nice. You can actually go there if you're a member, and you can sign up. For now, you can sign up for free. It doesn't cost anything. And you don't have to pay anything. Partners don't have to pay anything. All they have to do is just give discounts, and then we're good to go with GhanaWeb Club. One good thing about it is that you also get a card, and it's not a physical card. You have it on your phone, and you can show it at the counter to say, I'm a member, and pick up your things on a discount. Beautiful. Digital development. Next. Well, this is my headwind. I'm sure this we can't see a lot about it, but the point is that there's an app that we have developed. And mind you, we do these things by ourselves. All the coding and everything is done by ourselves. I talked about the digital, the development guys there. They do everything so wonderful. And they make sure that they do the right thing. They're very meticulous about things. We developed an app that you can always go and look for your hairstyles. The women out here, you can always go to My Hairdo. If there's any hairstyle that you're looking for, you can actually go and click on it and see where. We have also partnered with some salons where you can find that very close to you, and then you can just get it done. We're planning to do some very innovative things around it, make it come closer to you as much as possible, and that's what makes it digital. Please move this forward, completely forward. All right. Just go on until we get to the next. Thank you. So yeah, we're planning to do some events with it and all that. Okay, go on. Thank you. Okay, so I talked to you about GhanaWeb Excellence Awards. We thought that our people really thought that it's you guys have done so well. You guys, it's so many people on your platform, and it's about time that you come up to show us the people who really deserve, to be honored. So we gave the platform to our people, and so we have given them the opportunity to nominate and then decide who are the best guys to take Ghana to the next level. And so we did that from 2021, and we have come to a new edition, which is the youth edition. Most of you fall in that category. We expect you all to be at GhanaWeb Excellence Awards on the 19th of November, where we will be giving awards to deserving youth within our space. And I'm sure that if we had time, I would have gone through a lot more of it than some of the people. Nominations have been done, and so what we're going through now is to make sure that we select 5. We have got so many nominations, over 400, Benis? 400,000 or how many? Plenty nominations, and so we just sieve them to make sure that we have 5 in each category, and then people can then vote for the best. And we are not charging any money for the voting. You just have to be a member on GhanaWeb and help to vote your best guy. Okay, next. So that's all about Excellence Awards. Let's go on to the most important part of my presentation for today, which will be linked to exactly what we are talking about. Go on, please. Thank you. Go on. Keep going. Oh, the thing stopped. Just bear with us. Don't mind me. I thought that. Good. Here we go. Now, so many of you are here. Either you are interested to be creators, or you are creators, or you want to make some business, you want to make some money, you want to develop digitally to make some money. All right? Here is the opportunity for you. Okay. Now, you're doing things by yourselves right now, and I do not know whether you are so comfortable with what you have. Age Africa Agency has come for you. All right? Now, that is an MCN. MCN is a multi-channel network employed by YouTube to make sure that they manage creators. All right, let's go to the next one. Now, we work with, if you are the next YouTube hit, then you need Age Africa Media. Next, please. We work with creators, we work with brands, we work with publishers, we work with artists. What do? We make sure that we manage your channel. We manage your channel as much as possible for you. Okay, it's not maybe you think that you're doing something. Do you know the reason why you are not even monetizing yet? My guys, this could be the reason. Age Makers, Africa Web, we're connected with Africa Web. Age Media is connected with Africa Web and Africa Business Communities. All right. Now, so if you are part of the Age Agency, Age Media or Age Africa Agency, you're also part of Africa Web Group, and you're part of the Africa Business Communities. That's the largest community in Africa. And so you're part of that group. They help to build your followers as much as possible. That's all about monetization, isn't it? How many people have followed you? How many people have looked? How many watch hours do you have? That's what it is. Okay, so we know what you want to become: bigger on YouTube, to gain money with your content, and to present the best content to your audience. Age Africa offers a dedicated partner in your country who would optimize your content and help you to build the optimal content strategy. You need that strategy. Okay? You don't have it yet, or you probably don't know it yet. You need the strategy. You need help. And so we give you that help. This is Paladin. It's a software that a dashboard that we give you to be able to check, so that you also know what we are doing with your channel and how much we are monetizing your channel. This is the most important thing around what I'm sure you like to know. We've got 4 streams of revenue. Programmatic advertising, I'm sure you all know what that is. That YouTube monetizes automatic programs. They put some adverts on your content. and you make some money as well. Okay. Now YouTube keeps 45 and distributes 55 to the MCN, and the MCN now works with you to get this. You don't. How you get this is the MCN, which is a multi-channel network that works very hard to make sure that you get more money. Then they can also make some money. All right. Now, direct advertising. Age and GhanaWeb will acquire local and international advertisers to show their commercials and video advertising around the video content of the YouTube publisher. Okay. Now, before the video will be uploaded, the video commercial will be added. So we get advertising to add to your content, and then we share that revenue. When it comes to direct advertising, we share it 50-50. I bring people to your channel or to your content, and then they pay the money, and we share that 50-50. There's no cheating anywhere at all. Native advertising. Now, if you have created your own thing, and then you have gotten your own advertiser to put on your thing, if it's Pepsodent, and then you start brushing your teeth, and then creating something that you're brushing your teeth with a particular toothpaste. That's your own thing. If you got it by yourselves, that's it. You get 100% of it. Even though you can come and use my studio, you can come and do anything for your digital development, you still get your 100%. You get your money. All right. Then obviously content upload used by others. Beautiful videos, content attractive, and all that. This is where people tend to steal your content and stuff like that, but we help you to protect that content, and then obviously you make that money for yourself. So here is the share. I just talked to you about direct advertising is 50-50. The programmatic, you, the creator, you get 65%, and then Age gets 35%. You've cheated us, but it's fine. We're developing you. Native advertising. Oh well, this one. It depends on you. If we bring you the advertising, obviously you get 50%, and then we get 50%. But if it's your own thing, you get your own 100%. You can take it. Then the content upload. Well, we get 65, and then Age also get 35%. All right. So these are something we can talk about it and everything, as long as you're big. Most of you are not big yet, and this is where we come in. Next. Right. Let's go to the next. So people have said very nice things about Age Africa Agency. Okay. Age is one of the most trusted MCNs you could work with. Blah blah blah. I joined Age and it's made me wonderful. Blah blah blah. All these wonderful things have been said about Age. Why don't you also get on board and get to know us, get to understand, and get to trust us? You can find us in Africa. We're in Ghana. We're in Kenya, and we're in Tanzania. By the grace of God, if you're looking for the Ghana representative, did I put up my shoulder? Talk to me. All right. Okay, next. Let's keep going. All right. So let's start the conversation. I think there's a lot that you can do next. There's a lot that you can do. There's a lot that can happen. Oh, why? You don't like my face? It's a lot that you can do. I'm sure that we can develop together. We can't talk about everything in this room. The time is limited. I believe that you have been blessed by some of the things that we've talked about, and I'm sure that you want to enhance or further the conversation. Let's keep talking. My name is Jacob Langston. That's my number. You can call me, or you can send me an email.
So I launched the GhanaWeb Reporter right here at this conference. That was last year. So we discussed the GhanaWeb Reporter, Then we selected a few people to test it. Now, what is the GhanaWeb Reporter? So the GhanaWeb Reporter gives you access to consumers of your content. And all of you are talking about getting people to watch or visit your blog. When they visit your blog, you also get money on the side. So first, your aims and your goals will be shared through the visit by the people, so they would see and consume what you have. And also you would also make money out of it. Now, we're thinking about this when we created and built the GhanaWeb Reporter. It was built by a team of developers in Ghana, and the team, they are all part of the Africa Web Group, which GhanaWeb is a part of. And the Africa Web developers got this idea to create a platform which could allow bloggers like you to take advantage of GhanaWeb's reach. GhanaWeb is the biggest media platform in the country. We reach, we get about 62 million page views every month, and that's the biggest in the country, and also in so many other countries in West Africa. We have 4 million visits every month, and with this 4 million and 62 page views a month, we thought we could create a product that will allow your content to also be consumed by our visitors. And that's how come we created the GhanaWeb Reporter. And it's been a year now, or almost a year. So many people are on it, about 30 bloggers. And I understand a lot of people don't understand how important the GhanaWeb Reporter is. So this presentation is going to take you through how GhanaWeb Reporter would empower you and give you what you're looking for, which is 1, the reach, 2, the income, and also 3, the credibility. Now let's go to the next slide, please. So GhanaWeb Reporter has 2 functionalities. One is built for bloggers, then the other is built for ordinary Ghanaians who may have some information they want to share. For ordinary Ghanaians, they would have access to free alternative content. What we call alternative content is someone may be interested in blogging about, let's say, music, or someone wants to blog only about sneakers or clothing. You wouldn't find these on so many other platforms. So as a blogger, that's you, any content to bring up, the ordinary Ghanaian would have access to this alternative content, and you would get your niche market. It's very important to have a niche, and I think some of the presenters or the panelists talked about niche. It's very important to stick to something, and you have an audience for it. Now, the second thing is that it gives the ordinary Ghanaian the ability to share personal and local content. For instance, there are a lot of people who see certain things happen in their neighborhoods. Maybe there may be some a rape case or something that would not make it to mainstream media. They could interview somebody with their phones. They could get the data, the information. Then through the reporter, it's an app actually, through the app, they could share it, and GhanaWeb will screen this content, and the content will be on the wall section of GhanaWeb. You've all visited GhanaWeb. When you go to the wall, you'll find that there's a mix of content from multimedia content to text, photos, anything. All of them are there, and they are from ordinary Ghanaians who want to be heard. They want to have their content out there for a lot of people to consume, and also for mainstream media to pick them up. And we have a lot of people now, other media houses, coming to GhanaWeb to pick content from this platform. And finally, it gives them the opportunity to build a positive digital footprint. The moment you have an account on GhanaWeb Reporter, when people search for you, they're going to find you on Google. And this creates a digital footprint for yourself. Anything you post on the platform is going to be of help to you, because a lot of us, when we are looking for jobs, the first thing the employers do, search and see, who are you? What do you do? What do you post? The moment they see you on GhanaWeb, definitely it's going to give you some credibility, and they're going to see the things you've posted. So this is for ordinary Ghanaians, and I'm not here to talk about that, because that's open. You just have to download the app, register, and that's it. You can post anything you want, but you will not be, we can't assure you that everything will be put on the platform or published. We'll screen it. We have a team that's screening 24/7, and all that content, they look at it and make sure they don't publish anything that's obscene or any content that's not palatable for our audiences. So the focus is the audience. Now for you, the bloggers, this is the importance of GhanaWeb Reporter. So one, you're going to save cost. You save cost on domain. You're going to save cost on web design. You're going to save some cost on SEO. You're going to save cost on web hosting. Those who have, blogs, I'm sure some of you had to either go to WordPress or use the Blogspot. All of these, they are free, all right, but you are limited. You can't do certain things. Those who want to have blogs with domains that are personalized, you need to pay some money. And when you pay, you can follow the progress or the performance. However, sometimes you make no money. Sometimes you have to go to Google. Those who are on YouTube, you need to go on there to make sure you get some money. You do all sorts of things to make money. You don't make any money. And with GhanaWeb Reporter, you're going to save some of these costs, and you're going to still get value for your content and value for your blog. The second thing is you're going to earn money as well as reach a wider audience. So imagine some of these 60 million plus audiences coming on your blog because you have something interesting to show them or something exciting. Definitely you're going to reach them, and the more reach you get, the more you are paid. For GhanaWeb Reporter, we don't look at whether you have 1,000 subscribers before you make money. The moment people visit your blog, then you are making money out of it. I'll explain that later. And finally, you're going to build an online credibility. So with online credibility, if you're a blogger, you have a WordPress blog, you can also have a blog on GhanaWeb. With that blog, definitely it's going to have the best of SEO, best credibility, because it's being driven by the GhanaWeb platform. GhanaWeb is the fastest platform you can find in the country. It's also very well resourced, and it's very, very safe because our servers are like top notch and everything is working. It's hardly would you find GhanaWeb having problems. So imagine you have your blog on GhanaWeb, you are earning money, you are not paying for anything extra. All you're doing is putting your content there. Definitely you are assured of having your content there for a very long time. And we've been in existence for 23 years right now. And these are some of the basic benefits you get as a blogger if you use the GhanaWeb Reporter. Now let me go deeper into that. The next slide, please. So GhanaWeb Reporter is an app, and you need to download the app first before you'll be able to use it. However, for bloggers, you also have access to a desktop and a mobile versions that have other features. I know a lot of questions that come are, how do I see the money I'm making, or how do I see who is reading what on my blog? You can get that on the desktop. You can also get it on the mobile. However, the app is for the general public, the basic users of the app, of the platform. The basic users can just share with the app. It's so simple. As you can see, is it clear enough for you? No, it's not. Okay, but I'll get you to download it. For now, you can try downloading it and then see how it looks. We'll get there and I'll show you something about the reporter. So on my far left, you can see that's the home page. After you download, this is what you find. So the reporter is on the GhanaWeb app. So the app is the GhanaWeb app, but when you go on there, at the bottom, you find the reporter tab there. You just have to tap it, then you register. You have to go through a two-factor verification process where you could use your mobile phone or you use your email to register. After you do that and it's approved, you write your name and then you add your photo. Then you can add your post. So on the second picture that you see there, you can find a slot at the top. That's for the title. The big one is for the body or the content that you're going to post. And those at the bottom is the media, whether a photo, a video. You can also share text, and you can share as well music or any audio that you have on your phone. It's so simple. You just use your phone to share. And when you do that, you can choose a location, then you click publish. The moment you publish, it goes to GhanaWeb, the GhanaWeb team. They're going to screen it. If it meets the editorial guidelines, they're going to publish it, and you can find it on your page. So everybody gets a page on GhanaWeb. However, blogs are different. We'll come to blogs now. The next page, please. Now, this is how the interface for those who have blogs on GhanaWeb look like. The left is the desktop, and then the right is the mobile site. So on GhanaWeb, you can see there's a login and there's a sign up. The moment you register using the app, that data you've provided can be used to log in on the desktop or on your mobile. So you have to go to your Chrome, or you can go to Firefox, anyone you use, and then you log in with the same data. If you use your phone number, you're going to be asked whether you want to use your phone or your email to log in. You can choose the phone, you insert your number. When you do that, you log in, it will give you a special code, you put it back in and you verify, then you get access to this. So this is your page, this is your wall actually. It's called a dashboard. So all the bloggers have to go through a different process. You still need to download the app. When you download the app, you register. After registration, you need to let us know personally, because we want to know who you are. We can't just give blogs to everybody. We just need to know who you are, because with the bloggers, we do not screen your content. It goes directly onto the platform on your blog, and your blogs are listed under news, the news section, if it's a news blog, under sports, entertainment, business, and also under the wall itself, if your blog, the niche is a bit different and cannot fit within these platforms. So we need to know your interest. We need to know the name that you want to have, or you want your blog to have. We need to know the type of content you're going to share. We need to know all of these. So we do this based on request, and we have a form that you can fill. I'll share that with you later on. However, this is how it looks like. On the left, you can find the bloggers dashboard. You can look at the, I think the mobile one is clearer. There's a bloggers dashboard. On the dashboard, there is everything you need on that platform. The dashboard contains your performance, the views you've had on your content for each content you've uploaded. The dashboard also contains the monies you've earned, because this is a rev share kind of agreement. It's a revenue share agreement where the people visiting your site, they all make money for your platform, your blog. When they visit, however or how much money GhanaWeb makes out of that platform, we divide the revenue into two. You get half of it, then GhanaWeb also keeps half for maintenance of the platform and also to build it further. So that's what it is. So you see how much you are earning, and you can also see a request button if you want to request for withdrawal of your money. The moment you tap it, GhanaWeb team would get an email, and they'll process your earnings either through mobile money or bank, however you choose. So you do this in the first process, which is where you give us details about yourself. And on that platform, there are other products of GhanaWeb, like we have some discount products. We also have advertising opportunities for bloggers. So you could also get adverts from companies yourself and upload it onto your own blog. So you have a lot of access to use your blog for anything you want. However, it has to be it has to follow the rules. You can't just post anything or have a blog which is away from what you told us you want to blog about. If you want to change your blog, you have to tell us, and then we will make the changes for you. You could advertise for people who may be your followers or who trust your brand and what you do. And with that, GhanaWeb doesn't come in between you and the person. So you can post the advert directly onto your blogs. Besides the advert, there are other things like the settings. You can choose to change your picture on your profile and do other things. Let's go to the next slide, please. The next slide. So this is it, the bigger version. There's a business page where you could upload your businesses or other things. So there are so many other things for you as a reporter. We can go to the next slide. This is how it looks like, the dashboard. You can find that there are total views of 181. So I created this 7 days ago just for this presentation, and you can see that the total published post or content is 12, and also the impact is 15.08%, and I earned 0.27 cedis. So that's like 27 pesos just 7 days ago. And this content is just pictures that I posted. Next slide. And these are the content I posted. Nkrumah stands store amidst the Rotos Memorial. So these are just pictures at the Kwame Nkrumah Mausoleum, and I had 6 views. You can view, you can edit, you can delete any content you upload through the reporter. This is how flexible it is for you. You can also see those who are performing. There's a blogger ranking there, and also you can see the trending post on the platform. So there's a kind of connection between all bloggers on the platform, where you see who is doing well, who is not doing well, and also your post, how it's performing, and what you can do. If you want to change something, you can edit it and then you change it. If you don't want it at all, you can delete it. Next slide. Now these are some of the winners that we had. Michael Jan, I know he's here somewhere. He was the first to earn or withdraw his earning. He earned over 1,000 Ghana cedis, and we gave him his money through mobile money, but this was just for publicity purposes. And we also had Michael Ejapa. He came second with the withdrawal, and he earned 523 cedis. And trust me, after this, they had withdrawn further. And Michael is here, Michael Jan. You can see him and ask him more about it, and the process is going through. Next slide, please. So the wider audience you get and the online credibility, I just want to explain it practically. Next slide. I just did a quick search on Google. You can also do that since you have your phones with you. Just search for top bloggers in Ghana. When you search on the first page, you find that a GhanaWeb reporter, a blogger on GhanaWeb reporter, their blog came up first. That's for my search. Maybe your search, you might find the person at number 3 or any other place. And the person's blog is what you see there. So you can see the URL, list of bloggers in Ghana 2022. It's a blog actually. And when you open it, it takes you directly to that person's blog. And this person I think is here as well. Next slide, please. So this is the blog, and this is the credibility we are talking about. If you have your blog on GhanaWeb, the SEO on GhanaWeb is the best you could find in the country. And with the blog, any content you post will be listed by Google. So Google is going to crawl the blog content, it's going to list it, and it's going to have a first page experience, because a lot of people who will be looking for content around your blog may find it first. So this is something you should take advantage of. And I think the blogger is Queen Holali. Queen Holali, are you here? Yes, she's here. So her blog has been listed on Google. It's on the first page if you look for top bloggers in Ghana. And this is quite an important resource. Yes, ignore some of the design. I know some people are complaining. We are working on it. There's technical development happening every single day. We are changing so many things with on the interface and other things. However, this is her blog, and you can find it. So the blog niches that we follow are the VIP. So the VIP are for individuals who want to have blogs on themselves. You could have that. And we also have blogs on cities. We have blogs on the diaspora, blogs on regions, blogs on education, lifestyle, health, sports, tech, and the rest. Anything you want, we could create that blog for you under that particular niche. And this reporter was created to create or to build niche blogs, and not just blogs that will do anything or everything that everybody else is doing. Next slide, please. So now, how to be a GhanaWeb reporter? It's just simple. Next slide. First, I would want you to download the app. I don't know if you all have your phones. Can you just go on Play Store, App Store, and look for GhanaWeb app? Just look for GhanaWeb. I want you to do it. I don't know how many of you would want to try it out now. You have it already. Okay. It's not showing. Okay, so let me see who else has it and it's showing. Is it showing? Just GhanaWeb, yes. Yes, so it's not it's a GhanaWeb app, but the reporter is on the app. You have it already? Okay. Who else is trying? So let's just do this together. Go on the GhanaWeb app. Yes, that's what you do. So you have to install the GhanaWeb app, and there you go to the reporter. So after installing, you find the reporter under the main navigation. Is at the bottom. The reporter is one of them. You find GhanaWeb, you find radio, then reporter, and then member. So when you go to reporter, tap on the plus in the middle, as you see there. When you tap, it's going to ask you to register with your number or your email. After registering, you accept the terms, and then you would add your name and then your photo. When you do that, you can make your first post, and then you can review and await screening and approval of your post.
This is for the basic users, so everybody else will go through this. However, for the bloggers, after doing this, next slide please. After doing this, now this is your process. What you do is you log in with your email or phone number on your browser. So you move to a browser either on a desktop or on your phone. So you can go to how do you call it? Go on Chrome on your phone, and then on Chrome you log into your account. When you log in, it takes you straight into your dashboard or onto your platform, your page, where you find the dashboard, and there you can click my page and you see all your published posts. You can also go to a dashboard where you find all your traffic and earnings, and then you can also delete and edit your content. So those who have done the first process, you can try publishing something, and then you could see that it will be published or to be sent for screening. However, we have to take you through a process to give you access to a blog, and you have to give us some information. Next slide. So everybody here is entitled to a blog, and we want to give you all blogs on GhanaWeb. And what we are going to do is, I would want you to send an email to reporter@ghanaweb.com. When you send the email, tell us the name of blog you want to be created. Tell us the niche. What do you want to blog about? And also tell us the username that you use to register, because you'll be asked for a name when you register. We need that name to be able to link to the blog that we're going to create for you. And when we do this, any question you have, any problem you're facing, just send us an email, reporter@ghanaweb.com. So please keep the email and then send the email to us. By Monday, if we get the emails, we're going to work on them. You're also going to get a reaction from us. Any question you have, we're going to answer them. Now, any question you have now, you could also ask before I end this presentation. Is there any question? Yes, quick one. Yes. So you tap in and then you log in. You have to log in. Yeah, but I don't see any login. You don't see any login. Let me see what you see on your screen. Just show it to me. Yes, the plus sign there. It asks you to input your phone number or your email. Yes, so you have to register. So you log in. If you log in, yeah, so now it's just a login. So there's a member section there. You can go to the member and then you log in. Any other question? Yes, quick one. I can hear you. Yes, so the blog is for everybody. Some people may want to share social media posts. You can also share that. When you go on any social media page, just click share. If you have the app already, when you click share, you select the GhanaWeb app. It takes you to the reporter page. You add your title, add some description, then you share. So if you're not a blogger, you can still have a blog if you want to. This is a Blogger Summit, so I guess everybody might want to be around blogging. So if you want to blog, you can do that.